Our players started out as underdogs.
The young Mongolian squad is rewriting esports history.
They're up in the series! Mongols close to throwing another knockout blow. 2 kills away!
The Esports World Cup, the most elite competition in the world. Its trophy system is built to match. The Club Championship trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. Reigning champions hold a key unlike any other. The game trophy is the ultimate prize for every game's champion. Incomplete until a champion's key is inserted. The champion's keyframe is locked into the totem, a stone marker of legacy, etched with every EWC champion. The losing keys are crushed. The champion claims 3, a personal reminder of who they defeated. The rest are preserved beneath the totem, in resin. Every fallen contender, captured forever. Will you be remembered or forgotten beneath the totem? At EWC, nothing is granted. Everything is earned.
Thinks he can come in here and play my game. Go. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me back!
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Off, blow the house down.
I'm supposed to meet with the big producer, but I don't see her anywhere.
Kitty, you made it!
Oh wow, I made it to what?
To the best experience of your life. Come on inside. Come on.
I don't want to.
Come on, let's do it. Come.
Not after last time.
Okay, but what if I told you we're making perfume today?
Okay, I'm curious.
Come on, it's gonna smell so good. It's gonna be so pretty.
Yeah, okay.
I still smell a little bit like ketchup, but that's okay.
You deserved it.
Come on. Kitty, what makes me so sad is that the EWC is eventually going to end.
It's very sad indeed, but I am not sad about you going home.
But I do want something to bring home with me to kind of remember our time together and all the fun things that we got to do.
Oh yeah, we had so much fun.
I want to create a scent that truly captures esports. What do you think of when you smell esports?
Nothing really good, to be honest, like people sweating, being focused, keyboards that are not really clean. So yeah, that's what I think about.
And that's exactly the scent that I want to capture.
Why?
Esports.
Okay.
Esports.
I'm gonna start with the lavender one. Let's start with the base, okay?
Lavender, what is
Yeah.
that?
Are you kidding?
Is that an NPC?
It's not an NPC. It's like a flower.
But I think that for my base, I've actually been able to take a gaming headset used by players and distill down a lot of the dandruff and head lice into this concoction. This shall be my base. Woo! Take a whiff. I think some of the lice are still moving around in there.
I'm gonna put some vanilla in mine.
Some what?
Vanilla.
Isn't that for eating?
It's used for several things, you know?
Do you know where you get vanilla?
Yeah.
You actually get from a beaver's butt. When beavers fart, they have vanilla.
How do you come up with those things?
I just really love beavers. I've managed to capture KC fans' blood, sweat, and tears. This is the blue wall in blue tier form.
Oh my god. You're gonna get beat up after this.
Not after they smell my perfume.
You already made a disaster with that, so I'm gonna continue my beautiful perfume with, I think, some cassis.
Chassis? Like a robot.
No, again, it's a fruit.
It's a fruit?
Yeah, you don't have that in America, it's fine.
I got Cheetos.
Yeah, I know.
But for my next part, I actually got the finger gloves of players, and we're just gonna go ahead and add a little bit of sweat.
Ew, that's atrocious.
Yeah, but it was from Team Spirit. It smells like victory.
It's not gonna bring victory into your life, trust me.
I found one of the jerseys from the team that's gone to 23 back-to-back tournaments. So what this smells like is pure failure, desperation, and yet some resolve.
Oh god, overly white.
Is it in? You can really smell the failure.
I have it right in front of me.
I managed to take one of the keyboards off the stage, and what I did was I removed all of the dead skin cells and food junk and crust, and I put it into this liquid form. But here's the thing, it is very potent, so we can only do... Oh, I missed.
Oh god. Don't do it!
Okay, I'm
You're
sorry.
disgusting.
I managed to take all of the Cheeto dust out of the controllers that were on the stage and create this. This couch cushion from one of the practice rooms. I heard that the players did not leave this baby for 24 hours straight. And so we got this beautiful essence. This is gonna be a fantastic perfume. I feel like we just gotta mix it up a little bit.
Oh god.
Smells amazing. You have no idea how
I don't
amazing
wanna
this
know.
smells. It smells like resolve. It smells like perseverance. It smells like desperation. It smells like esports.
Don't put it near me.
Just
No.
a little bit.
No,
Just,
so
I promise.
I
Can you
don't
just
want
try?
it.
Just try. Oh! Ooh.
It's disgusting.
That'll come off. I promise. That'll.
Oh god, don't touch me! Don't touch me! You're me off! Every day I come with her, every day she's something up.
L'Esport. Whenever I use taxis or public transportation to get to EWC, I always end up late. So I'm taking matters into my own hands. Borrowed it from my producer. It's doing pretty well. Oh, bonjour. I think I'm too tall. Ugh. Okay, that's terrifying. Now it says Def System Control Moteur se rendre l'atelier.
It's normal.
Does that mean that the car is on fire?
No, it's normal.
Okay, where's the Prindle?
What?
Okay, so here there's like different buttons. There's sport,
Different mode.
different
Voice,
modes, sport.
and CT off, and CS2 off.
Okay, but where's esport?
Esport? No, it's just sport. It's not possible, actually. Sorry.
You can't have esport mode?
No.
So now what do I do?
You can upshift.
Upshift?
In one gear.
What's this button?
One gear. It's good? No.
Why is there dual wielding horns? Look, there's a horn here and there's a horn
yes.
here. So I can
It's good.
What if I press
no?
it both at the same time?
Okay, let's go. Corner difficult.
Corner is difficult? No, I got corners. Watch this. All right, now when you're on this track, what's important to remember?
Eyes up.
Eyes up.
Content.
If I want to check my phone really quick.
No.
No, I can't? No? Oh, okay. All right.
Eyes up. Eyes up.
My eyes are up. Where else would they be, sir?
And
Okay.
More gas.
All right, I'm gassing it.
You are too slow. Stop here.
I feel like I'm doing a good job.
Yes, but let me drive.
Okay. Ha I don't think I was driving that slow. Yeah, I feel like I went pretty fast. I don't know if you can go much faster! Oh my god! I thought I was Tokyo Drift, brother! Holy crap! Wait, there's a barrier. Are we gonna stop at the barrier? Oh my god! I should have listened to all my middle school teachers and high school teachers and college teachers. Playing video games your entire life is only gonna put you in life or death situations. Ah! You should not have a driver's license. None of this is okay.
Welcome to the last day of the group stage, the final charge for the coveted playoff spot. 12 teams are now on the crossroads of their EWC fate, and only 6 will make it out alive. With their backs against the wall, they can only do one thing: fight to the very end and secure their place in the next stage by any means necessary. This is Counter-Strike. This is EWC. Welcome to Day 5.
Well, here we are, the final group day, completing that 16-team playoff field. Every A-Stream match is a direct playoff qualifier. The opening BO1 volatility is gone. Today is going to reward that best-of-3 depth in terms of staying alive at the Esports World Cup Club Championships here in Paris, France. Guys, it's a lot of games going on, but for us, strictly Counter-Strike, still a lot of games around us at all times.
Yeah, and as you said, do or die time today, Peter. Whether you want to make the playoff or not will be determined today. It's this final day of the group stage, and I think we have some pretty cool matchup at hand, and there's been a fair bit of surprises so far at the Esports World Cup, so I think it should be a good day.
Yeah, and a lot on stake for a lot of these teams, not only for the teams playing Counter-Strike, but just also for the club championship. So, everything like getting down to the line, everything gets a little bit more excited. So, yeah, can't really wait to get the day going.
600K to the champions here, but really, what was a long process. We don't have a lot of tournaments that are set up strictly like this one anymore, where you have open qualifiers, you have mass amounts of teams coming in, and you really have to prove your value and worth to really get in the server and play against the world's best. So the road and the trajectory to these moments here today, they count a lot.
I like to get inspired, Trace, and I hope a lot of the TOs out there, or maybe the future TOs, look at this format, look at this tournament, and feel a little bit inspired. The last chance qualifier on LAN brought back a lot of good memories. I know it's perhaps not the cheapest way of running a tournament, having so many teams on site and so many PCs set up, etc., Peter, but it brought something extra to this tournament. And then naturally a big-ass group stage into a single elimination bracket where 16 teams is part of it, where everything is at stake every single game. I'm not gonna lie, you can fault a lot of the teams for maybe not playing as well as you'd like, blah, 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 blah. in terms of the raw format of this tournament, it's been a joy.
Yeah, it's just enjoyable, and it's just something different, like from what we're used to. And I think that is also what is just a little bit interesting for the likes of us, and for hopefully also for the viewers, that you get to experience something a little bit different. I've always liked the idea of having this gauntlet where you just it's just do or die from the get-go. I think that's really cool. But now we do have the round of 16 where everything is it's like an expanded playoffs where you get a little bit more teams. Some of the teams that's usually not there get to have a chance of playing the do or die.
We went from 16 playoffs to 16 team playoff. That's a
we got a little bit more,
pretty steep margin.
Well, expansion is exactly what I'm talking about, because it's not just focused here on the Counter-Strike side, right? There's a lot of games, and what the Counter-Strike teams are doing here are contributing to an overall bigger picture within the Esports World Cup Club Championship rankings. Jacob, say that at least 3 times fast.
No, I can't, but I can tell you that it's heating up in the top of the Esports Club Championship ranking right now. As you can see, AGAL and Falcons have kind of made a bit of a breakthrough. I know there was some chess going on yesterday where Liquid, Magnus Carlsen ended up winning, which put Liquid in top 11. Before we started the Counter-Strike tournament, they were nowhere to be seen. But by the looks of it, as far as I understand it, Peter, naturally AG and Team Falcons are in the running to win the entire thing. Na'Vi and Vitality still have a chance theoretically, but a lot of stuff has to go in their direction if they want to claim that title.
Yeah, 100%. And we have to be looking at Falcons in this one. Since AG don't have a representative in Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
So the fact that Falcons can go in here, get far and win, and also believe that they have their Rocket League team in the top 4 as well. So there's also a chance to get some points there. So I mean, everything's shaping up to have a little of a rundown of those two. But right now, even though that AGL is in the top one, I think Falcons is feeling it out and is chasing them down.
Defending champions as well. And let's not forget, is it $7 million you win as a first prize in the club championship?
So pretty good.
I think it's pretty important for both Falcons, Na'Vi, Vitality, you name it, AGL, to do everything they can in order to make it.
Vitality, probably the only title considered remaining over there in PUBG Mobile, but they did lose in the quarterfinal of Rocket League to the hometown team of Carmine Corp, which do have a booth right here in front of us. I think we're looking at it all day. Falcons, yeah, they're in the top 4 in Rocket League. If they get into the grand final today, they'll have to leapfrog AGAL going into the final week. So, like I said, a lot of motion all the way around. You're really out here representing for your org, not just your team in this moment. Like, your org is a big picture, which, in the terms of the big picture of esports, has to be a unique undertaking. Dupree, you've seen a lot of Counter-Strike, maybe video games as a whole.
Yeah, I have. I play a lot of video games myself, so it's cool to see that so many titles nowadays is represented at such a prestigious tournament. And
there's no cycling tournament, is there?
No, they will get one day.
Okay.
The fun
it's called the Tour de France. They do it right down the street. I know we're in Paris. We can't be too far from there, right?
That's true.
Can we just drop you off there one day, or?
That'd be great.
Unfortunately, I've never tried, to compete at a tournament where you also have something online for the organization. I think it brings in a little bit of extra because it is the organization that pays out the prize pool, so also pays out the salary. That
there
was a tongue twister for some reason.
There we go.
So, a lot of the line, it's a way of, giving back to your organization, and you also know that it can help develop it.
So I'm going to question you guys on this. We've seen quite a bit of Counter-Strike at this point, but which opening day upset has aged best now that we've seen these teams in full series?
Still, to me, the Vitality loss against B8 is the biggest surprise to the tournament for me. Team Spirit losing to GG How in the best of 1 at the time was a big surprise, but the way Spirit have played so far, even Donk saying yesterday that we didn't deserve to win, we didn't deserve to make the playoff. I think Spirit is fighting some inner demons at the moment. Whereas for Vitality, don't really know where to put them. B8 played well. They really did. They deserved that victory. And Vitality on home turf, well, a little bit more left to be decided in the playoff.
And it's only a very small margin of team that's actually taken Vitality down in the best of 3.
Yeah.
So I think that, the fact that B8 is going to be put in that pool of teams, that's incredible. And, but that's what it is for the best of ones, right? You can fumble, have a day off, but to have a day off in a whole series like Vitality had, that's a bit questionable.
I just love the way Apex took responsibility in the interview afterwards, saying that's on me. I made 0 good calls, I made a lot of mistakes. If anyone is to be blamed, it's me. And he was right. He did play awfully in that game. And I love the fact that you can take responsibility for that and then bounce back. And we'll see Apex play later on today, in a couple of moments actually. And I'm curious to see if he has something to say about that.
Well, I guess let me also ask the same question as we look over some of the recap from yesterday in our SDC Rewind. Which has mattered more so far? All right, and I do mean elite star power or 5-man systems and fluid effect.
It's always a combination, but for Spirit's sake, I'd say the elite star power, Donk going off on Mirage against Big on that 3rd deciding map, also helping on Dust 2. He kind of made sure they avoided disaster. It was a close game on Mirage up until the point where Spirit went over to the CT side and just took over the game. So, you know, normally I always side with the team aspect of things, but when it comes to team spirit, I'm just team dunk.
Yeah, for sure. And on the sad side, you know, Big doesn't really make players. And I think they showed a good enough level to actually make that advancement, right? But with the tough bracket, that just wasn't really the case. And now I just hope that Spirit with a couple of days off will get a bit of a chance to bounce back, you know, have some of those talks that maybe is needed for them to, you know, be performing better into the playoffs.
So, again, Dupree, the question, Elite Star Power 5-man system, what are you seeing more of here?
Oh, I think, honestly, the only team that has, you know, stood out with both things is actually, for my likings, is Falcons. I think they've had, like, the big mixture of things where both the team but also individual show-ups, where it's been a little bit more for the likes of, you know, Spirit, since they make players. I think it is stuff definitely Dunk that proved to be, you know, the factor here. And for Vitality, you know, I expected more team play-wise from them, but it's, you know, it's kind of been lacking on both ends from what I think when it comes to that team, you know. It's not really been the Saiwu show that we've seen, and Robs haven't really, you know, been the factor as well. So they seem to be lacking a little bit of both, but they have a chance of making up for this later.
Let's jump into this. Here's our story of the day. It's going to be brought to you by Crunchyroll, and what that means is grudge match time, boys.
Oh, there's plenty of
That's what it feels like, you know, especially in that lower bracket, especially between some of the teams that know each other in and out. The first one I want to point out is the Astralis game, taking on NIP for good reason. I think both teams right now are officially labeled as Danish, you know, as the majority of the players within both teams are Danish. Now, a Danish organization, or used to be a Danish powerhouse in Astralis, going up against NIP, who have brought a lot of the, I guess, failed Astralis players into their home, you know, and now they're trying to figure it out in Stau and Snappy, who were also at Astralis at a certain point. The one they never got was Shus, who were probably the one they should have gotten, you know, in a lot of different occasions. So I feel like if you're into Danish Counter-Strike or Scandinavian Counter-Strike, that matchup is interesting. And trust me, these players, Peter, they know each other well, and there's no other team they would rather beat in a game for the playoff.
Yeah, 100%. I think it would have been more fun if you go 2 years back. Let's say that this match could have happened like 2 years ago when the whole drama thing was still up on you know, on the high rise. You know, I do think that the players at this one have settled. I think things has calmed down a little, but it's always like this fight, you know, Astralis and NIP, also two organizations that go back in time with a lot of history and a lot of success. So regardless of that one, you know, it's gonna be an interesting one, and I think it's just very open. I kind of want to side with NIP, but, you know, a little bit of Astralis behind. I also think it's going to be interesting for their sides.
It's very interesting. Again, that's our last best of 3 here on the day for the A stream. Mouse, P Vision in the middle, Lin Vision, Vitality, as we've alluded to. And for now, our favorite part, where we tell you who's not here anymore, because the brackets will illuminate exactly who that is. There were some L's in the first rounds. There was a GG Howe that showed up to play against a Team Spirit in a best of 1. Again, first round, best of 1s. Everything thereafter, best of 3.
Yeah, you know, speaking of the teams we're not going to see anymore, Luminosity left a decent impression against Team Spirit, at least played very competitively on one map, which is, I guess, better than they've shown so far. And then M80 losing to Aurora, no big surprise. GG Howe, they won a best of 1, but apart from that, didn't get to show too much. And then, as Peter said, I think Big is the one that stands out here. I think they had the level to make the playoff. A little bit hard done by the fact they had to play Spirit in the lower bracket, but they have also been sent home.
That's what I thought. If we could have this Big Aurora game in that lower bracket qualifier for playoffs, I think that would have been a way more interesting matchup in terms of who's actually the better team moving forward, right? So, yeah, that's what it is for Big. Like, sometimes you just end up on the downside when some of the elite teams seems to be fumbling. So they did have a very tough bracket, and I feel like as the tournament has progressed, we've also come to the conclusion now that we're starting to sort out the teams that, you know, are not good enough. I feel like we've so far have seen the majority of the teams that are good enough to make playoffs also make the playoffs.
Fair enough. And for Group A, Gamer Legion G2, Spirit, and Aurora. Now, Aurora also the interesting case down there in the bottom. They did have to fight through that lower bracket. And, well, let's go ahead and switch that next group, huh, Jacob? What do you think?
Group B is...
No.
Group D?
Well,
wait, what?
If you ask for it, that's what we'll get.
We get Group D. There we go. Love to see it. Love to see. We also have had some eliminations in this group, naturally. Wildcard didn't leave too much of an impression, to be completely honest. The biggest surprise and the biggest disappointment to me is 3D Max, Peter. The fact that 3D Max on home turf is not able to do any better, you know, given the opposition they played. Yeah, it's okay to lose to Na'Vi, but losing 2-0 to Magic yesterday, getting eliminated before even standing a chance of making the playoff, was a little bit disappointing.
And that's why you can't really be sleeping on Magic. You know, it is one of those teams that doesn't get them a lot of attention, but seemingly have started to make their way into making, you know, tournaments where they can make an impression of themselves. And sure, there's definitely a case that 3D Max should have taken on and beat Magic, and then that means we would have had this 9 seed 3D Max for a qualification for playoffs. But just in hindsight, I mean, I have not
wouldn't change much.
No, but I haven't been impressed with 3D Max at all. Like, it's always this narrative that, hey, we're playing on home soil. This should give us like an edge and, you know, a little bit more to fight for. But the team is just not functioning right now. The changes haven't really done anything good for them, and they just can't find any stability whatsoever, and that's also why they're eliminated in my books.
Speaking of stability, Na'Vi and Fury are making it into the playoff without breaking too much of a sweat. I know,
True.
Na'Vi had a close game to some degree against the Mongols, and you could argue Fury as well up until the point of third map. Goes for both of them, actually, but they get the job done, Trace, and I like that. I like when teams are getting the job done.
Yeah, we like that too, Jacob. Let's go ahead and just switch on into that next bracket real quick, Mr. Production Man. Group B, it would be.
Yeah, and that's where the one team who's shown no weaknesses so far, Falcons, have just made it through. You'd argue that the opposition hasn't been too hard either. K27, well, that was a landslide. Should be a landslide. Same goes for Astralis. They did play a very close map on the second one, but apart from that, I'm impressed by Falcons.
Yeah, what's your idea with FaZe? You know, like, I think it's nice to see that they finally found a little bit of stability and a little bit of success moving forward. Now that they make like a clean path towards the playoffs, I think that's good. That the game against Legacy looked like they were in control throughout the majority of the match. So a good comfort zone, and yeah, I mean that's a move forward for them, and I'm actually excited to see what they can do once they make it to the playoffs.
FaZe looks significantly better than I think we could have hoped for at this current stage. They look solid, as you said as well, and I see them as depending on the bracket draw, you know, and who they face in that first round, I wouldn't be surprised if they can win a game in that playoff bracket as well. We saw it a little bit during the Blast Bounty, you know. They got to confirm here that they're still playing well, so I'm curious to see what they can do here.
For me, it's Nip and X-Kapersky. Basically, X-Kapersky. I mean, he put
Team
up...
X-Kapersky.
Yeah, that's essentially what I'm looking at for the majority of that time. I mean, he had one of the clearest individual takeover performances of the group so far. Look, we'll get into the last group that we've got right here, and I know it's a little close to your heart, Peter, so I'm going to let you take this one. I know B8 really kind of upset your friends over there at Vitality, and that was not expected.
Well, of course, they're my friends, right? But, you know, even if they're friends, they're...
Still lose.
Friends.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good one, right?
That's not bad.
Regardless of that, you know, it was very disappointing to see that Vitality couldn't make it count whenever they faced Bait. Gotta give it to Bait. You know, it is a team that has had a bit of a swing when they play their best. They can upset the best teams in the world, and they definitely showed that. And in their own wordings, they said they were looking really good coming into the tournament, so it's good to see that they continue to strive. But regardless of that, Vitality now have Lin Vision looking at them, and, you know, it should be a matchup that they should be taking quite confidently.
Just about to say, right, you have Vitality Lin Vision, you have Mouse P Vision, same group, arguably two teams that coming into the tournament were some of the favorites to win the trophy. Vitality for good reason, Mouse because they won a trophy a couple of weeks ago at the Blast Bounty tournament, beating Spirit in the best of 5 grand final. I mean, they'll make it, I'm sure, but there's no guarantees.
Look, to me, it's as simple as Vitality fighting through to prevent VA from from that upset becoming an early exit early on.
Yep.
You know, I mean, that will haunt you going forward. Lin Vision arrived with momentum because they did just beat Tyloo, so that has happened. They got their key crush yesterday. For Lin Vision, if there's a time, if there's a place, if there's a chance, it might be right now. But for the side of Vitality, just focusing in on some of the things that we've seen or lack thereof. I know there were a lot of question marks around what they provided when we first got here, and then with that loss, that didn't really help answer any of the questions. Now, did it?
It was a blunder in that game versus B8. I think Apex said it pretty well. He took responsibility, didn't call great. Yanko pulled up a round on Inferno. I think the scoreline was 10-9. Vitality walk into a pretty much free bomb site, and Apex decides for whatever reason to take a fight he never should have taken. Had he not done that, I think they would have won the game 2-0. We wouldn't be having this conversation. Vitality would be in the playoff. We would be like, yeah, they're still the favorites to win the trophy, right? And that's how quickly it goes in Counter-Strike. We're talking 1 or 2 rounds, and all of a sudden they lose grasp of the game. They moved into the third map on Dust 2, which to me is the biggest issue for Vitality. That used to be, in 2026, their strongest map. They almost were unbeatable on the map. They only lost it, was it 3 times throughout the entirety of the year in 26, and now, as of recently, they lost it 3 times in the span of a very short period. So, for Vitality and the map pool, it's becoming a question mark. Overpass going out as well. That used to be a stronghold. Train, they used to play that. That also went out of the map pool half a year ago. So I feel like they're getting challenged on a lot of different fronts right now, Peter.
Yeah, and that's the whole story for me as well, is that there is just like no excuse, but there's just so many holes right now. The map pool is a good angle, but I also just feel like Extas also said that in his interview, like the excuses is not supposed to be there, but they're just not hitting their shots, and they are hesitating too much, and they're not making like the right decisions when they needed to, and that's very odd looking at Vitality when you think of how good they were just like 3 months ago. Like this is the Vitality that all of a sudden actually bleeds, and right now it's about figuring out how to stop the bleeding.
Just to put it into context for people at home, this is based on the last 3 months, and naturally we had a break of a month, so it's not that big of a sample size. But if you're looking at Vitality's win rate on the maps right now, they're yet to play cash. We don't know whether or not that's going to be great. The Dust 2, they've lost 4 in a row. That's a 0% win rate. You're looking at Anubis as well. 3 losses in a row on Anubis, and they haven't played Ancient the last 3 months either, and that used to be the permaban for Vitality as well. So there's a big fat question mark when it comes to the map pool and where their strength lies right now, especially considering that cash now has entered the map pool.
Well, speaking of the map pool, this was a Vitality having lost to V8. Do you think that any of those any of those 2 losses right there expose enough for LinVision to grab on and say, hey, this might work against the Vitality today?
Absolutely not. Like, the issue there is that I don't see LinVision having the quality to punish the mistakes that Vitality may or may not do. I think B8 deserves a lot of credit because they were able to do it. They played a good game of Counter-Strike, but it requires a certain level and a certain amount of experience, dare I say it, in order to punish mistakes consistently, and I do not see LinVision doing that, Peter. You and I, we covered them in Austin when they were breaking through. Ever since, I've been keeping an eye on them. I like the guys. I think they're fun to speak to. They play a different branch of Counter-Strike, but my God, is it uninspiring to see the same mistakes being made over and over and over and over again.
Who inspires you, Jacob? Let's just get who inspires you?
Not LinVision. A guy called Tadej Pogacar, pretty cool, Slovenian cyclist.
Not
but
about
apart from
cycling
that,
this time.
No.
Yo, this is an English broadcast. Are you speaking Danish or what was
something
that?
like that? All I'm saying is we've seen LinVision make the same mistakes over and over and over and over at every single tournament they have, especially at international level. I don't see that changing today.
Well, how about this, Jacob? How about
what?
How about from the Vitality side, a guy that's in the saddle, that's actually steering this horse around? Let's talk about some of these mistakes. How does he control them? Dupree, you know this man probably better than Jacob, if I had to guess, at least.
I've had my fights with this guy. Apex is he's a phenomenal leader, both inside and outside the server. That's for sure, right? But it's also at a point, and been that ever since his career started. I think the Vitality, one of the hardest things that they can go up against is themselves, and he's the lead man when it comes to fighting themselves, because he's their in-game leader and he can get very frustrated, right? He's extremely frustrated with his own performance. That's going to take a toll on how he's going to be calling. But it's also just like if he can't feel his players, if his players not doing good enough, he's very good at addressing it. But sometimes it also, his emotion gets the worst of him, right? He starts making too many mistakes. He tries to do too many things individually, and it just hurts the team. And I actually thought that for the majority of when we talked about how good Vitality was, he just had everything under control, right? But that's also easier said than done when things is just working for you. Then it's easy to control your emotions, right? But once you're here and you're losing to bait that you're not supposed to be losing to, and right now the question mark is like, why are we not performing? What has happened to our team in the last 3 months? That's where I think the frustration sometimes comes into play with him. And it's to me, he is he's probably the second most important part of Vitality's success outside of that.
100%, and he is the leader of this team. I'm just not buying into the whole Vitality is in a crisis just yet. Now, if they lose to LinVision, sure, we can open that conversation. They lost an online game at the Major as well. Yes, they didn't win the Major, and surely that was disappointing, but it wasn't like they played piss-poor Counter-Strike. They lost to a Falcon who, played incredible well and did way better than anyone would have anticipated, So in that regard, I'm not buying into the whole notion that Vitality is struggling as much as we can portray. The fact that number 5 in VRS right now, well, that's because they're not really playing too many tournaments and didn't do well at the Cologne Major. VRS is very much, in the very moment ranking. So let's see at this tournament. Let's see when they beat LinVision, which they will. Let's see when we get into the playoff if we can start talking about a potential crisis being in Vitality. I'm just not buying into the fact that it's already here.
And there's a classic double down for you if you'd like it, Jake.
Sure.
Because I'm pretty sure last night when we were signing off this show, I think you said it's LinVision beat Vitality here. It wasn't just retirement. Oh, and it's shave his head. That was the other one. Yeah. So do you want to double down on that? Do you want to go back to the clip? Should we just face that now?
I'll happily double down. I don't see a world where LinVision is beating Vitality, and this is not to be disrespectful to LinVision. It's not to say that they cannot play Counter-Strike, but they can play Counter-Strike at the level required to beat Vitality. I've watched a lot of LinVision. I've covered them in a lot of different tournaments, and every single time I go in with, and I'm like, you have so much potential. You have individual players that are interested, but you make the same mistakes over and over and over. Whenever they have an advantage, Peter, they do everything in their power to throw it away. And if you do that against Vitality, you will get smacked.
That's the whole story with these teams that comes from this. They're from the Asian region, right? They don't get tested on their daily basis, right? Then how are they supposed to be improving, right? They only get a couple of chances once a couple of years to try and go out and play against the best teams. then you don't get punished enough for your mistakes, right? And if they can get away with things in their own region, that's if they kind of bring that, as an idea into the international games, and it's just not going to cut it.
It would be the biggest surprise of the year if they were to do it. Knockout Vitality in the best of 3 before the playoff at EWC. It will be the biggest surprise of the year.
Yeah, especially when you come back with a shaved head. So let's just go ahead and hear from Flames right now on the Vitality side.
Go for it. We got Vitality up on stage once more, where I want to start off, Flamesy, by just recapping the series versus Bait. Obviously, it was way more competitive than we thought, edging the way of Bait in that one. What were your takeaways from that series?
Well, we didn't play our game in that game at all because we were off individually, and that's something that can happen, and it did happen, and we won a lot of games like that. But we just didn't do anything that we've prepped on, and we took a step away from the game plan, stuff like that. It was a really bad game from us, probably the worst game we played together. So the takeaways was mostly like, guys, let's stick to what we know. Let's just play. Let's not try to overcomplicate or do not enough in case. Like, don't overplay and don't underplay in some sense. And let's come to today match with just confidence in our game and do what we know.
I just want to quickly recap Dust 2 because, it was once kind of tried and tested map for you. Now you're on a 4-map loss streak on there. Is there anything specific about Dust 2 that you feel like maybe teams have figured out about you? Maybe you've lost? What's the status?
I think the few games that we lost, we legit didn't play anything that we do in practice. In practice, we have a really good Dust 2 still. So I think it's weird because you had like a 36 win streak, and now we have another record actually. So the small positives. But we want to get back to our level on it, and I think we kind of have what it takes. But I think as well, obviously other teams have started playing a bit differently, and we've changed this. But some teams still play a bit different to other teams, and we haven't prepped. We haven't played that good in those maps. I think just because of that. I think the first 2 games we lost on Dust 2, we just played like shit, and the third and the fourth were Falcons and Bait. Falcons, I think it was such a close game, could have gone both ways, and Bait, they destroyed us, and I think we were not there yesterday at all, so that doesn't help. But I think people obviously pick it up more against us now, and that gives us an opportunity also because it's a map that we understand how to play on, but we need to punish them on it, and we haven't been doing that recently.
See that as a situation versus Lin Vision as well. Just looking at the history of Vitality versus Chinese teams, pretty much always goes in your favor. I believe you have to go back to 2019 to see the last time you lost to them. But I imagine there's a case of not underestimating them. So you've done your homework, I imagine. What have you noticed about Lin Vision?
Well, I think the Chinese teams in the past, they played crazy CS. Like they were individually, and they were very individual play. Like they won the headshots, they won those aim duels. And I feel like nowadays they're way more structured. They have way more plans and way more things set in stone in our agreements. Which in the past, when I played in OG, we played Chinese teams. We prepped for the day after because we knew it's gonna be a fucking hard game. And when you start prepping them nowadays, it's a bit more like they're playing CS that is more similar to what we play in day-to-day in Europe, in which in the past was fucking tough because you prep for a whole different game.
One final question. I do want to touch upon the roster situation. I'm not questioning the decision at all with bringing in the stand-in given the situation with Mezzi and Apex, but I do wonder from your perspective, you've only got, I believe, 3 events before the VRS cutoff with this full 5. Do you think that adds more pressure for you guys to be performing when you do have the full roster together?
It definitely I don't know if it's pressure that's necessarily added, because I think for me myself, I don't care if we start stage 2 or stage 3 or stage 1, because I know that I'm so comfortable once we get to the major with the full roster, it's gonna be fine. But it's definitely, there is a case here that we need to start, we need to do good in the tournaments that we're all playing together, the 5 of us, because if we get to the major and we're not good on the VRS points, it means we're also not good in the achievements wise. Like we're not hitting the semis, we're not hitting those playoffs that we need, and then the confidence is really down. So, I'm sure that if we do good here and we do good in the tournaments with Dan and Will, then when we get just like JL, it's gonna be a bit fun, but we're gonna be less stressed because we know how good we can perform with the team. But if we're not gonna do good with the 5-man roster, I think it's gonna be, it's gonna make all of us think too much maybe and go into it's gonna be tough, way tougher. So of course there is more significance to this tournament, especially in Paris, home soil for French that we do good, and also the rest of the season that we don't mess up in the tournaments, that we're full roster. But of course, this season is like a bit tough because the prep stops, then you do it with another player, the prep stops again, another player. One of them is your IGL, which is one of the biggest game changers. So of course we need to step up in those tournaments, and there is this pressure that, guys, we need to step up because we don't have many opportunities to make sure we go far.
Thank you so much, as always, for your honest insight, Flamesy. That is Vitality ready to take on Linvision as our first game today.
Thank you.
Vitality, Linvision, elimination, if you can believe it. This is a weird one in the road. If you look at the pedigree, the side that Vitality has to offer over here, this should be an interesting one regardless, considering stylistically, this could very well be a mismatch. I did hear a little bit snippet there, though. He said they really dropped the bomb on Dust 2. They dropped the ball on Dust 2. I feel like that could be a problem.
I mean, that's going to be the interesting part, right? Now Vitality had Dust 2 in the pocket for the better vast majority of a year, where they couldn't lose on the map, Peter. They've lost it 4 times in a row. It's going to be the first map in this series as well. It's going to be very telling to what kind of Vitality is coming out in this matchup. If they can go in, win Dust 2, and establish themselves on a map they've been struggling on, then I think that speaks volume for where this series is at.
I really feel like the first 6 rounds is almost going to matter more to Vitality than it does to Linvision, because Vitality needs to get away from the idea that last time was just a one-time off, right? We can do better. Like, the mental part of the game right now is very important for them. So if they get up to this start where Linvision gets the ball rolling, then Vitality can easily fall back into the same kind of vibe that they had against Beta, and that's not where they want to be going.
We know where Jacob's hat lies in this. Really quickly, Peter, who wins this game?
2-0 Vitality.
2-0, no fight, no contest, nothing, just as it lies.
They're too good in every single parameter, so I mean, like, that's what it is.
Yep, got to watch out for them parameters. Boys, let's get into the game. I've seen enough. Looking at Dust 2, Inferno, Anubis, Linvision, Vitality.
So Vitality on one side of the stage, then you got Linvision on the other. Somewhat of a David versus Goliath, and a whole lot of fans here for Vitality. Linvision a little far from home, and with a lot to do up against a rather intimidating name.
I think for them, getting to play Tai Lu in that lower bracket round 1, it's like, oh, well, we've traveled to the other side of the world to play against a domestic opponent, and then we win that game and we get Vitality. Thanks. I suppose you can thank Bait for that one. But we are going to get this one underway on Dust 2, map number 1 of the series. Vitality, the heavy favorites, the hometown heroes, and the crowd hoping that they can make it to the playoffs starting Wednesday next week. As mentioned, Dust 2, our opening map. This is a map once upon a time where Vitality would have a record along the lines of 51-5. Now they've lost the last 4 on the trot. They lost it every single time at the major. They lost it here at EWC against Bait. But I don't think they're going to lose it here today against Linvision unless the dynasty truly is crumbling.
Yeah, okay, interesting. So what was your winningest of all maps? Now a lost streak on it. People are picking it against them.
It's crazy to see Linvision of all teams opting for that. I thought they could have tried to push this into obscure points in the map pool, but they seem to think this is a weakness. When you take a look at the teams who have beaten Vitality on the streak, it's 9Z, 13-11. It's Mouse, 13-7. It's Falcons, 13-11. And then Bait, the one that just stands out like a sore thumb, 13-4.
Yeah.
Linvision, they want to add their name to that tally.
Don't think anyone saw that one coming. It was a huge 3-map affair versus Bait that sends Vitality to the lower bracket here at EWC. Of course, Vitality, one of those big organizations that are vying for that club championship as well, so expecting a good result here in Counter-Strike.
They didn't do well in Rocket League. That's going to cause some issues down the stretch.
Should we go some info here, Apex? He just spams away, couple out. Flamesy on car.
Yeah, it's all a bit of a fake, though, isn't it? The bombing up at tunnels. Pathing back now is Westmelon. Flash, swing, fight. And the fake should be found. That means on site right now. Needs something from Mezzy.
It's just Mezzy. Going to get surrounded here. Too many bodies. Starry's got the bomb now spotted. He's just trying to survive and overrun by Call Me Sue. 4-on-4 as that bomb gets planted by Starry. You got Zywoo quick on tons. They're very quick to this rotation.
Door smoke now.
Good patience on that. However, with Zywoo onto Starry, Westmelon's tracking Messi. Rops can tap 2 heads cleanly. And now you're looking for Zaka, who's disconnected, unable to stop that defuse. They're committing to it now, so 10 seconds until this round concludes, and Vitality start off with the pistol.
Yeah, that's just playing ahead there of the long utility, not respecting and not playing behind it. The flash forward, the info there, the frag comes in. And they know exactly what's up. The buy will follow. With the bomb going down, you'd expect Lin Vision to go in with a force. Gonna have eyes on Apex, obviously very critical of his own performance and calls against Bait. We'll see if today he can put a better foot forward, as we're still seeing if Vitality can recover from... Oh, okay. What was a shocking loss to Bait. Tag on the cross. Rops got down to half HP. And Zakarin with the scout. There's a couple of Galils. There's a couple of Tech 9s. Amelia has been the highest rated player for Lin Vision so far. But at the same time, it's a best of 1 and then a best of 3 against Tyler, which wasn't very competitive, surprisingly. No one vying for any mid information currently. Vitality just playing an anti-force setup. 2-3 split. Long control is theirs. Zywo drops off. Breaks his legs and the flash comes through.
Got that incendiary when he feels like the pressure is about to amplify, but they've been very, very restrained with their utility. Re-smoke long doors to lend a hand to Flamesy's responsibilities and will enable Zywo to focus on this with Apex. Dropping CT. A Tech 9 in CT, not the most threatening. Oh, actually, I say that. Zywo goes down. He was caught off guard by the pacing on that, and now Apex likely to get overrun. Nice double, finds the head of Starry. A necessary double kill out of Apex. Stops the threat of an immediate plant. Now Zaka finds himself with a scout Gandalf.
Yeah, time becoming a problem now, 25. They're going to want to get this loss bonus, so they need to take the fights.
Yeah, with Apex low, I think that's going to be Zaka's primary target. Ooh, does land a bullet onto Flamesy. So 3 members low, but no casualties. It's just that one from Westmelon's Tech 9.
Yeah, when he drops into spawn and it stays quiet, you're thinking, okay, are they turning this into a mid to B split? But just cutting noise. Westmelon comes through the smoke, able to find that first, but nothing follows. Good stuff from Apex, and we'll keep our eyes on him. 4-0 to start things off as an eco. Next for the Visionaries. And a reminder that we have the Mongols taking on Pain down the other end of the hall. Today, 6 games over 2 streams. And 6 more teams to be eliminated, 6 more teams to be locked in. We've already got 10 names. 8 group winners. And we're looking for 8 runner-ups to make the 16-team playoff bracket. That draw will be happening at the end of the day. The schedule, though, will be coming tomorrow. As Mezzi will find his first frag, opening kill onto Starry. And they should just be able to sweep this eco under the rug. Bit of a contrast really for Vitality, right, with that loss to Bait. Obviously a 3-map series, but when they took on 100 Thieves, it was dominant. It was a very dominant affair of 13-4 on Nuke. And the Bait result, you've got players like MPL and Sizzy. I think Sizzy's definitely one for the future, 16-year-old AWPer. Still, the result was the upset of the tournament. I guess people could try and argue the Spirit versus GG How, but that was a best of 1. Right? There's more volatility in that, whereas the best of 3, Bait showed class over 3 maps.
And the third map being Dust 2 and winning convincing. I think Vitality had 0 rounds in that second half.
And that's why everyone's screaming. They go, what's going on?
Yeah.
It's not the Vitality we know and love. So AWP for Zaka. The same not to be said for Zywo. What type of tone is going to be set? I tell a lie. Zywo does have his AWP. Three upper tunnels.
He goes looking for Rops, just hoping for an overextension.
They want to clamp down on mid with a fight here. Here's the break.
Ooh, didn't quite expose Amelia on that catwalk. However, rounding this corner will be, a very quick end. He gets info on Flamesy and Apex's position. Westmelon will mantle up and already has his bell rung by the M4. Coming in towards Robs. Perfect position, just catches. What? Stop! We're just going for a walk.
Those are freebies right there.
I don't know if there was any communication about where Robs has gotten that kill.
Back turn, working out of smoke, grey screen, the easiest kills of Robs' life. Is,
yeah.
with over just under.
I think Rops is the kind of player where he's like, I'd rather you were looking at me. You know, I'd rather you were...
I want a fair fight.
I want some honor in these engagements, because that was rather, lackadaisical.
Are they allowed to save? That becomes the question. Apex goes a-looking. He gets caught by Zaka. And 35 seconds on the clock. They're just going to sit back in T-spawn and hope they can hold on to the AWP and the AK. But this is a very, very rough start for Linvision. Dust 2, Inferno, Anubis. Moving cash from this one was Vitality. So they are going to have to play, as they did enjoy Overpass. But a very long, drawn-out save. They will be allowed the good graces to keep these guns. And we go again into the next with at least the loss bonus brimming. Amelia can get an AK out. Westmelon and Starry could be in with Galils. This is casual. I'm sure Vitality aren't taking it that way.
Yes.
I think the fact that you're in Paris, which is where the office is, and, well, you won that major here back in 2023. We consider the best team in the world for a very long time, and coming into the start of this season, there's a big debate, right? Was it a fluke from Falcons? Are we going to expect more? Vitality, are they really starting to slide away off the top spot? And Spirit, well, they were on the comeback trail. There's a lot of conversations with the three big names at the moment. Falcons have shown the best form so far at EWC.
Yeah, no doubt about that. So you see wobbles from Vitality, wobbles from Spirit. Is competitive Counter-Strike. As this season unfolds, we're going to see just how open of a playing field is it.
Yeah, the status quo could be shifting. I think I would have preferred the full buy shove from Linvision this behind the saves, because there was no loss bonus given to the two players who saved. So unless they can get the plant here, next round is going to be more of the same.
Okay. Zaka again, hoping for this jump spot early from Rops. He's tried and started every round so far on top of these bricks. He's very confident in this position to stop any of these contact walks out. Westmoreland's going to try it. And Rops, oh, casual. Catches Sue on the trade attempt. And Zaka will turn tail and get away with that AWP. But already the round feels flat. Already your opening gambit was to try and catch Rops off guard.
Oof. This is 3 kills in 5 rounds, assuming no more are added to the tally in this one, which still can change, but...
So what are you going to do with your off day, Chad? Are you going to go see Paris?
I don't know what the team's going to do with their off day. It's going to be the practice, isn't it? But
I want to see Eiffel Tower for sure, Arc de Triomphe. What are the Louvre? From like, I think I saw that in Mr. Bean once.
Uh-huh.
We are going to get some action on long.
Hey, that's a bit rough from Flamesy. The nade. A little bit shy. Just hits the corner there from Apex. The second one hits the mark. Block smoke, 30 seconds.
Nice bit of gymnastics, like Cirque du Soleil. And actually tagged him. And he's lost the AWP. Starry AK in the 1v4. Walking on him. Apex wants to find this, and oh, he hits the headshot. Denies Starry anything. No plant, as you discussed, Chad, about the financial ramifications of their kind of partial.
If this is how the game continues, I'm not sure how we frame this one. I think this is Vitality handing out a hiding as the crowd builds on a Sunday. We're on one of the side stages here until we move to the focal point next week, but oof, this is a very, very rough start. At least I'm not just trying to walk into B. Default spread.
Something that's making me laugh is just the fact that this round, when Zaka doesn't take the AWP towards Tons for that early surge, Rops has been jiggling actively. It's like, this is what he was hoping for.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that buy as well, right? You've got Emilio has an AK, but no head armor. Zaka glass cannon with the AWP, so it's a buy, sure, but there's areas where it's less than ideal.
Okay, they're going through this. Starry, whoa, sat down by Zywoo. Good tracking on the swing. And Robs will get that info regardless. Zaka unable to connect the shot onto the B anchor. Flamesy spotted by Amelia retreating from the long door side.
Oh, I'm not quite sure what to say about this map so far. There's another smoke on B. It's been dropped now with the 45-second mark. That'll take us to about 25. They're dawdling around. There's no reason for Vitality to go aggressive with the man advantage. I don't think they're concerned about anything right now. Posted back up on the line is Zaiwu again for another test.
We have a flash. Nice shot, finds Flamesy and Zaiwu. It doesn't get easier than that. A nice dry swing into the AWP that was able to find Starry.
15 seconds in the round.
Yes, indeed, Jet. Yes, indeed. Through the flames, the flashes. Wrapping in, headshot. 7 seconds. No time to plant.
Oh, okay. I'm not usually lost for words. I'd be lying if I said the expectation coming in today wasn't a quick game.
Yeah.
But
it's the manner in which these opening 6 have felt as though it was, you know, impossible.
Yeah, there is levels to this, but oh.
It was the 2 players walking out the B-ton smoke, not looking at Robs, that... Oh, Amelia's had a haircut handed to him by Zaiwu. Is he going to do it again?
I think so. Guys, what is going on?
He's still there, yeah.
I think it's more what isn't going on. There you go. A kill from Zaka.
Good nade, though. Really good nade. And I tell you what, the 5.7 might be the best pistol for this. He's still got 12 bullets ready to finish the job. Does find Sue. Zaka's AWP finds the Woo. They're not playing scared, are they?
No, I just
at all.
Trying to work out how nasty they'd want to be in this situation because they haven't boxed.
Oh, you could, what, you let him like rot the clock to 25? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's quite generous of him.
Fortunately, Zaka took the fight. Oh, okay.
It's quite a short list of teams, I imagine, that have picked us 2 against Vitality.
I'm having a tough time with this one. Okay. Again, in case you are just joining us,
yeah,
this is LinVision's pick.
Yeah.
Vitality are on a 4-map losing streak on Dust 2, but still, I'm very surprised to see this as the choice today. Into lower tunnels is Mezzy. Support from Apex. An aid comes in, and the opening kill for Merriman. Flashed in for more. He's got him on a silver platter.
Ooh, nearly had the second there. 12 HP on Sue. A bullet shy for Mezzy.
Well, you know that's one of the B defenders. So do you want to try and head into Rops' territory? Currently 7-0, Mr. Cool.
Yeah, and with the T-Smoke facilitating the cross, I was able to lend a hand as well. Well, that's crazy, isn't it?
I feel we should just start watching Zaiwu's POV without X-Ray, just to see, like, look at this. Okay, come on in, boys.
And another.
This is the most casual game of Counter-Strike I've ever seen.
It does feel casual, doesn't it?
This is like a stroll in the park.
Yeah, the birds are singing. The daisies are in bloom. I don't know if they bloom, but I'm pretty sure they do.
Are we saving again, gentlemen's? You got the bomb down on the pistol. That's about it. There's not even been a moment of excitement in this game so far since then.
How's the opening kill department looking?
Well, they got one.
Okay.
That was from Westmelon.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Did the Tech 9.
Exactly. And then they didn't get a single other kill within that round. Inferno up next.
They need to die, right?
Well, yeah.
Or win the round. Oh, Flamesy's booked him, hasn't he? Catches you clearing goose. He's just okay. I think casual's one of the words. Leisurely. And that's going to be the second time out called by Linvision, understandably feeling like it's now or never. We have got to wake up. You picked this for a reason. Perhaps you thought that loss against Bait or these last, you said 4 loss?
Yeah.
4 Dust 2s in a row?
Lost it 3 times at Cologne, 1 time here at EWC.
So that was enough for Linvision to feel like, okay, we've got a bit of... And I think they played Maus in their best of 1. Dust 2, it was a 13-8 loss for Linvision.
I think the conversation starts becoming, okay, what can Linvision pick against Vitality?
Yeah, what is there? Fair enough.
And that's
fair
probably
enough.
where the conversation starts and stops, but it's still a crazy gambit to pick into that considering their record on this map, which is currently 51-9. It's not as good as it once was.
Yeah.
I would like to just see Linvision taking some spawns and trying to get in some fights because, I don't know what they're doing. Here we go. We're going out long. Well, there's some drums. At least we've got some energy now. Out long. Apex with the opener. Starry on the trade. Here we go. A little bit of rhythm. A little bit of rhyme.
That's a chance, but got caught running. Zywa should be dead behind the car. 1 bullet through would do it. 2 of them low. Sure, that man advantage for Vitality, but for how long? Sue's got the car molly. That should be the end of the woo. He hasn't got any extinguish, but they've thrown it early. Hey.
You can hear that. There's some dancing going on. Like literally some dancing going on. Zywu. Orb kill. Who would have thunk it? Sue down. 2v4. 1v4. Zero v4 as 9-0. The score reads. I'm sorry. I don't know what to say.
That was better. That was brilliant. I loved it.
This is
0 versus 4.
The Brazilians are the ones doing the dancing. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Producer.
Yeah, okay.
That's the most exciting thing that's happened this map.
The front of the pack was like a full carnival costume.
Yeah.
We brought some energy to start us off here.
All right, here we go. We're going towards B this time. We tried long. Now we go B.
I really liked your casting style. I want to try and emulate it. So I was at Aggie. Oh, of course he is in the perfect place to disrupt this. Oh, never mind. Okay, has to respect the second smoke. Oh, he'll break it open and spot nothing. Oh, I do like X-ray off. This actually makes it more exciting.
It does make it more exciting. We get the mystery of all of this as well.
Actually, oh my god, yeah, no. I know maybe the viewers don't love it, but just for 1 round.
It's a meant to be split, everybody.
Here we go. 5 versus 5. I really want to do it. Vezio finds the opening, and there's Robs onto Sue. The secondary ult reveals itself. Easy pickings. Zaka walking to his demise.
Vitality are back, guys.
Confirmed.
They're back.
Confirmed. And we're actually having a party.
The Celebrate Vitality returning to their absolute best form.
It was a very short break.
I don't know whether to feel good or bad for the Vitality fans in the building right now. It's like, well, you want to see them win, but like this?
As far as entertainment value goes.
I don't know what we're watching.
This is Amelia. That was Amelia.
10-0 for our audio-only listeners.
You wait till Inferno, Chad, okay?
I'm waiting.
This is just Dust 2. This is a Dust 2 exclusive.
We're going to be there very quickly.
This is going to be one of those stories that's, it's got multiple chapters.
Oh, this is the Roper Dome.
Yeah.
Of course.
Okay, you're
They're
getting
taking shots to the jaw, the belly, the kidneys.
Yeah.
They're up against the ropes.
And then, as they get a little too cocky, they wind back a little too much. Then Vision win Inferno.
An opening kill.
Hold on. No Apex. Full long space, taking the opportunity. Look at Vitality's reaction. I'm just curious, looking at that minimap, sweeping through, pushing mid, clearing tunnels. They're about to confirm and lock the door. You are committed to long as a squad. You have that advantage, but can you leverage it?
Zaka and Pitt, that's a good start, right? The Orb able to take these longer sight lines. That means they should be able to scale up. They got plenty of smokes, and they got plenty of time. As the rotation jaunts on over now, they cleared out. They know what this is going to be. They have a lot of util on the CT side as well to block this, disrupt this, or stop this play. Here come Lin Vision.
Yeah, let's see Vitality's protocols for this kind of maneuver. The all-in long. Rob seeks the flash, but support from Flames. He takes an equalizing frag onto Starry. ZywOo drops a smoke to ensure safety on the default box and will peek on out. Emerges, finds Emilia. Missed shot this time. Mezzi's onto Westmelon, found the head on the cross ramp. Now Xu, a late arrival, got to do it all, and the angle from Flames overlooked completely. That's the first time we've seen Zaka find something on this long side. We've got a flash from Rops and then fight. Clean as you like, clean as a whistle.
Anyway, the Mongols versus Pain on that secondary stream. Nuke, Inferno, and Mirage, if you want to put that one on simultaneously with ours. I think we might be done a whole lot quicker than they are. Coming up later today, Mouse versus P-Vision. Magic versus 9Z, Legacy versus MIBR, and Astralis versus NIP to round out your day, to round out the group stage, and to set ourselves up for a 16-team playoff bracket. Final round of the half. Can they keep it spotless? Apex charging straight up middle, and he's got the opener onto Westmelon. Doubles up, can't make it the triple, but it doesn't matter. Mezzi sits down Amelia. Zaka should have a kill, and does. So, we have a 2v3 situation with a minute 30 on the clock. And a nade right down the gullet. Unlucky Zaka.
This is what the rounds felt like when I played Fnatic at iSeries. This is exactly how the rounds felt. Nothing to do.
For us either, really.
Yeah. I'll try and do some minimal casting. Hey.
Open for business. It's too many words.
No, that was way too much.
Wide open would have been better?
Yes, that's good.
Flamesy.
Flank. Not looking. Zaka.
Planting.
Planted.
Mollying.
Blind. Dead.
Round.
12.
All right. The desk are back.
Probably didn't have time for lunch.
No. All right, Vitality, do it to them. They deserve it, actually, for picking Dust 2 and offering us that as viewers. They actually deserve that. So let's go. Let's do it. Let's not let it slip. Do it for the fans. They've just added a stack more chairs.
Yeah, they are adding more chairs.
They are literally adding more chairs as we go.
This is the first time someone picked Dust 2 against Vitality in a best of 3 since IEM Krakow.
Okay.
BCG lost 8-13.
Oh, that was a hype game in the first half, at least.
It was, yeah.
The first half of that game, it was hype. The second half, not so much. Just like this game. The first half was hype. 12-0. The second half, let's find out.
Let's find out, shall we?
All right. That's my Matthew McConaughey impression.
Wow. It's my Owen Wilson. Will they complete it, ladies and gentlemen? I'm sure the crowd's going to go absolutely wild.
Or mild.
Or slightly wild.
Sue, into lower tunnels.
Come on, lad. Flamesy loses his head. For Lin Vision. Oh, nice quick flick into Robs. We're cooking now.
3v5 goes 3v4.
Apex got a lot to do. Peeks into Westmelon. Here we go.
They're going to do it. They're going to get on the board. They're going to give us one round. Bomb picked up by ZywOo. ZywOo and Mezzi in combination to try and pull this one back into contention. Have to deal with Amelia on B.
If you're Amelia, all you need to do is not lose your head to the first bullet of ZywOo's P250. Door smoke from Mezzi. They'll be behind that. Oh, he's flubbed that completely. Never mind. Door's not smoked, and he's lost it out his head. That's a quick flick from ZywOo. He could finish this. He's looking locked in. X has his 2. He wants that 13-0. ZywOo's going to take it by 4. He can see. Who doesn't nail the timing? Oh, he can do it. Just one bullet shy. He made it. He gave it a really good go, though.
Even the analysts were getting excited about that one.
That's all Mezzi's fault. Don't worry.
Yeah, if he had just landed that smoke.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, the 13-0 tonight.
That's what the headline will read.
didn't know Zyro was so good on the PC50, did you?
No.
Never quite seen it before.
Never seen it before. So good he could probably kill 6 people. Yeah.
All right, Flamesy, he's been given an AK-47, and he needs to find the opening incision.
Okay. Zaka going down makes life really miserable for Su. Especially with that late, long arrival. He's committed to this ramp position, so he's got to time this perfectly and find precision. Transfer not there. Double is. Zywo puts him down. He got a 2-on-2 here. Oh, he's going around the world. Okay, so last seen long, and they're not going to be anticipating a flank. This is cheeky from Zywo. Info. Oh, it's brutal. Objective Robs is live. Survive. Zywo's on his way. Linvision quick about this, though, so it might force Flamesy's hand, and in fact, Amelia's taking him down. It gets a bit awkward for Zywo. Nails the headshot. Amelia left in it. A 13-1 to be booked in. Awkward plant for this one. Amelia not sticking it, waiting for this headshot, and provides it.
I think they force again. One player staying alive. Defuse will come through. 12-2. Oh, he's hitting everything that moves right now.
Good pace on the retake from Linvision. It did limit Zywo's options.
Rob's unable to get anything done there from Goose. But yeah, they could definitely justify another force Vitality just because they've been ragdolling them. But it looks like they're going to take the conservative approach. I guess they don't want to allow this to get out of control. Zywo with the scout. Let's see if he hits them on the cross. Yep. Amelia tagged. Going out long is Flames.
Not scared of anything. Straight to pit. Oh, you have no idea.
They have to acknowledge the possibility, surely.
Doesn't look like Su's considered it. He was quick enough. Look at this. Oh, a clean headshot. Just has his head popped. Now onto Westmelon. Team distracted. Zaka trapped on car. They don't have util to force him out, but there is a body on the way towards shore. It's Apex's Deagle that will catch him exposed. And ooh, that's again this 1-2. Attention drawn by a bullet, looking the wrong way, and you could say the same for Starry.
Put a ball on it.
Dust2 done. Linvision have learned their lesson.
Yeah, you're going to pick this into Vitality regardless of that 4-map loss streak. This is one of the absolute best teams in the world. And those scorelines, those teams they were playing, whole different kettle of fish. As Amelia, you have to give this one a go, lad. It's the last round. Heads on over, AWP rings out, and that'll be that. Rops confirms it 13-2. Vitality, 1 map to the good, 1 map away from the playoffs here at EWC.
Yeah, easy as you like it. Linvision Vitality, well, so far leaving a little bit to be desired. If you love great Counter-Strike or very competitive Counter-Strike, Linvision not really bringing that to the table in the first map of Dust 2. Esports World Cup, Elimination Day. A lot going up the line here, gentlemen. Dupree, Pimp, Dupree, you look like you got a cheeky smirk on your face, like a I told her so.
I don't even know what to say at this point. Did Linvision get anything done in this specific map? It didn't feel like they won the pistol, right? That was probably the most impressive part, and they even almost lost that one to a side clutch, right? It's just a big display of how big of a skill gap there is between these two teams, and that's not only when it comes to team play, but definitely also when it comes to individuals. And the amount of times that Linvision was just caught off guard or like shot in the side or didn't have the right rotation, I could keep going. There were so many things that didn't win the way of Linvision because Vitality were just better in so many ways.
Not often I do this, but I think we almost owe it to the viewer not analyzing this game, you know, not trying to sound like we're the smart guys and we saw something you didn't, and here's what happened, and here's what not happened, and here's what Linvision should have done. Let's just be freaking honest, you know. This was a game where there was nothing Linvision could have done in order to make it even remotely competitive. We're looking at two teams who are operating at different levels, who are playing different games, who are not to be compared in any way of any imagination. I almost feel like if I were to try to bullshit my way into saying that, yeah, maybe if they would have done this, or if they would have prepared a little bit differently, then the output could have been closer. But you saw what I saw. Everyone at home saw what I saw. We just saw Vitality play, you know, as they're supposed to play, and a Linvision who, as I said, coming into this game, is the worst team still to be left in the tournament, at least for another hour.
But what's even funny is, like, when the game ended, both teams started laughing. Like, I think Vitality was thinking, how is this so easy? Like, how did this game end so fast? And hopefully also on the side of Linvision, they're thinking, well, it's probably better just get this one over with, right?
Yeah. That's just the notion of the game, you know. Well done to Cyber Flamesy. You could see them having a field day, playing a bit of deathmatch, you know, farming a bit of that confidence. And if you were to distract anything analytical from this game, it is a confidence booster for Vitality, right? The easier they can win this game, the more some of those individuals can farm a bit of confidence, the better it's going to feel heading into the playoff. But in terms of building any sort of storyline right here, it was a game of Counter-Strike with one team on the server and one team who's about to pack their bags and go home.
Let's just pretend that Dust 2 never happened, which is kind of the idea that you want to go with. We can almost pretend Inferno isn't going to happen. Or Jacob, I know you're known as an optimist in the community, or we could say Lin Vision are in the server to play today on Inferno. But how, why, when?
You could say that.
You could.
But I would say, why do you think that?
Well, I mean, because they have to play it. Eventually, they have to play it. By the way, load round 4 real quick. We do have some glimpse of chance here, I suppose.
I think round 4 is just one of those examples of what didn't really go the way of Lin Vision. And this is the first buy round they put up. You know, it just doesn't make sense to me. Like the first kill on the Emilion show, like it's just a poor clear with ultimate Molotov. But then turning their attention to be like, what is this? Like I really hope that the Lin Vision players expect the smoke to have been different, because Komisu just walks out and then Starry does the exact same thing. Like literally 2 seconds later, he walks out with his back turned to the guy that just killed his teammate. And as I said, I think it's because they expect the smoke to be like the lurks where you can actually edge out on both sides. But I mean, like, this really paints a picture of a team that is not playing well.
Unlucky.
Yeah. That's not unlucky. That's just bad. Let's be honest.
Unlucky. Unlucky round, unlucky scenario. You know, in another world, another day, Peter, in another round, would have worked. You know.
But
this guy, I'm sure you guys know who he is. His name's Jacob Pimp Vinicky. Jacob, I would love to help us.
Yeah.
See any sort of glaring potential here going into Inferno.
Listen, if anything, we can zoom out and we can maybe talk Lin Vision as a whole, as a team, you know.
Sure, go ahead. Let's hear what you got.
No, but a bit of the history, right? In Austin, at the Major, they broke through. We were interested by the way they were playing Counter-Strike. It's just the fact that they failed to develop from that point onwards, right? They haven't done anything new. Roster changes on the horizon. I'm sure there is, you know, but I would love them to try to do something to get back at the level that we've seen before. Part of why I'm so disappointed in Lin Vision is that I've seen them play much, much better, Peter. I've seen a team do better. I've seen a team who at times were competitive against not the likes of Vitality, but smaller European teams where they could go toe-to-toe, but I'm not seeing that Lin Vision anymore. I'm seeing a team that is getting worse and worse and worse, and to me, I'm like, if I get worse and worse and worse every day, at least I try to do something to change that and change the outcome of that. And that's where my frustration lays right now. I don't feel Lin Vision from tournament to tournament, whenever I cover them. I don't see anything changing. I don't see a different approach. If anything, it just gets worse and worse and worse. To me, that's slightly disappointing.
It is, and it brings me back to the thing that I thought of saying in the pregame to this one. You know, it is just tough when they play in the Asian region, right? You know, the competition is just not there. You know, we saw how they dealt with Tyloo yesterday, and also the prior matchup when they faced Tyloo, they also smacked them. You know, so they can play up to their own region, and they can do fine there. But once you turn your attention to Europe, where the competition is just so much better, it just kind of falls apart.
Let me pause you guys right there, because if you're running it back to Austin, I'm pretty sure Lin Vision beat the Falcons there, right?
They did. But the thing about that one is that at majors, there's just a little bit more on the line, right? You know, on the bigger teams like for Falcons or Vitality, sure, there's also a lot on the stake here for Vitality, but the major, I think they also just hit a stride where momentum was hitting them. They were overperforming to a certain degree, that they were like playing at a higher level, and they kind of rode that wave for like quite a while, and then now they can't really find their way back. They can't really find the groove, and you know, at this point, you know, I was very surprised they didn't try to make any roster changes coming out for the major in Cologne as well, where they also had a pretty poor result. Whether they tried or not, whether they just couldn't get the pieces that they wanted, I'm not sure. I'm not actually aware of that. But still, as you said, Jacob, it's kind of weird that, you know, they haven't really tried anything else.
You guys, I think we've hit this nail right on the head a couple times here. Not a whole lot to really walk away from Dust 2 with. Inferno, we're going to have to see where this one goes. Right now, Vitality very clearly in the driver's seat of this vehicle, and us are going to be driving into a break. So we can't get this next map started. Inferno, we might need Anubis. Jacob seems to think not. At this point, I'll be low-key. I agree. It's not looking too hot out there for Lin Vision. But you are watching the Esports World Cup Club Championships in 2026, and we'll be right back after this.
play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Furia dodges the op shot, gains the information of player positioning. And Mongols are reset now.
VSM making his way up towards heaven, shifting around over to that Mustang corner. Maybe he might have something a little later to do, but for the meantime, Mongols have made their way progressively more and more outside. Blitz jiggling around, thinking about it. bigozera should spot something here.
He's calling it.
He is, and it's a great call too. Finds one off towards Techno, reposition, swings wide, does some good damage, can't net the kill, but maybe enough. 910 spots out the foot of VSM as he shifts over. He gets cleared by none other than Blitz. Snow and Imperia finds themselves some kills as it starts trading out, and Pain aren't out yet. They find another round on the board, but it has to be perfection from here on out just for overtime.
4 rounds, plenty of time for Mongols to play around to make sure they're able to secure this first map. As bites do eventually come through. Techno. Full util, only a Glock. The woes of being a support player. Molotov into Squeaky. Stops Mongols for a moment. Snow drops down. He's not even able to find one. Instead, it's bigozera and Mariah. Very nicely done all around, and now it's just 9-10. Imperia, bigozera, VSM, all very, very good to stop that flow very early on.
That Mongols money. They're going to have to take this one on the chin. No bomb plant. Just completely push them down. It's a great play, like you said, from bigozera and Imperia right there. That spray down was fantastical. At range, gets them through the smoke there. Double headshot. Makes everything just look far too easy. Mongols going to be swinging into this one. Deagles and Glocks with a single flash, and it's going to go straight to ramp initially before safe. Oh, Blitz. Casual stroll? Walking?
He just didn't expect himself to get stuck in the fire. Goes to push through, but the rest of his team evades. Reposition, go outside. Realistically, if you're the Mongols, I mean, most you're expecting out of this round is a bomb plant. You could be quite happy with that.
(910) hits the shot.
I think so.
Something in me is just afraid for bigozera.
I have to worry about VSM instead.
Oh,
nope, yeah, bigozera is actually more than comfortable to take that gunfight.
My bad, just get 20 then.
Nade goes out. Dickerak not affected.
As they spot each other and run away, VSM chimes for one of his own. bigozera. 21 for him now. 2 flat KD and Techno. Quince quietly drops, but he drops nonetheless. Imperia finds that one, and it is nearly a flawless round. 5 alive, though, for Pain. But again, 2 more in a row they need just for that overtime to start up. Mongols, it's kind of now or never. Pain is starting to speed things up, and it's not feeling as comfortable for this T side if you're a Mongols.
No, it's definitely not. Things can slip away at any moment. Not quite all or nothing in this round, but if not converted, gonna be difficult in the next. Mirio wants to get so aggressive. That's exactly what happens. Lobby crunch from elsewhere. Techno about face to readjust. And VSM, with his teammate falling, will decide to turtle back. Chance to breathe for a moment.
Mongols taking the pain route here. Start walking up slowly. Map control next to none, but Blitz makes sure they can always find something going, as he has been the consistency of this roster on map 1. Snow, he's gonna have to at least find a tradable kill, and he does. He finds one in that kind of outside lurk of Darkmeister.
Bomb's dropping around.
Comes to a close. 3 and 3. 40 seconds left. That bomb, again, going outside, maybe it goes and wraps towards A, but I think it's a secret play. And they got to speed this up. Time is not their friend right now.
There's still something to work with. It's not able to spawn anyone. He's backed up by 9-10. They make their way down secret. 20 seconds left.
Oh,
VSM. Be loud at some point. A VSM standing on top of the silo. It's going to come down to very last second. How fast can you react? VSM up top, and VSM plays spoiler, and that's exactly what he tries to do, but he misses the spray! 9-10, able to come around from the back. An absolute blunder. And now elsewhere, at least it's traded back to an even 2-on-2. Safe, pulls the AK out. As he drops down, he's being loud about it. 9-10 from behind, and it leaves it all down to the young prodigy. Snow experience beyond his years, but a clutch may be insurmountable. Walks his way in, being quiet about it. Does have the kit, a little bit more time to work with. And it's gonna come down to a ninja defuse. He's gonna try to stick it, but 9-10 more than ready to deal with that. Mongols do find themselves up a map against their opponent's map pick as we head forward to the next.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're back for Vitality Lin Vision. Losers key crushed here at EWC. And winner off to the playoffs. It is that cut and dry. It is that last day before we move into that round of 16 after a couple of days off. And Dust2 has left Chad and I scratching our heads. It was basically a 30-minute map.
Yeah, it was pretty quick. I think that there's a couple of things that need to be discussed with that one. First and foremost, the Dust2 choice. It's not the first time that Lin Vision have done this against Vitality. Go back to Chengdu 9 months ago. They did the same thing there, and they also lost the first half on their T side 12-0. So second time you've had a 12-0 half in losing fashion against Vitality. It makes sense. It's tough to pick a map against these boys, but the Chengdu version and the Vitality version of today are slightly different. We're looking to see if they can kick back into form. A loss to Bait has put some real questions around their EWC campaign. But it's not just about the map choice. It's not just saying, oh, Vitality, one of the absolute best teams in the world, dominated LinVision. Yeah, of course. But it's more in the fashion in which LinVision played.
Yeah.
Right? They were walking through smokes, looking into walls. They didn't really feel like they had any pep in their step. They weren't using their long spawns. It just really felt like an odd choice considering their approach to the game. We turn to Inferno now. This is going to be the choice of Vitality. And I don't expect the game to be as one-sided as what we just saw unfold. I want to see LinVision operating just a little bit more team-based, if anything, right? Maybe with a little bit more aggression, because when this team came onto our screen, some of the exciting parts was Amelia standing on tables, them getting in your face, playing Anubis, going aggressive, having some nice set pieces. Dust 2 didn't have any of that. And again, we are reminding ourselves that there is a real contrast between the level of these two teams, but
absolutely,
just the type of Counter-Strike LinVision play that I'm having a very, very tough time being able to piece and understanding together.
We've seen many affairs in Counter-Strike where the underdog packs a punch. You know, they've got some gimmicks, they've got their own flavor, and they can push world-class teams to the distance. Quite the opposite in map 1. Let's see if Inferno has a different flavor. It's a T-start for Vitality, and Apex has got a full belt of util. They're sending ZywOo forward. We are seeing aggressions immediately from Amelia. Flashed in by Zaka. ZywOo trying to take B-site away from them, and he's actually won the round with 2 kills. Incredible.
There's another smoke and another molly. They're going to give this one a go. They need to. I like the fact that they're playing on the front foot, LinVision. They've rotated in quickly. They're not worrying about lurks. Everybody's rotated over.
Yeah, ZywOo, however, being in this borrowed corner. Zaka could easily overlook this. ZywOo manages the angle, doesn't track the head, so Zaka's provided, removed the woo, block smoke from Apex, the last piece of utility, and he's holding onto it for as long as he can. Elects to throw at CT, that's going to channel them into him on Ruins, and he nearly lost his life there. Does hit the goosh. Zaka's low, Mezzy through the smoke, and Apex just left.
They know he's through, they blocked each other. Right? No? They don't know?
No, hold on, he's timing this. Waiting for that 10-second defuse to be nearly done, and then runs off through the smoke and denies! It's actually round winning! That's a stylish clutch from Mr. Merriman!
Starry will survive. But that's another pistol round on the tally there. ZywOo is looking extremely sharp today. Again, the contrast of opponent, but you go back to Dust 2, we had X-Ray off for a lot of his fights. He just knew exactly what was going on. Ended that map 18-8, almost clutched out on the pistol round with the P250. But everybody was dominating with how easy that first map was. So force buy back from LinVision. Going to start 3 over towards B. Got Zaka and Amelia to lock down A. ZywOo straight out towards Logs. R4 smoke immediately. Dropped in, and look at the HEs. You can see on the X-ray there's a bunch of them over towards B, so they're going to want to catch a timing on the scaling up banana if they can. And like statues, Vitality are waiting for any aggressions. Middle, second mid, boiler, halls, you name it. They will be able to get his banana control. Oh, Flamesy. He's got a different plan. So exchange your util. The deep molly, now a nade, and probably a flash to follow.
Yeah, ZywOo's got it for him. Just off the wall, molly towards sandbags, up close, not cleared. Westmelon finds him. And he's going to be able to profit off of the flashbang from Starry, so great output from their captain. A jumping Mac 10 sees enough. He's even noted that Rops is still present in the apartment. So in a 4 versus 2, you've already got the info.
You got the bomb and banana as well, but they're letting them pick it up. Just a little bit of pressure there. Has forced the rotation to Starry. Mezzy is going to over and pick the bomb up. Can Rops shave one off?
Oh, Zaka might catch the perfect timing here as Rops rounds the corner. Nothing. Fades into obscurity. Now audible on the retreat, and it's not ideal for a 5-7. They did hit the dink. He needs to live. It's not easy when Amelia's hitting shots like that. Burst to the face, just Mezzy. Second round conversion's huge for LinVision. In the absence of a pistol, this one's even better. Finding one, tracks Zaka on that flank. He's going to give it everything it's worth, but he just doesn't have the time for anything other than a plant in that smoke. He's got maybe one chance to fake and try and isolate, but no, just gets run down. Westmelon leaves with 3 kills, high impact in denial of B, and it's a massive round. Not only do you lose out on that pistol to an unfortunate Mezzy overlook, you walk past him in the smoke and he denied. on the defuse, but you've managed to wrestle back for control immediately.
Yeah, this was very well done from Westmelon because this exchange of util and banana, right? You see it chopping and changing for the two of them with the util set. So Westmelon putting in a shift and putting them in a strong position right now to break Vitality's money. They'll force buy back. It's Tech9 heavy, a Deagle, and a P250 to complement that, and very, very light on with the util. So Linvision putting a different foot forward on Inferno. This is already positive. This is a must convert considering the level of investment. Sure, it's an all-in shove, but there's just not enough to go around. Flash at the ready, popping through the smoke.
Deep Smoke's going to achieve nothing now. HE will find its mark. Flamesy down to 65. Progress slow.
Only have a handful of smokes down to work with, so very difficult to see Vitality continue to take map control. Staying staunch towards sandbags. They want to fight for this.
Yeah, this half-wall smoke will fade and the fight will go. Starry's got the lineup for that flashbang again. Westmelon will call for it. Flash connects onto Flamesy. And oh, damn, Flamesy drive-by. Still Sue there, present and correct. Lovely output from Sue. Just a massacre on Banana. Audible. They press tab and realize it's Rops.
Oh, this is a kill.
Yeah, oh, is it? He is so convinced he's going to be around here somewhere now the jig is up. Just wants that headshot, wants that rifle, can't connect the bullet. There it is.
You might save this now, because next round you're not going to have anything. It would probably be in his best interest. Curiously, look at Starry's position already. He might be able to take him down after time, and this would actually be miserable for Rob. So the further he goes into what he thinks is a safe haven, potentially the closer he gets to Starry. Line drawn in the sand. Rob stays on these stairs, he should be safe. If he is in too far, Starry might peek him. Okay, so some decent damage, but the M4 saved. It is going to have to be an eco behind this, which will have some pretty tough flow-on effects. So I wouldn't even mind a tactical timeout from Xtaz early. I know that this isn't going to be a hefty-looking buy, but it's a weird spot to be in.
Yeah.
You know, next round, everyone else will be getting 2,400 as the loss. So action on Rops. Zywoo has been gifted that Tech 9. He's got some Kevlar around it, and Apex with a handful of flashes. They shouldn't be able to make this interesting.
Westmelon playing it aggressive, and oh, he lost track. Zywoo gets the headshot. That's awkward. You put a rifle into Zywoo's hands and he's got Kevlar behind it. Then he gets another one because you peek on in. You give him what he wanted. That's the Zywoo effect. He did it on the pistol as well. Just decides he's going to claim B for himself. 2 kills. Round done.
Bomb being picked up T-stairs now. Amelia and Starry just consider themselves staying over towards A. Gonna waltz into that empty bomb site, and all right, that's Shades of Dust 2 coming back with just how easy it looked. You have to factor a part of the play from Linvision being their mentality up against a team like Vitality. It's not that I think they look scared, I just feel like they're not confident in any of their choices.
Which, as we know in Counter-Strike, can be, is a condemnation. You're screwed if you don't have confidence or conviction in your fights.
How many can Flamesy get?
He could take it all away if he wanted to.
Played to contain. Mezzy, Apex, and Zywoo cleared out Boiler and Halls, so they know that they must be over towards T apartment somewhere. One spotted. Time to run at this.
Oh, he's keeping both of them looking his way. Then he starts to strike, and they lose it all. Wow, what did that... Well, it was a saved M4, a dropped Tech 9, and a Kevlar vest.
That's it, right? The only real investment was that Kevlar vest. Because the Tech 9 was carried through from Robs. Now they've got themselves 3 M4s. And again, it's just too easy. And considering you find yourself in the lower bracket now as Vitality, chance that you draw a tougher opponent in that round of 16. Somewhat likely, as Starry wants some aggression.
Thinks
dips in,
twice.
dips out. That's their only gun.
Makes sense to not completely commit to the first fight available.
You'd expect more rounds for Linvision in this map as well because they're starting on the CT side.
Yeah.
On the T side, they look like headless chooks, right? They were
100%.
Just drifting around the map. It felt very disconnected. On the CT side, they should at least be able to put up the blue wall. You get a player with a multi-kill. And we stay on board with this apartment setup. Ops is on his way. Zachary investigates, goes down. Drops expect more.
He always expects more. Starting his crawl now. Oh, such a quick reaction. So ready. Oh, and Sue's the third.
Clean the rats out of the system there, haven't they? Westmelon gets a dink off on a Flamesy, but dead meat to Apex. All 5 staying alive. And some players on Linvision invested then, and some players didn't. And the M4 count keeps growing, as they'll add another one. Normally, you see this the other way around with the AKs, don't you?
Some people actually really like an M4 on the T side. I don't know.
It could be good for a bit of lurking. If you're a lurker, having a silenced M4,
Mm.
it'd be quite nice.
You don't immediately like announce your presence on that first bullet.
And normally you're not taking heads-up duels like an entry, right? You're trying to catch people as they're rotating away.
So Robs will like that then.
So they do have an AWP, and everyone else is essentially eco.
Missed opportunity. Not an easy shot to hit. That one was for Flamesy though. And the flash could not be better. Zaka sent back towards CT. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Look, regardless of how out of it Linvision looking, Zywoo is hitting everything that moves.
Yeah.
He is looking extremely sharp today.
You know how you were saying Linvision lack conviction? Zywoo is conviction. That chase down. It's such like he's got it so dialed in. He knows exactly how much time he needs in order to chase you down and to catch you just as you're rounding the corner.
I would love to know some of the thought process on this, and it might just come down to, oh, we were on eco, but you did have an AWP, right?
Did.
So the AWP shot goes off, and then Westmelon runs up Banana. I'll build on this for people.
Yeah.
If you're going to have a hero AWP or a hero rifle, you want to give that as many opportunities to find picks before the pistol players die.
Right.
You, as a pistol player, you can jump for the AWP or the rifle, but Westmelon just ran out on his own. It just feels like
just
they are not
set
singing.
Zaka to be overrun like he was.
Yeah, it's not Team Counter-Strike on display at the moment from Linvision, as scoreline will read 4-2.
I'm curious if they even find the... Oh, they have found the AWP. Apex is juggling it.
You wonder if Zywoo even wants it.
Yeah, to be fair.
He was great with it on Dust 2.
Amelia's been waiting for this. He hears the juggle to Logs. Does he make the play?
Oh, okay. Get something for his troubles on Mezzi there on the way out the door. He has enough money to drop an AWP, however, so Zaka will be able to get that again. And everyone will have guns. So we'll see a rifle round unfold after the economic war of attrition to kick things off. That was a very, very weird back and forth. Broken over by Saved M4 and a drop tech 9. But not operating with this T-side AWP. There's no need. Zaka posts up middle, flashed off the line immediately. Something 3 strong on B, but right now, Apex is calling him to what is looking like a bit of an A-pop, so pressure will be on Zaka alongside.
How do you get the AWP off the line? Just a flashbang enough? Yes, it is. One flash and charge! And again, it's Zaka feeling this pressure. Every time he pulls out that AWP, it feels like he fires one shot, or not even.
They smoked.
And hang on, with Amelia's contribution, by nullifying Rops' presence, it does remove the potency of this pincer. Zywoo on the short side going to pivot and actually take Rops' place. I like this decision-making out of Zywoo. Apex can now, I was going to say jiggle. Zaka's punished him on the first one. They're going to let Zywoo cook. Smoke will fade though. Mezzi exposed. Flamesy tagged. Mezzi frags. Zywoo onto Zaka. There's Sue from Library. Puts it all onto Zywoo in the 1-versus-3 clutch. And that's the loudest rotation I've ever seen. Westmelon and Elephant. 1-versus-2 then for Zywoo, and they're going to try and play their numbers together. Tries to flush them out. It's Sue standing on the line. Zywoo gets the info on 1. Yet to confirm that they're grouped up. Commits to the plant here. They start their walk, start their crawl. On the uncrouch, does get the info, gets a dink though. Zywoo with a one tap, that's stunning! Starry seeing stars, and his name is Zywoo!
Whoa! 4 in the round. This man today, what has he had for breakfast? This is getting out of control now.
That's a croissant and a chocolat show, I think, for Zywoo. It's hot.
Oh,
I hope we get to see it again. The little tap as well.
Westmelon regretting those steps, isn't he? All right, more of that, please. 5-2, partial bite. This is annihilation.
What's next? Here we go. X-ray off. Pixel peak. Apex waltz into the angle, and the B side is dead. It's that easy. He's laughing. He is grinning.
Oh, it is scary. If he keeps this level of aim up, I don't even want to say form.
No.
It's the aim right now.
Yeah.
Into the playoffs. Ooh. Again, contrast to the opponent, right?
Yes.
I'm grounded in the reality that this isn't Lin Vision. This is a team that they should have sweltering confidence against. They played in Chengdu 9 months ago. It was a 13-5, a 13-2. They just 12-0'd the first half of Dust 2. But it's still being a pleasure to watch, isn't it?
Yeah. The CTs are getting drilled.
Much more hard fought down the other end, I do believe, between Pain and the Mongols. They're about to get their second map underway of Inferno. So both streams will be on the same map for the time being, but I'll tell you this much, I think we might be finishing a whole lot earlier than them.
Yeah, no, we're going for somewhat of a speed run. By we.
Didn't know that was one of the disciplines here at the Esports World Cup.
Hello, and welcome to Awesome Games Done Quick. Counter-Strike 2 edition. Right. We didn't account for coach timeouts, though.
No,
that is going to be, that's going to rot the clock a little bit.
I feel a bit for Gum.
What can Gum say or do that would change the outcome?
Unfortunately,
some
not
sort
a
of
lot.
Incantation that makes them all play like Zywoo.
Sure,
Black
okay.
magic,
So
I think, is their only answer.
Superpowers would have to be on display. Well, they are on display.
Yeah, they are.
I wonder if the bait game was a wake-up call or if Lin Vision are really just that far off the pace.
I think a bit of both. As per.
I feel you have to fight for some control, Lin Vision.
Chicken roasted by the incendiary.
Three-man B start again.
Oh, he's fine.
He lived.
He's edging the smoke. Genius!
Maintain it for now. Rally of flashes. Flames, you might need some support.
Ouch. Flamesy cops. 49 to the chest. Westmelon, even worse for where on the sandbags positions. I was trying to catch him on the retreat, but he'll stand his ground sandbags, and we are seeing some additional nades being juggled towards.
Yeah, Apex went back to spawn to pick these up. And a rotation from Lin Vision. Gambling towards A. Double HE towards sandbag. Top banana cleared out. Ducker on the line. Feeling the pressure from the mid-control Util.
Pressure everywhere, huh? Well-constructed T side. It looks like the A finish.
And the gamble is in the right place. We got a biff mid.
Zaka's here. Starry on the edge of the smoke, so he fires a shot. No, he doesn't even get to. There's Starry. Now they can swing with backs turned. One and done. Starry finds the difference maker. A nice double kill. Still the Apex run down. The flash does everything Starry needed. Apex forced to look away, and that's a convincing one from Lin Vision.
Yeah, okay, well done.
Nice little read.
Yeah, call the bluff on that extra utility thrown over towards sandbag. The rotation's there, and they're ready to fight. As mentioned, the CT side should be able to get themselves a couple more, and that's a nice little start, but there's so much cash you have to break through against Vitality. This is after the buys. Apex has 8.4k. He's the high end. Rops is up next at 6.6, so there are more buys available if the consecutive rounds can be posted. Versailles will bring out the AWP.
Smoke break for the ZywOo peak. Westman's going for walks.
He's fading.
Just on the fade. Tucks in the logs, catches Flamesy, unprepared for such an audacious maneuver. So it's one hell of a way for the captain to provide.
A little bit cumbersome there with the util juggling. Maybe lost track of that smoke fade. I'm not expecting the push. All right, well, consecutive rounds looking likely now. Again, the stack finds the right site. I'm in through the apartments on Apex. Short flash for the AWP. Nobody home. They're a bit more reserved this time.
It's not easy for Vitality to get anywhere close to a site given the current lay of the land. It's the penultimate or last of the smoke. Zaka brought down by Mezzi. Still took Robs. Trajectory of the nades indicate Amelia short side.
Looks unwinnable for Vitality.
It feels that way, but Amelia has given Mezzi another opportunity and he'll take it. Puts us into the 3-on-3, and it does look like the bomb could go down to this angle from Sue. A lovely off angle that Apex showing restraint. Mezzi not clear it. What? Oh, Mezzi, a quad kill. Vitality needed a hero. The setup looks perfect. And just one by one, it all falls apart. Mezzi tears Vision to shreds.
Amelia looking for answers there. Gives them the wrong one. And Vitality will get up to their 7th. Westmoreland just looking to hold on to this AK. Will be given the good graces to do so. Oh, hold up. He might have a bit of traction here. Apex is very low. Careful now, Apex. He's done his homework. So everybody going to group up. Westmoreland want to try and spam them. No, he wants to retain that. So obviously, Sue, Starry a little bit light on in the buys here. Westmoreland will be able to drop one, so that AK more of the focus. But we've got 2 rounds left in this first half of play.
It's never going to be the most, exciting.
Frenchman
chanting Mezzi.
Yeah, okay. Wow. We've come a long way.
We really have. Proud of them.
Love is love.
Love is love.
Sue, down to an MP9. The rest will get the guns out. Bit more friction required. 5 rounds possible on the CT side. That would be the recovery. That would be somewhat par for the course.
Westmoreland fancies his chances. Fair play to him. He's not backing down from these engagements, albeit it's a bit feast or famine. Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe not. Oh, Zaka's in trouble. Leg shot onto Robs is nice. Gets the info, gets the damage inflicted. Util for Bracket's control. Just chaining his flashes to try and keep him off the line. It's keeping attention drawn. Now Sue. Exchanging utility. Blocks around the half wall.
Oh, the tag.
He's tagged him. ZywOo's all put Sue low. Zaka removing the lurker Mezzi. Advantage Vision.
This looks good.
It looks great. They partner up for this. They are going to be disruptive on this fight. Nice find from Sue. Apex was not anticipating someone to still be close. He goes swinging in. Good find from Westmoreland. Forced to fight. ZywOo 1, ZywOo 2 again. Every time he wants it, he gets the double. Now look at the health of Robs and ZywOo.
And Zaka also has a HE and an incendiary.
Oh, it's uncomfortable. That is if you anticipated ruins. Amelia, winnable 1v2. Up against Vitality's closers in ZywOo and Robs. He's not to know just how low they are, and so just resigns himself to the save, unwilling to give it a look, and it was a 2v2, a casual Zaka. Overlooking the possibility for such progress to be made by Rob. They can save in the little nook.
Yeah, but he's trying to deny that, which... this is more for stats. They have heaps of money for the final rounds. It really means nothing, but at least he retains the AWP. So he can add a couple more kills to his tally there, Amelia, but all in all, it was always going to be Vitality fully strapped for this final round. The first half, they've got their sights set on 9. That was the tag through the wall, but it was the AK work that followed.
It must be so frustrating when you're trying to hold onto this base and you've got to get past, you know, that initial fight. You've got to win out versus Flamesy and Apex's flash, and if you do, there's a ZywOo there to finish what they started.
Yeah, his aim right now, like, obviously this is considered the GOAT, right, of taking over from Simple's reign, but just what we're seeing on display right now, the output is insane, right? He's not missing a beat, winning clutches, hitting everything that moves. Can they salvage a 4th round, Linvision? This has looked, it's not just because of the score, but it has looked a bit more coordinated than what we were seeing on Dust 2, so it's not going to matter in the wash, is it? But
no, and I fear for the T side if it's anything like Dust 2.
Oh, they've just naded themselves, Vitality, for a little bit of damage there. Nothing
Look at this.
Crazy.
Flamesy's pathing is very unorthodox, and Westmelon finding a freebie onto Mezzy's great, but he's actually walked past one. They have no idea. Okay, yeah, Flamesy does adjust, finds Sue, trade onto Westmelon, denied. He gets both on the FAMAS. 3 kills from Westmelon in defense of his site. 8-4 would make it a whole lot more aesthetically pleasing.
Sorry, Westmelon, I just want to say, he's been very good.
He has.
He's been. I know he doesn't have a lot of kills, but he's been involved in a lot of tone-setting fights in Banana.
But he hasn't backed down from that, regardless of, you know, some of the outcomes.
I'll drop the very. I'll just go with good, actually. He's been good.
Yeah, it's been good. Everyone's having its nap time in round 12. Oh, Robs. Nice headshot onto Zaka. An important trade from none other than Westmelon. 4 kills to end it and 4 rounds as we swap sides.
Okay. Well, it's something. It's better than nothing.
Yeah, better than Dust 2.
We split the pistols on Dust 2. Vision need both here on Inferno. And you know what? That's an impossibility. Because Mezzy won the first.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, CT side now. Who gets info? And he wants more than that. They want to take the fight.
They are not playing scared at all, are they? There's a whole squad running at them, and Starry was trying to line someone up. Robs lines him up real good. Haircut. Oh, and 2 more on top of that. Amelia and Sue sheared. Clean on this USP. Robs denied any more. Of course, it's Westmelon, who is the shining beacon of light. All in vision to put up a fight. You got ZywOo continuously searching and Westmelon audible, so this should be free. A quick tap bomb delivered to his front door.
There's a lot of assumptions made by Linvision and a lot of these plays, right, where they think, okay, there's not going to be anybody here. They run in, they give away the sound cue, and it's an easy frag as Mezzy will convert. That's going to be the 9th. That's going to be both pistols. Bomb not going down. This mean that Linvision will have a pretty tough force fight, and that's if they for the shove, or if they want to take the eco and bring the AKs out into the next. Either way, this one is going one way and one way fast, and the individuals of Vitality are just taking turns in the spotlight right now. Big Mezzy 4K, the Mezzy pistol clutch. ZywOo's been going off the Richter. And they will take the eco. All up through second mid. And ZywOo will get a shooting gallery. Takes the first with 7 bullets. Down to 8 for the final 3.
Wow.
We'll need the
Oh.
No, won't need the reload.
4 kills in the magazine. Truly a shooting gallery.
Beautiful little eco bash. So up to 20 frags.
20 bullets. All he needs.
And then Lin Vision were hoping to take a pause in that one and take the round quite slow. The fight was brought to them, and we're just seeing a bludgeoning right now. 3 more rounds.
What a clean close. This is where it gets really hard. That's a perfect nade for that spot. Double nade, and they are all gone. A magic trick with Flamesy and his glamorous assistant, Danielle Madesclair. Never a good feeling when your first gun round feels as impossible to win as the full eco. Operating in a 2v5 in the opening 20 seconds. Bomb last, and just Su and Starry going to try and find something of a way in. It is actually essentially a 2v2 on this B site, however, blocked for now.
Could actually cheat a rotation over towards B as well if you wanted. In fact, the Zywoo has this full mid control. The only other issue is going to be apps. So I think the confidence with the extra util means that Vitality have no real reason to move a muscle. And they're going to save. Okay. Well.
If I've got anything fun written down.
No, I'm even having a hard time being able to build a case of excitement. Other than the fact we're in Paris, we're in France, it's great that Vitality are going to play. That's the headline. That's the highlight. Zywoo playing really well, the team looking very sharp.
Absolutely.
Then you contrast that to their opponent. I start going, okay, would they have preferred a harder game to kind of shake off the bait match?
Yeah.
But then they're going to have a couple of days off anyway, and we know that they're a different team when they get in the bigger environment and the stages. That's where they tend to play some of their better Counter-Strike. So when you're trying to weigh up all of these things, I think this feels like an exhibition match.
Yes,
we'll roll out a lower ranked opponent so the hometown heroes can get a beat down and look like the heroes. That obviously this is not the intent. This is just how the bracket shaked out. But yeah, this is over. I don't like to say that. It's Counter-Strike. It's MR12. Comebacks are possible, or at least you'd hope so at this level. But
one of those rare exceptions where it truly is. I mean, just a beatdown. It's hard not to empathize or sympathize with Lin Vision when you put yourself in their shoes on some of these T-side rounds. It's like anywhere you go, Vitality have got the advantage.
Yeah, and I think if you thought you were going to out-strategize or out-maneuver Vitality, that would be a fool's errand.
Okay.
Right, you have to, and the quote-unquote play your own game, but you want to get into fights that you're comfortable with. You're not going to win playing a game that isn't yours.
Yeah, but also just look at this setup. I mean, Rops is never going to get nothing. He's going to get something, and then the rest of you are going to get swept under the rug by Mezzy and Zywoo. There's something. Double from him, and then the rest are perfectly positioned to pick up the slack. Mezzy still remains on site, spots the bomb, dropping into sight, can track him through that smoke. Zaka actually pathing short side, so it's Zaka on the way back in. Mezzy is looking to go around the world here. And he's timed it to perfection. He'll tap the head of Zaka. The 12th secured.
Just one more round. Well, this is a bit of a palate cleanser for Vitality. Nice to be able to get it done quickly without any stress.
Yeah, I'm sure, the thought crossed their mind this morning of like, oh, what if this game's hard? What if they pick up that first map? What if we lose all the pistols? What if something goes horribly wrong? I'm sure very quickly on Dust 2 they put any of those intrusive thoughts to bed, but Yeah, this has been nothing more than just a very casual day in the office for Vitality. Barely breaking a sweat, barely breaking into a jog.
There were some rounds where, opening kills went against them or trades feeling like it was starting to look good for Linvision, but then an individual of Vitality would manifest a miracle and mow down as looks like a heavy lid towards Banana for the fight. They've been getting a whole lot of utility in their face from this Apex Flamesy combo, and there's more of that as they brave the flames.
I like this. Amelia, a lot of early space. Apex, however, spots that information, holds onto his util, and it's going to be that block smoke with a flash and spam.
It's just going to have to be execute. You have no way to go back. You have no lurk. You're just going to execute B. They're going to try and pop. Mezzy's here as well, holding a flash. Molly's going to force the hand. Here they come.
Here they come. Apex trying to catch something on the cross. Across to Paul for one. That's Westmelon gone. Flamesy and Apex chip in. Starry trying to find a way back into the site. Linvision going for that plant, and Apex does not want to allow that to go down uncontested. Incendiary unable to connect and flash through, jumps up. Oh, not spotted. Awkward loses control on the dismount. It's Zaka down to Rops. Comes in, cleans up, and it's a clutch for Starry. Well, they're key to be crushed by Vitality. He pulls it off, survives to see another round of play.
All right, there you go, Starry. Bit of something. It's hard to say this guy's meant to be the star of the team when type of Counter-Strike on display is far from cohesive, but he's a man who's had a couple of highlights. Maybe not in this series, but over his career. So they extend play ever so slightly. If you win another, you will force Vitality to have a conversation about their buy. It's assuming no saves. Boosting the orb. Off a shot. And hard to brave that again, as this time a bit more pace, a bit more pep.
Oh, these nades can be brutal. It's good to find from Zaka. And Amelia sees that as his cue. Charges in, has his back turned as Mezzy just smashes them. Far too casual. Linvision. Their time in Paris cut short by Vitality. The hometown heroes have brought a crowd, but it is a quick showing. Dominant map one. Picking dust two against Vitality, the start of the end for Linvision. Main takeaway from this game is that if Zai was in this form, Vitality are in good form.
Yeah, and this is going to be up to the desk to weigh up. Is that just because the level of opponent, or was Zaiwu and he's top tier level today? Just Su giving it a good go. Completely trapped in Banana. Can't go back, can't go forward. They're toying with him.
Boys.
He's thinking, just run at me. You know it's done. You know it's over. Let's finish this off, and they will. Zaiwu, the man to put the cherry on top. Vitality will be in the playoffs of EWC.
Make them look just a little bit foolish on the Linvision side. Thank you very much, gentlemen. A show of force, show of dominance from the Vitality fans as well, as they are certainly in attendance all around us right now. But you can see what started as a stressful event here for Vitality has shaped up and kind of came together to a degree.
Yeah, it wasn't too much of a sweat here. I think they, in every single department, were just a better team today. Only the likes of the Linvision only getting 7 rounds also kind of paints a picture of a very one-sided affair here. And, it was a Vitality that came to play, and a Zaiwu in top form. And it's like whenever you go up against Zaiwu and he plays this well, it's just going to be very hard to even break a sweat. So overall, a very acceptable performance for the likes of Vitality. And you can also tell by the people that came to watch him, they expected them to make it through this game, and now they have set themselves for playoffs, and now this whole redemption arc that Esports has been talking about is still in the likes of works.
Yeah, and Chad posed a good question, at the end of the cast, is this Zaiwu playing well? Is it Vitality playing well? Is it more so the level of opposition? As always in a situation like this, Peter, I feel like there's a bit of both, coming into play right here. No doubt that Linvision weren't on par with Vitality. No doubt that they couldn't put up a fight. No doubt that we're talking about two teams who are operating at a different level. But then again, you can't take anything away from Zaiwu. When he's playing like that, when he's in a flow state like that, when he's feeling himself like that, you've been his teammate. There's probably very few players out there who's more dangerous than a Zaiwu, having a bit of fun in a Counter-Strike game. So it's a bit of both. It's good for Vitality. They get the job done. They move into the playoff. Linvision, back to the drawing board.
Yeah, back at the drawing board is unfortunate. I mean, I just, and Peter, correct me if I'm wrong here. If you're Linvision, before you even got in the server today and you had drawn a Vitality, you're like, man, shit.
Yeah, that is a pretty shitty look, right? But then again, I do feel like Linvision hopefully came into the server today thinking, okay, Vitality, they've lost the bait. They haven't been looking as dominant as they have maybe half a year ago, even 3 months ago coming into the major. There is a potential if they fumble and play just like this against bait, there's just like a chance we can just make it competitive, right? But with the start and what happened on those two, they didn't stand a chance, right? With also, one thing is how Vitality plays, but if you yourself in Linvision show up with the amount of mistakes and the lack of decision and just poor display of skill, you're not going to make it count even against the Vitality that would, let's just say, showed up today with their C game. So, I mean, this one was never in doubt. This one was always Vitality's game to win.
Even with the CT pistol there from the side, I mean, from the side of Linvision, you're telling me, Jacob, you just never thought, huh?
Absolutely not. They were just...
I was just making sure, Jacob, because I know as well as you know, this game was over, which is why we're going to hear from Apex in this moment.
Clean, rather, and quick from the side of Vitality to secure their spot in the playoffs. I want to just start Apex where Chad actually posed a question saying, was this more Vitality playing up to your game, or was it more to do with the level of opposition on the other side of the server? What do you think in this one?
I think it went both ways. I don't think Linvision played really well, but I think we played good as well. For us right now, it's more focusing on ourselves to get back to the best level we can show. We really through the last one against Bait. I think that can happen. It's sad it was here, but now we want to have a redemption and be sure that we will do good here for the French fans and for ourselves as well.
You got plenty of them already supporting you here. Just touching upon that Dust 2, when I was speaking to Flamesy before, he said the one obviously versus Bait, probably one of the worst Dust 2s we've seen. Obviously we know Linvision like to play it, but do you think maybe opposition are getting a little bit fooled by your loss streak on it? Do you think it was a risk for them, obviously, to pick this?
I think even though we lost 4 in a row, we still have a crazy record on those two. And I think, we didn't show up on a few games on those two lately. I don't know why, but that's what happened. And I think it's really important for us to get back to our those two in general. So it's always a tough task to pick it against Vitality, even though last 3 months we played it 4 times and we lost it 4 times as well. But it's never an easy map for the opponent. So we knew they will pick it. And that went on our side this time.
Let's just touch upon the Club Championship race, because unfortunately yesterday for Vitality in Rocket League, we saw them got eliminated in the quarterfinals. Going to make your journey a little bit harder to have that podium finish. Does that put more pressure on the team?
I don't think we think about that, but in general, I think we've been saving in CS for a long time. We've been playing well. I think we are so far the best section in Vitality, so hopefully we're gonna save the club championship. I don't know. I hope so for the club, but we can't think that way. Otherwise, it's not gonna work. We're just trying to focus about CS, how to play good, and if we play good and we play it at our level, we will go deep, and that's what matters.
Final question. Of course, we've got a hell of a lot of fans already showing up for you guys. We're not even on the biggest stage here at EWC. Anything you want to say to them?
No, I can speak French. It's better. Non, mais comme d'habitude, merci à tous. C'est un petit.
That is Vitality locked into the top 16 at the very least here in Paris.
Yeah, funnily enough, he's talking about, it's not something that really kind of bothers us, saving face for the org in the big picture race. Well, that's probably because they had a little bit of a saving face of their own at the very beginning of this tournament, a little bit more to think about and itinerize if you're the Vitality side.
It's the right mentality to have. The best thing Vitality's Counter-Strike division can do is focusing on himself, and by doing that, the likelihood of them winning Peter is higher, and if they win, then the Club of Vitality will be happy as well. So thinking too much about what's going on and around them, it's one of those things as a player. You know it, I know it, Trace for that matter as well. We all know it, in a high-performance environment, the more noise you can shut down, and just focus on yourself and focus on the task ahead of you, the better.
Yeah, and there's just a lot of noise around the Vitality.
That's why HLTV created Sports Mode,
Yeah, that's what I mean.
True.
But the noise around the team is there, right? So the more they can leave out, I should say, Jacob, that is going to be very important. And, I'm also, Vitality always seem to be having a good time when they get to play in front of their, everyone seems to be having a good time playing in their home crowd. Like the further they get, the more chance of them getting to play in front of, a packed stadium and packed people. That's gonna matter as well.
Trying to get you heard just the response there. I think he said, about 10 words. I didn't even hear Dan say too much to this crowd. They love him. And in fact, they might even have a little bit of a buff going forward with that, right?
Yeah, especially now that we're moving from this setting. People watching at home, we've been playing at one of the smaller stages here at EWC. Next week, as far as I'm aware, we move to a bigger stage, bigger crowd, more support. So I think that's definitely going to play a factor. Normally, I'd also say, some teams can't handle that kind of pressure, but Vitality, they seem to thrive with that.
Yeah, and thrive is not on the agenda today for Linvision, but they are going to tell us how they feel after that big L.
Yeah, sadly, the end of the road for Linvision. I've got Call Me Sue for a little bit of a debrief after that one. Obviously, it goes without saying, Vitality, a tough opponent. So I just want to get your initial emotions. What's going through your head after that game?
We thought we were going to do better than last time. I'm Chengdu. We got 2 rounds, and we still got 2 rounds this time. So it was a kind of disappointment. But of course, they're a better team than us. We're just trying to do our best, but we didn't take care of our details that well. So we just cannot even get on down. So we will find a better way to see how to solve that problem. Yeah.
I know this is quite a broad question, but when we look at Linvision domestically, you guys are doing very well. When it comes to international teams, that's where the struggle is more. What is it about maybe some of the styles of these European teams that are a bit more tricky for you?
Yeah, and again, the region that we are playing in Asia, right? So the training environment is not that good as the EU region. So, and also if you want to bootcamp here, it costs lots of money, first of all. So it's pretty hard for us to stay in Europe for a long time. So every time that we went back to Asia for a competition and also stay there and then continue practicing, our skills and level will go down sometimes. So yeah, it sucks.
I imagine it's just a tough balance for you guys to be striking, right? Obviously, looking forward, we've got a couple more events that Linvision are locked and loaded into. We were just talking about it. Blast Porte will be your next stop. What is the goal there? What do you think the bare minimum for Linvision should be for that next event?
Same as this time. Hopefully, we're not gonna get O2'd, at least to win the team. And for furthermore, we just stay here and still do a one more week practice. So yeah, we'll see how we will go for that tournament. Yeah, that tournament has lots of strong opponent as well. Yeah, I think it's gonna be a harder one than this.
Call Me Sue, thank you so much for your insight. Commiserations. Unfortunately, that is the end of the road here for Linvision at EWC.
Eliminated. And I hate to keep saying it. Linvision are done here. And that is the way that this cookie crumbled. And just like their key will crumble inevitably, Dupree.
There's one cool thing about that, Peter.
What is
that is that they're going to stay here and practice in Europe. So hopefully that can help them to get more accustomed, maybe rediscover some of that level we saw, a year ago in Austin. But yeah, I guess staying more in Europe is always going to be a good thing for a team who's struggling.
It will help. But it's not going to solve the issue that they have. And also, it's not like they're going to stay here for 3 months where they could get a ton of practicing, right? It's going to be, a week and a half until the tournament starts, and then they're going to go, and then hopefully they'll win a game or two, and then they'll fly back to China, and then we kind of repeat the cycle. And it is just what it is for these type of teams from that region, that they do have to get better practice, and they just can't get in their own region. If they keep dominating their region, they will never get better. They maybe get inflated thinking, hey, we have become better. But once they turn their attention here, then, it's just rinse and repeat.
Yeah, and we're left to wonder many things, which Vitality will be getting in these brackets later on, right?
Yeah.
They're going to have to endure part of this group stage, or this bracket stage draw that we're going to have later today. So in case you don't know how this all works, that's exactly how it shakes down at the end of the day. We take the top seeds, pit them against the bottom seeds, and then the bracket makes itself. I know that there's an actual way to explain that properly, but we'll get there in due time. We still have plenty of matches ahead of us. Mouse, P-Vision, Astralis, Nip. Overall, though, guys, that one I don't think we can add anything else to. I think that one's done.
No, it's one of the games that just had to get out of the way, because now we have some quality games, to be completely honest. I think Mouse versus P-Vision, that's a quality game of Counter-Strike. Two teams who could easily be in the playoff, both of them, had they not lost the games, gone into the lower bracket. and been in a tough group overall. They have the level to be part of the top 16 teams. And then, as we spoke about, Peter, Astralis versus NIP. I don't expect the level of Counter-Strike to be as high as in the mouse game, but the grudge match going on right there, you know, former teammates, Snappy, former Astralis members, down, you name it. There's a lot of cool things going on.
Yeah, I'm very sad to see Mouse continue and hopefully just continue off of their winning bound. You know, I think that is a team that just has been lacking, you know, the trophies have been lacking a bit of confidence of actually breaking through and actually being more of a semi-final contender than being a trophy contender, right? So yeah, that was definitely in there. But we also, and I know that the whole project of Jamin Peevish, you know, is always a team you need to be looking out for because they have a very special play style, and it is something that is not always easy to get around.
What about your guys' EWC play pick'ems? Have you guys thought about that, or where do you sit on those currently, Dupree? I know you've been kind of hand jamming that back there.
Yeah, my predictions are like crazy as good.
The predictums.
The predictums.
The predictums. What do you got, Jacob? How yours?
I mean, I'm yet to fail a prediction. I've actually hit every single game so far, believe it or not.
Really?
Really.
Yeah.
He's that smart.
I mean, maybe not the B8 game. But
I predicted that as well.
Did you?
Yeah.
Because I thought you said that B8 were closer to your skill level than Vitality's.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, that was Spirit, not even Vitality. Regardless, yeah, I think we're about done in this moment. If you guys are cool with that, I'm cool with that.
I'm cool.
Let's go to the break so we can get the next game going. That's all it takes. Us going to a break so we can watch Mouse take on Paravision. PV for a short. Jacob Pimp, Vinicky, Winesh, Esports. Thank you so much. We'll be right back after the break, y'all. Don't go anywhere. It's the Esports World Cup 2026.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play. play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Since last year, we changed a few players. Roland left the IGR role and Search and Toolkit. We decided to change Gympet. PR came instead of him, and we also promoted Selex into the main team. Both of them bring really valuable aspects of the game. So yeah, a lot of changes. We look fresh, we are a young team. I think we have a lot of firepower still. Yeah, we got to win Blast Bounty the last tournament. I wouldn't say we expected it to win. It was our first tournament as a new team, and we went there to test it out how good we are. We made it home with a trophy, which gave us a lot of confidence, and also I felt like we were getting better and better throughout the tournament. We improved a lot, and it was really nice to see the team shine, and I think it just shows our potential. I wouldn't say we are the favorites, even we won the last tournament. We are a really strong team, and we are definitely in the title contender teams, but just want to test ourselves versus the best teams, versus Vitality, Falcons, Spirit, and yeah.
You might notice the rock getting thrown up there, and I do mean key, because Apex and company are definitely about to crush the Kievan Vision. Having just decimated them across 2 maps, there really isn't much more to say about that series. But I can assure you, if you go back and watch the VOD, it just looks like a good time on the Vitality side as I welcome you back on in to the Esports World Cup Club Championships. Right in front of us, though, tons of Counter-Strike still to be played. In fact, this MOUZ PV game, these rankings, they're going to favor MOUZ, but the matchup history does not make PV a theoretical underdog. James' team have taken 3 of 5 listed 2026 head-to-head maps and arrive off a clean 2-0 over the 100 Thieves. So, what I'm saying is, we're about to have a fight.
Apex was so mad after that bait game. I think he could have crushed the Invision's key with his bare hands. He didn't need that whole machine, but yeah, made a statement, made the playoffs, which they absolutely had to do. And yeah, I think we'll see a much closer affair between MOUZ and P-Vision, right? Like MOUZ off the back of that tournament win, but you could even hear from Torji, we don't consider ourselves a contender for this event. Well, tells you that, you know, it was completely unexpected, the win that came their way, but still a big deal for a team that made the roster changes, that you know, is still a very young team, all things considered, and you know, good for Spinks to pop off in that final and earn his first MVP.
Yeah, and it was great to see that Spinks he's always wanted to get that MVP on his belt, right? It's always like making the breakthrough and actually doing so. And I think this new look MOUZ is obviously had probably the best start you could wish for in coming into a new season when you've changed players and the whole identity around the team still having to be solved. And to me, it still leaves me with the same feeling with what happened with the old MOUZ. Sure, they've got some new blood right now, but it's still Where is the superstar that they need to have to bail them out of the matches whenever they go up against Spirit, Vitality, and also Falcons? It's the same kind of issue that I still think revolves around the team, but maybe this new blood can maybe get them a little bit further ahead.
Where was this team exactly before this change? And by that I mean before Jim Pat finds his way out of this team. What was defining about the team of MOUZ then and the MOUZ that we're getting now, or they're trying to build into?
Always the bridesmaid, never the bride, really. And I think that's why a lot of people were calling for changes at the start of the year, right? Like during that transfer period. Didn't happen, and then you got more of the same from them. Playoffs, never really in contention for a trophy, and that's why they made the change at actually the worst possible time, like after the roster lock, when you really, knew you're gonna have to have a substitute at the major. They played a couple of events with 2 different players, just trying to figure it out coming into this year. And they settled on Zalex to remain a part of the squad and brought in PR from Gamer Legion, who before that was on MOUZ's academy team. So he's back in the red jersey, and yeah, after a rough period, the last 6 months to a year in Gamer Legion, he lifts the trophy in his first event with MOUZ.
Yeah, that's quite impressive. I must be feeling good that you've had a struggle in your past team, and then you come into MOUZ, and then immediately you get the effect of I wouldn't say the honeymoon, but at least getting into a more stable team and a more successful team. And it's I've always called for PR. He was always the guy in Game Legion that you would be looking out for. He's had his ups and downs there, but he's been being pretty stable, and I think it's rightfully so that he's also one of the guys to be promoted and coming into a better team. And it's also just a little bit of flex at this point from the side of MOUZ, that it's like 4 out of 5 of the players now is from the academy project, right? Also Cyclone coming from there, so they keep showing that they put effort into developing players and coaches, and that just brings some comfort that they know their players, and it's something that's been in the system for a long time.
And PR could potentially be one of those stars that you're talking about, right? I know people might look at his stats or this year with Gamer Legion and be like, what? Like, why did they even get him? But I think he was really hurt by the way Gamer Legion was playing, especially on T side. Like, it was a lot of anti-stratting and doing like gimmicky stuff and set calls. There wasn't as much default and just letting the players sort of feel the game in the mid-round and make plays and just play a slower default style, which I think is what suits PR a lot more, and he gets to play that way in MOUZ. And I think there's going to be an adjustment period, perhaps a little bit, but I think you'll see him find some of that form that he had in his rookie year with Gamer Legion.
And I really feel like one of the biggest talking points, at least when you look at this new rebuild of MOUZ, is also Exertion taking up the in-game leading over Brolin, right? Brolin, was guy that they came in and wanted to try and become an in-game leader and had let's be honest, like an okay stint. Like, it wasn't completely shit, but it wasn't, didn't really get them the trophies either. Yeah. Whereas now when you look at Exertion, the one thing that I have when I've looked at Exertion being an in-game leader is that he still puts up a lot of fragging power, which is very important.
Even more arguably.
More arguably, right? And that is very important because he's been probably the most important piece for this MOUZ ever since, he was promoted to the team. And it's very important to feel out that he's still going to be that important piece, because if he was suddenly put in an in-game leader role and he would drop off in terms of his fragging power, his in-game leading being very aggressive, I think that could have been a problem. But luckily right now it seems like he's thriving a lot in that role.
I think there's just guys who are sort of destined for it, in a way, just their character, their personality. We know Exertion was a very vocal player even before, especially on the CT side. On T side in the mid rounds, he had those space taker positions where that's sort of in the job description as well. So the transition isn't as difficult for him as it might have been for some other players. It comes, I guess, natural to some extent. You hear it even from his teammates. So I think that's one of the reasons why it hasn't affected, or it has affected his fragging in a positive way more than anything else.
So if we just flip it over to the other side, and it kind of poses a question for both, which roster is capable of having a player show up when that star player isn't showing up? And I mean exclusively for the P-Vision side too as well.
I think for P-Vision, probably Jame still. Jame and Flit are the 2 veterans, right? And obviously, we heard even in the interview from Dustin, talking about Slackjazz and how, he's gonna need time to develop. Like, he has very good mechanics, but understanding of the maps and, Tier 1 Counter-Strike, it's going to take a little while for him to get up to speed, really. But I really like the Flit edition. Obviously he was part of that Outsiders lineup with Jame and Dustin that won the Rio Major, and he's also had a rough patch recently in Virtus Pro. Spent a couple of months on the bench as well. But I think he's really a guy who's, very capable with not a lot of resources being sent his way, like being on his own on the side of the map on some of those lurks or just taking space, like very experienced, knows what to do and can help out James in some of these mid-round situations, right, where players need to take initiative and they need to be vocal and give good information. I think that's what Flit excels at.
And I don't think this has ever been shared with the community, but he was actually a guy that we considered having in Vitality when we had to find a replacement for Misut before we got Spinks, right? So he was one of those guys that we thought that had the capability of being in a solid elite team. And I think at that time he also proved that a lot with what he showed in Outside, but also in his Virtus Pro time. But then the last year and a half has just been tough with like inconsistent rosters and a lot of issues within the rosters. And now I think this could hopefully be his way back into becoming the player that he once was.
And it's interesting because these two teams are similar in the sense of they have a pretty high floor, or that's the strength of the team. They don't make too many mistakes. Like, they have really solid fundamentals when it comes to team play, when it comes to decision making. You're not going to see either of these teams go for a 3v4 retake on B-Dust2, right? For example, they maximize, they play the percentages, right? And that's why I think we're going to have a close game in front of us.
So let me remind the viewers at home about EWC Play Match Pick'ems. That's right. You can use the QR code that you'll see right here below me. It's right below my face. If you're not able to pick up your phone right now, that's okay too. I'm sure it's just across the room, perhaps on the charger or whatnot. But either way, go ahead and get in there, get that QR code, and let us know who you think is going to be grabbing this one by the horns and trying to win it in this best of three. And what is the last day of arguably a long group stage? I just want to do this before we jump right up into the vetoes next, gentlemen, because I think that the pool splits pretty beautifully right here. Mirage and Nuke out for Mouse. P-Vision, they're looking at a side for Ancient. They're not going to... I think it shapes up nicely. Let's talk about vetoes.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of different ways the teams could take it, right? Dust has been something that people have picked against Mouse a lot, so much so that they've actually gotten a little bit better on the map. Yeah, they haven't played a ton of Tier 1 teams, really. They beat Spirit in that grand final, which is their best win on Dust2, probably. And for P-Vision, they can't take it too many places. Like, it would have to be something like a Dust as a pick. Mirage, you don't want to do it because Mouse pick it sometimes. Ancient could be another option for them, but perhaps they can get that as the decider.
Yeah, I think Dust2 just speaks in their favor. Like, as you mentioned, like Mouse has had struggles on it before. They've locked in a couple of wins now, and they've been forced to play a little bit more. But I still think it's so early on for the P-Vision as well. Looking at the team, it's still also just new players that need to be bringing in. That it's still very uncertain to where the map will actually goes.
You want to also play maps that probably already played to some extent. We've seen Mouse actually being unwilling really to play cash. So I think if you're P-Vision, that's going to be their second ban. So you can kind of paint the picture of the veto a little bit easier. And Mouse goes for Inferno here. Yeah, I think it was going to be either that or Mirage from their side, really. But seeing this one as something that perhaps they can exploit P-Vision a bit more.
I think they're happy. I think P-Vision is happy about having Ancient as third. Honestly. So I think if they can outlast Dust2, I think there's a chance that this could actually mean, like, I'm not saying that I want to put P-Vision as a favorite. Obviously, since Mouse has just had a good result, and I still think they're the better team, but I wouldn't count Jame out because I know what he can get out of the least likely with these other players.
I don't think maps, honestly, are too big of a factor in this series, right? Like, yeah, you can give a little bit of an edge to P-Vision on Dust, a little bit to Mouse on Inferno, but it's going to come down more to, like, who can make fewer mistakes because they both made roster changes, right? And who can play better as a team today.
Yeah, well, let's just sit back and watch, gentlemen. Mouse versus P-Vision, Dust2, Inferno, Ancient. And I got another game for you here at the EWC 26.
Let's find out who wants it more between Mouse and P-Vision. This Mouse squad, they come into EWC on the back of a win at Blast Bounty. So there were expectations around them. But after falling to foot, they end up in this position, all or nothing, and now having a face-off against the Jame-led squad for this spot in the playoffs.
Yeah, right. Even though this group stage has been forgiving in format, despite the opening BO1s having to just win 2 games to get to the playoffs, even if you lose your opener, it's all fine. We've still seen a lot of these top squads struggle. You know, no matter where you put Mouse right now, they are in a rebuilding period. They're still a team that's coming off a trophy. There's still a team with expectations. The core of this squad having quite the last year. And so to see them down here with all the other top teams, going to have to really prove their worth up against P-Vision, who looked excellent when they took on 100 Thieves, but this is a different level. Let's see what Jame has cooked in the kitchen. Xertion pushing up on B, finding those nades early and just decimating this pistol round. Tears P-Vision limb from limb.
I think that's already a great tone setter, isn't it, right? P-Vision have been used to receiving a fair bit of respect, getting to play their slow rounds, but Mao's immediately open with aggression. And so if it wasn't clear enough, this one's going to feel a little different to the other games Jame and his boys have got to play throughout the tournament.
Definitely, but it's also surprising to see P-Vision caught off guard by, spawn aggression. I think, that immediately sets a good tone for Mouse, but it's not the kind of start we expect from this team. No one covering on those nades. Spinks doesn't want the knife, he just wants the round, and they're going to take it with 5 alive by the looks. Unless this up-and-coming 18-year-old Slaxigez can do something with a Glock. Not looking good.
Absolutely love this pistol round out of Mouse, man. Like, what a disorientating round. I like that they go and take all these forward positions. You're just walking around the map getting shot in the back of the head in a 2v5. And so it is an instant state of kind of uncomfortability and a little bit jarring for P-Vision.
Yeah, now they have to sit back and stay cold for 3 rounds, right? Or 2 rounds. Not going to be forcing here. With no bomb plant, no kills. Just gonna let this one bleed out. Count the nades. Marathon, not a sprint, as we often remind ourselves in these kind of games. Oh, you're in trouble, Exertion. It's a good save. Julie's out, but eventually dies. 2v4 with an M4. Torshi has USP. It's okay, though. They go back. It's going to say exploitable on A, but Mouse don't let it happen. They fight in the middle. So Torshi's AWP will be in play come this first gun round. Might come as a surprise. I mean, you hear that nade on the mid-smoke. You know what that means. Porsche's about.
Trade a util over towards Cat, just really making them work for every inch of ground. Nade from Exertion, a follow-up, and it's going to find some good chip damage there on his yellow. He actually cops 2 of them. And so all this util right now has found its way onto his health bar, putting him down to 26.
Is it Cat or is it mid to B? The age-old question here. Looking like Cat. 30 seconds reblock. Uh-oh. Might have to go through this one, boys. Just re-cleared mid as well. Mal should know exactly what's happening.
Oh, missed shot from Torshi Zorb, but he's trying to bait them into Exertion, who certainly could get overlooked. He actually goes early, ends up going into both of these players, and that's handed its way a double. This could give you a bomb plant here. Spinks might be floating around close by. Will Zwei provide the cover? Zelek's taking a lot of the attention. Spinks gets out with one, and it's left to Jame in this clutch. Can't flick back in time, so Maus will contain it.
Oh, I mean, just a massive mistake for Exertion there. I can't believe that, Maus still win the round. Very lucky his team bail him out. It also forces Torshi to repeat because he's swinging off his teammate's contact, but his teammate forces the contact. They're even holding Torshi, so the idea was great. The execution, not so nice, but still coming in on the late retake are the Young Guns to save this round.
I think, talking about Dust 2 as a whole, it's been very interesting watching this Maus squad develop. This was kind of the problem point for the old version of this roster. They were 5-11 on this map. When it got re-added, I think you could actually track the kind of downfall of that old Maus team to the fact that they had to start playing Dust 2 again, right? What with the map pool changes. And it was one that they could never really get their head around. However, the moment you had Exertion kind of come in and this whole project, changed and he took over, it's gotten a damn sight better. They're 8-4 on it. So having a way better go on Dust 2. It was one that even at the very first outing of the big change, we saw them try and play it a bunch in Astana. And it's one that they have had good results on.
Well, they've definitely added some more shooters to this lineup, that's for sure. I mean, Maus have always been plagued by the map vetoes, or rather by the map pool. Just been killing them season after season. All their good maps removed, trained, they were peaking on it. Anubis, their old Instaban getting re-added, which forced them to play Dust 2.
Valve are not Maus fans.
No.
Or at least they weren't, but now Maus starting to find a hell of a lot more success here. So that's why for P-Vision, this is no guarantee. This is no safe bet.
Yeah, we saw, it's hard to know what we're going to get from P-Vision today because we saw them just look incredible against 100 Thieves, right? Jame had two fantastic maps, Anubis and Dust 2, and it was a great series from them, but also Gizmi came out after and he sort of said, like, yeah, you could feel the fatigue from the grind we've been on, all these events we've been attending. It's a new team as well, a new in-game leader, and so a lot of changes. Maus are more stable, even with their roster changes. So this is definitely going to be a harder game for P-Vision to get into the playoff.
I mean, it's where also you got to think about kind of the inexperience on someone like Saxages, right? It's something that Dastan spoke about as well. How he's a very talented player, but certainly lacking in the experience part, even compared to the old guys in this squad. Dastan kind of said at least they had the experience playing in at Tier 3 for a while, got to grips with the game. And so in a game that sends you to playoffs or sends you home, that pressure is going to be sky high. They do get out with a bomb plant here. It's an AK for Zwei. Tech9's in this post plant. And Maus very slow on the approach.
As is often the case, James is the key here, but he's playing and they're waiting for it. That patience for Maus. They were really slow to re-clear middle. That's why they're still ready on long. Catfight needs something massive. Doesn't look good here. Flip falls as well. Slaxages yet to get a kill, and they're offering him nothing. The time is the only thing on his side, but he loses that first fight. And with that, Maus pick up a 4th round. It was a tight round. It was a close margin. 1 or 2 kills there could have made the difference, but Maus do survive despite a very late retake. Good head on their shoulders there, watching for that late long play. And unfortunately for Jame, just playing, it felt like he waited long enough, and I think on a normal round he would have, but because Maus was so slow to get back in A up from re-clearing middle and Zershin giving up catwalk, the timings were a little bit aloof. So James Orp now in play. And everyone from Maus has showed up so far in this game. 2 latest P-Vision additions, yet to get a kill. Got to change now. Don't often see a rifle on this boost, but
No.
over the smoke, why not?
Keen not to overstay their welcome. So they dismantled that boost, but Torshi still has this mid-cross.
Was also shooting his AWP in middle while they were boosted, which I think makes you even less concerned about that possibility, but it wasn't shown. Now stay active in the mid round. They repush long. No one's home. They go for the full flank here with the mid smoke down. Maus are in a very strong position yet again. Is James going to watch his back? He just looked away. And this could be well timed for James, but expecting 2, that is the question.
No way.
Hyper vigilant.
I can't believe that. Ready for the double push through the long doors. It's also just the timing he catches it on, right? He just left this position.
How about a third?
I mean, when you play the game the way James does, you know your timings.
Okay.
Peeking into Torshi.
Speed up now.
Will be one step too far, but that's going to give rise to his team getting out through the catwalk. Torshi feeling like he has to fight for this, catches another, and now down to a 3-on-3. This Torshi AWP doing everything it can to keep Maus in this round.
Uh-oh.
Slaxajez is a long way from home. Right now, you got a 3v2. Make that a 3v1 in the bomb site. Cielo just planted and hasn't got to move a muscle. He's stuck in place. Backstab for Slaxajez. Does remove one from the picture.
They've lost PR.
Flash high. PR now making footsteps. They know where both players are. Slaxajez in position to play around this bomb. It's a swing from Cielo. And nearly a transfer for PR. This molly's big. That's going to stop a defuse. They chase him down, but... Oh, he's picked up a smoke.
Oh!
Just survives.
No
Torshi's got it with milliseconds remaining.
He could not have timed that molly push better. To the last tick. 4 health on the stick. That is a beautiful, beautiful clutch.
Oh, Jamie, think you're the guy that knows time? Check out what Torshi just did.
Did he pick up a smoke in that molly? I feel like he did as well. He didn't even put it down. Torshi, there was literally no other way to win the round there.
That's a guy willing to do anything to win, apparently.
Yeah, teammates off to the hills, but he's still believing.
Like, none of Maus could even believe it. They were all on the edge of their seats. They're thinking, surely he hasn't got away with
I
this.
really thought he was going to burn there. Respectable attempt, but more than an attempt, a successful one. Maus 5-0. Oh, that's a really bad round to lose, though. 5v3. James gets caught by AWP at long. They speed up. Zwei doesn't crouch under the AWP that they know is at long. And he gives up a free kill. Couple of awkward moments here in this game for P-Vision. Even just that 1v2, not able to take anyone with you. And now James is still doing what he does best.
I also think, you know, we were touching on Slaxajez as this kind of young rookie player. And quite frankly, if you're him, I think you feel like you did everything right in that 1v2 attempt. You get the molly on the bomb, there's milliseconds on the round, and you still end up losing it. But that's the level of perfection demanded when you play versus these top squads.
Had to shoot his way out, had to get that first kill, and then he could have repeat Torshi on defuse, so bit of a nightmare.
You just don't want him in his head at the start of this all-important series.
True.
When he's down 1-5 right now.
Oh my, Zershin's got the tricks. That molly put out by the smoke, he stands on the edge. Sick little bit of util.
Spinks was tagged on the cross, if you recall. He's low on health at this B-bomb site. You'd love it if he could even get out of the round with 1. It's a big chunk of damage, but no kills.
That, you feel like that's a round, right? How are Maus going to win this one? Because you know they're tempted.
Yeah, this version of Maus certainly braver than the previous rosters.
Oh, they're saving off that kill.
But they will write this off.
I mean, their money isn't... It's good, but it can be broken. But just realizing the odds are still quite low on that B site. James going to hear them coming. He's got no help here. Grabs an AK to defend himself. Too many targets there for PR, and so P-Vision are in the game now. The little B-pop, that tag on the cross. Very important. Makes Spinks play passive, makes him essentially concede the B site.
Reassuring that you're on the board, but you know about this P-Vision side that James likes to win in a big picture sense, right? It probably feels like it shouldn't have to fall to him getting a tag on the cross to set them up for that B hit. He's going to want a little bit more out of his entire team, because that round was all James, right? He's also the one that gets the B entry, not just the tag on the cross, but he stops Spinks on that swing out from the platform.
Hey, if you want it done right.
He's probably thinking, for now, I got us. But eventually, you guys have to have me, or else this is going nowhere fast.
Yeah, it's been quiet from everyone else. That's for sure. James again. No connection. Ooh, some fear of the top mid push, but it's just fear. Got this smoke suicide and Molly top mid. They're really going to slow this round down. Hermals don't play off this, but P-Vision now must consider everything. Yellow's coming in pretty quick from lower. Still got to care about that green box position. So cautious here. 1 minute 15. Mouse have burned good time off this clock with just 2 bits of utility. Torshi is still in an aggressive position, so that's a 5v4. This might be your best bet.
Oh, on that jump spot, I think they were spotted there coming out through middle, so cross to the car for Spinks. PR focused in at the tunnels, but only gets out with one. Spinks still alive and still very much a threat here. Doesn't even need the rotates.
Torshi picked 2, I think, over the smoke from CT. He got 3 kills in that round, so Torshi just saves them from outside of B.
And when Torshi's having a game like this, it feels really rough because P-Vision like to do a lot of the slow rounds where they kind of wait for the CTs to kind of nestle back into their bomb sites, and then you get free room on Catwalk. You get to do it all quietly. You're seeing a lot of players just walking into these AWP lines. And Torshi, with the game he's having, he absolutely loves that. The less util you're using, the quieter you're trying to be, the more kills for Torshi.
Now there are no flashes, just 2 in this round here for P-Vision. An expensive start to this game as Mouse are still not afraid of making plays. Zelex in long doors. Deposits himself early, so Mouse hedge their bets on B.
I think it was just one of the notable changes very early on when this Mouse roster changed direction is how much more brazen they tried to be, how much more space they hope to take away in these games.
Endgame leader is a very aggressive player.
Yeah. Okay, well, there's kind of no accounting for that one. They did the util. Torshi still gets the kill.
Oh, that's the bomb as well. You're not getting out of there for free. Push smoke for insertion, and Torshi is not done. He is hitting shots. Wrist shaker. Chain boost on the AWP. Don't know if you can see anything here, so forget about it. You should just save this big green. "30 seconds and nowhere to go." Just a clinical game out of Mouse. And even now, static in aggressive positions, the kills will come to them. They've parked in P-Vision's driveway and they've pulled the handbrake up. This must be feeling like such a stressful game. I just don't know how you even get back in. Flit's got no kills. Slaxer just has 2. Yellow has 1.
Yeah, Jane came to play chess, but we got a guy playing hungry Hungarian. It's Torshi just absolutely wrecking him.
Gobbling them up.
And he's in the right place again. Line into the tunnels. They never know where this AWP is going to appear. You've seen it fighting you mid. You've seen it holding down the long side. Hell, it's killed you on the mid-cross from the crossroads. And now it appears at this B-bomb site. It's real hard to flash him off the angle if you don't know where he is.
Oh, that was your chance to weaken this site. Lurk smoke in. Torshi pushes forward. He's going to get one shot off before he survives. And I don't know. You feel like you want to cancel this now for P-Vision, but they've got nothing else to show. Just Tech 9s around this AWP. So it is still the best outcome in hitting B. Hauser put up the barricade. P-Vision go back for it, but just a little bit later. Flip feeling out in middle. It is clear. But with this AWP inside the B side, there is no safe haven. James trying to do anything he can. They're not close enough to hear that. You just got to hit your shot to the Tech 9s.
Oh, traded positions. Torshi trying to shore up the mid defense, leaving PR to focus on the tunnels. One man's made it past him, but he's going to catch Jane back turned on this repos. So now a man up. But a gun gained for Flit, who got his first kill of the game in this round. He's got to go on a bit of a tear here, certainly feeling the pressure, this boost throwing in. As Exertion looks for a kill to really try and tip the balance of this one. Oh, nothing spotted on that boost.
Close. Can't wait forever, Mouse. But one by one, they just get cut apart on this post plant. Tech 9s in the face. And Spix on exits. Careful, don't give him anything. Flit will get on the board with a 3K off of the Tech 9 into the AK. And P-Vision do thwart Mouse finally on this B side. It's really hard to get back into there, isn't it? And Mouse, no util to make him uncomfortable. This was so awkward.
Yeah, it's rough, right? Like, you understand why they made the swap. Torshi trying to watch the lurk smoke with players coming through it on the AWP feels kind of brutal, but the timing just lets them down.
Yeah, it had to be earlier that they were in those positions. PR just gets caught with a smoke push. Torshi has an AWP and a retake. It's a forgivable round for Mouse. They have the leeway. And they could continue to break the money of P-Vision in this round.
Even just the amount you're seeing James' squad running out of money feels notable, right? It's a team and a captain who always prioritize min-maxing every penny. And it's not a team you see get broken super easy. Any squad that's ever played a James team will tell you, you're always ready for him to have an AWP at the weirdest and wildest of moments because he's so good at managing the money. But they've been losing rounds so decisively. The few they've picked up have been so costly that their money's just been in a bad spot all game long.
Do need to win rounds at the end of the day. 40 seconds on this mid to B. Both players in middle. Are you ready for Spinks as well? They pre-spam, but they don't clear it, and Spinks only gets one. That's the round. P-Vision have done enough, so it seems. Flit, though, yeah, you're not getting out of that one. Buys a few seconds. But one planted, and unless Jane concedes a kill here, Mouse might just throw in the towel. They're going to go investigating, but now their money is cause for concern. And so with every bit of util dropped into this site, oh, screw it, Mouse are sending it.
Oh, smoke for the tunnels is good. That's going to lock Jame out, makes him...
No.
All right, just a bit of posturing, seeing if they were given anything.
I mean, that felt winnable there, but yeah, Molly in window puts a ball through the door. Mouse don't like what they see on this B site. It's clearly the only way into this game. And hey, back-to-back rounds on the mid to B. Spinks held that shot, though. 2 kills.
Felt like he just got paranoid after they spammed the smoke, right? And so takes the 1, doesn't want to look like a fool trying to play for 2. But yeah, I think it would have been the right move. They had written it off. That was 2 kills on a platter. They just had him a little stressed out on that mid to B.
Well, this is where the game can get stressful, because we've been talking about mibr dominating this map, 7-1 up, but very quickly you can give P-Vision some room here at the end of the half. And now the mind game of will they, won't they on this mid to B continues to be a factor for mibr.
The thing that's nice about this, if you're Jame, is you've caused such an obvious problem. mibr almost have to address it, right? They kind of can't afford to play the mind game here to overlook this.
They are playing the mind game to overlook this. That's a crazy call.
No, it's just anti-long rush at the start. I still think you're going to adjust to play around the mid to be. You know, it's not like P-Vision have been doing this instantly. And so, yeah, 2 players over towards mid.
Bit eager there for Torshi.
Just had a couple of rounds where he hasn't got to be involved, right? So trying to force a fight, trying to get to play, ends up on the receiving end of a Jame AWP.
And isn't that just Jamie's whittled you down now, right? You feel like you'd won this game in the first half. Suddenly we're looking at a P-Vision that could get a very nice T-side, given how this game started. So Jame whittling away at the voodoo doll. And mibr now 4v5. They've at least hedged their bets correctly.
PR dead after 1, but it's the presence of exertion. That 3rd man over towards B. That proves to be super valuable. Flick going back with the bomb. Jame still here, making a lot of noise. But is Flip really going to be able to escape? They hear that the tunnels have gone quiet. They still have Spinks out at the car, so it's 2 guns on out in middle. Flits look pretty rough around the edges in this game.
Very curious rotation. James saving here, or at least he's trying to. 10 seconds. Did not feel like a realistic escape route with all of mibr here in middle. Oh my god, is he gonna fight? Oh, they can't. They find him after time. They chase him down. Oh.
I mean, it's something, right, that even Dastan spoke about in an interview with HLTV, kind of saying, you know, it was great to get Flick back in the squad. He appreciates the reuniting there, but, and, you know, that he brings a good deal of experience. However, you know, Flick had spent time on the bench. He'd also kind of developed his own idea for how to play the games. Dastan actually said it felt like he was a little behind on the meta, and so they do occasionally have, like, differing viewpoints, differing opinions on how to approach the game and the philosophy behind it. And Flit has been made to look pretty uncomfortable here on Dust 2.
Yeah.
He's been the guy waltzing into a lot of these Torshi orbs. And so let's see if mibr can actually deliver on this very strong CT side, because we were getting nervous. The 7-1 lead, couple in a row for P-Vision. But here they are looking to collect on the promise of a good first half.
That's super smart as well. Insertion throws a deep smoke, and so they feel like they have a gap. They feel like they have an exploitable position. They can peek the corner with that smoke, and so they go through, but he's already up and over on the blue bin. James got the bomb, but I'm not sure where you're going with this one. Yellow's out short, known about by Torshi. He's probably just going to re-peek because that's the kind of game he's playing. Flash goes high, but Torshi caught by Yellow, who peeks after the fact. Exertion up close. Yellow seems aware. Can he shoot his way out of this 2v5? On the corner, covered by Zelex. And Jame, they know where he was. A 1v4 with not much time.
Yeah, give Jame a minute to work with here. Plays a very different round, but time constraints just funnel him in to that stack. And mibr get a very successful CT side under their belts. to start this playoff progressing series. 9-3 up on PV's map pick.
There's a cool idea along there, right? The boost into the deep smoke really baited P-Vision. Felt like Mal's had a very good idea of what they were up against in this game, from the pace setter in that pistol round, Porte with some great positional AWPing. And yeah, a couple of B hits in there, but not enough to really get P-Vision in the game. Clinical here for Mouse. Can they keep it so and close out this game without a worry? This is P-Vision's map pick. Inferno up next, Asian Decider. But Mouse just want to swim into playoffs here. And that's a great start.
Well, everyone on Mao's knows they can make this a very easy time if they win this round. Suddenly, it feels like the game starts anew if you lose the pistol and... Oh, Spinks! A lurk out towards mid. Sees a lot of bodies at least, and that gives you real confidence to get this bomb down. You got a bit of time now to get set up. And you know this retake's coming in from short. Still PR out in no man's land. Hands away that first.
Dushan's going to knife the defuse. Slaxy just has the kit.
Oh, Zelix doesn't even get to fire a bullet. Slaxajez in this pistol has been a menace. What is that?
You can feel it. And they're on it. There's no stopping that, Torshi. Full defuse come in.
All right, Slaxajez, we see you.
Like, yeah, he's had a couple of tough maps and tough moments, but there's a reason he got picked up, right? This guy was a bit of a prospect. He's putting a 1.3s online. He's played like 4 or 5 lands in his career, all local, smaller lands, but online was just beast moding and playing hundreds of maps as well. A lot of gameplay, just not at this level. So prospect, I think is the right word. We see a sign of it there in that pistol. Some great shots.
Something that, again, in that interview, Dastan talked about, right? The idea that for Slaxajez, he kind of doesn't want to rob him of how new and exciting everything feels. You know, he wants him to get to take it all in. Saying it reminded him back when, you know, him and these guys were on Avangard all those years ago.
Oh, no.
Slaxajez really put under the microscope here. Good for a double. That's at least going to keep PV interested in this retake. A 3-on-3 being asked for as the B site falters. M4 for Torshi. Armor to back it up.
Grenade.
Molotov retrieved as well on Exertion. Going to try and slow this one down by blocking the window.
They weren't sure. Waiting it out, but unless there's a kit in the site, this one's done. They've just lost to Glocks. They're walking away. That was a hero Galil on Spinks. It got the entry kill, and they win with Glocks and P250s. That is the worst possible round to lose. Dear, oh dear. What a play for Spinks. When you're on the full eco and Spinks calls, "Don't worry, I got this," Hero Galil. Do you actually believe it? One dry entry on a jiggling B player, and Slaxajez, he gets a nice double here. He even kills the armored player, but just overwhelmed by pistols.
And if you're PV, how doesn't that just hit you like a truck? Like, those aren't the rounds you lose.
No.
You don't do that. You're not the team that give it away the pistols.
But Mals are definitely showing the difference right now in individuals, in experience. Like, sure, you've got major winners on PV. You've also got 3 very young players, one of which at his second top event.
I mean, that guy's the only other guy performing. And sure, it's happened on the back of a strong pistol and some eco kills there. But we haven't really had to talk about anyone else on this P-Vision squad.
Mouse just have so much momentum now. And this is one of the maps where, when we saw Exertion take over in-game leading, we saw them at Astana. This is where he was putting up his best games. Had some crazy maps there. We said, you know, he couldn't do it forever, but it doesn't feel like he needs to. Calling from the front here and searching for those entries. Ooh, into the CT smoke. Flitz falling for it. Trying to block this smoke, but back to A. Exertion just surely has his kill.
Yeah, this is Mouse looking for the knockout blow. Oh, no, Utils felt so punishing. Molly there just burns the setup in half.
He right-clicks a flash on his feet as well. He just full turns. Easy kill. Sersha makes that look beautiful. And 4v1 save. P-Vision even had the stack in play. Does not matter. 11-4 and an absolute drubbing. That's all timeouts used for P-Vision.
It is just so hard to not be, you know, enamored with the kind of new DNA at the core of this Mouse team. Just how different they look in the server. It's a lot more direct. It's a lot more in your face. It's a lot more confident. A lot of credit goes the way of Exertion for how he's switched that up within this team. And I think Cyclone too, who clearly was, you know, very attached to the old ways, the kind of by the numbers, methodical look. Surely he would be the first to admit that he must like this direction for Mouse.
I mean, you could always feel him kind of setting up Exertion to be that future in-game leader. Always was the most vocal player. Felt like he was calling a lot of stuff on T-sides. So not a huge shock to see it.
I think it's also why there's like no surprise Dorshi thrives here. You hear how vocal this guy is and how much he likes to call his shots. Certainly gets a lot of room to do so.
I mean, it would be so P-Vision to win a round like this, though, wouldn't it? 4B, Mal's walking out mid to B. They've got no smoke down either. But there's the entry.
It's been this type of game, man.
Yeah,
like,
sure.
On another day, sure.
Oh, they've killed James. Now do they read the stack? That actually might be the perfect read from Mal's, realizing that why is there the AWPer on this B site?
Some nameplate Counter-Strike there.
They've just walked it right back into MTA, only his way in position. That might just be it. Not much you can do here. It's pretty good, but they've got the site.
There was always going to be a limit to what Zwei could accomplish with that SMG. And so one is enough. Well, not enough, but that's all he gets.
One is a kill. We'll give him that.
Mouse have many a chance to bring this one home and run away with PB's map pick.
I never count out, you know, Jame on a comeback or P-Vision on a late game recovery, but this is over. This just feels over, doesn't it? There's absolutely no life from P-Vision. And there's no, like, hero performance that maybe can inspire everyone else, get you going. Top to bottom, silence.
And with how PV play, I don't think, you know, you can ever really afford to have it like this, where you just have multiple players who are kind of seeking that chance to warm into the game. You can't afford to overthink or doubt anything in the James system. And you don't really get those chances to, like, get hot hands, you know, with a 6 sequence. It's very slow rounds. You saw that all throughout their T side. And And so you just feel like you're racing against a clock here that's rapidly ticking down, that's rapidly running out of time. This was your map pick, and you have been systematically destroyed across the entire map.
James Orb, the last bastion of hope, 4 blind in the middle, and stuck on the box as well, but they don't punish. James gets a shot off, and he will connect it. No nade for that smoke, and the B entry comes in with ease, so even though Mouse was set up on their default with PR outside long, that's got to tempt you on this B site. Tony's yellow left, he's put his smoke down, and Xerxion's crossed on the mid smoke. They don't know. Can just hold rotations. His teammates have a 2v1 at B right now. PR is going to come in as well. It's not looking good here for P-Vision.
Even that bit of spam from PR is just kind of sold that they didn't have this mid control.
Oh, okay. Position known, and that's it. Entry comes in, Mouse puts smokes down. Can't save here.
Gonna try the boost, but I think if you're Mouse, you know they're looking for any edge they can, right? You're gonna be mindful of this. A little gimmick to try and snipe one from the ranks, make this retake feel achievable in any sense, but it's still 2v3. Toughest retake in the game. You're blocked at the doors. And so Mao's victory is right there. They're just these 2 kills from it. Nothing being offered for free. Flit is going to catch one. Jame follows up. Hold on. Spinks has got to do this alone. Time ticking away very quickly. And Jame will get the kill. Hop on that defuse, but I don't think he's got this with no kit. That might just decide it. Mao's getting it done on Dust 2, and they do so dominantly at the first time of asking. That's PV's map pick going their way. Mao's now have Inferno to look forward to. Those playoffs are well within their grasp.
Yeah, Dust 2 was supposed to be the coin flip. Both teams come in at 67% over 9 maps, and this was PV's map pick. So, yikes if you're starting for PV in this, or P-Vision, I should say, rather, in this series. Mao's showing dominant force there. Yanko, Dupree, myself being Trace on it.
Yeah, so much for a close game, right?
So much.
So that's why it isn't anymore, you know, a clear and obvious punish to pick Dust 2 against Mouse, right? Like, they just played it so much recently. Again, they also changed a couple of players, so it's not the same team. And, you know, you'd be fool to think that they're going to struggle significantly on this map, especially against the like of P-Vision, right, who went through Chagins themselves. But still, even with all that said, I definitely expected more from P-Vision.
100%. I think if you look at the side of Bounce, it was only maybe like a couple of mistakes that happened, but overall, throughout looking at the team, they just played super well. The matter of, you know, times they would just go in and had, like, things just worked in hands. Whenever Exertion came up with a mid-round call, it just made sense to what type of space they've already gotten. And just also the openings from the likes of Spinks, but also all the openings they managed to find with Torshi, and then combined with a handful of really good gimmick plays that netted them some advantage throughout the game was just, it's a joy to watch. And it's nice to see that this team play of Mouse is still there despite of the new change.
Yeah, watching this Mouse kind of constrict all over P-Vision in their CT side was pretty fun, to say the least.
Yeah, they were like running circles around them. It's called, like, you know, you're watching the map, and Mouse did 3 different things on the map already before P-Vision even, you know, kind of took cat control, really, in a way. So they were super proactive, they were getting a lot of information, they were getting their players in good positions, right? So even when these hits were coming, even if they would perhaps lose the opening kill, which only happened a handful of times this game, right? They were still in a good position to have someone on the flank, to have players ready, to have counter utility come in, and yeah, they were just flowing Mouse on this map.
And just with all the things that Exertion had, you know, him doing, you know, he multiple times he would go up mid, he would throw that B smoke split, and then either he would hide and spawn and getting a lot of good situations, he would catch off rotations, and then he would put himself in a favorable situation. Then he would call around himself where he still got a lot of action, but it also made sense with the rotation that his team was doing with how they were going to be ending. So he continues to impress me in his new steps of being an in-game Lima, and it's good to see that also Space continuing his form from what he showed over there.
It's so crazy because, you know, he was one of the main guys. We criticized Exertion while he was just a player. He would disappear in playoffs and his level would drop off against tier 1 teams, and then he moves to IGL and all of a sudden he is more consistent and puts up better numbers. Like, obviously still the matter of playing against tier 1 teams and how it's going to look like then, but there's no reason to be too harsh early on with all these stand-in situations that they've had. Now they have their full man roster and it's going to take a little while to get PR and Zelex up to speed in a way, but if Exertion can, you know, stay similar to this level when it comes to those playoff games down the line as well, it will be such a huge boon for this Mouse team.
Yeah, and for a Mouse team that had some question marks clearly about these changes, is this more along the lines of what you expect for a VRS ranked team so highly up there?
I think, you know, for me, this game, I could see both teams having an edge, right? Mouse, because they've also made these changes that we talk about. Maybe you don't want to put too high of expectations on them despite winning Bounty. I think they're the favorite in this matchup, but this sort of a shellacking, you know, you feel like also to some extent, like P-Vision yet to really start playing it on an individual level too. Flit with a really slow start as well in some of these reactions. You know, they were just a little bit too slow, let a couple of rounds slip away that really shouldn't have.
Maybe we look at one of those slow rounds. I'm looking at around 14, a P-Vision save. They seem to know how to do that, or what?
Yeah, well, it's actually a quick round in a way. It's just a Hero Galil. Yes, a Hero Galil. We have those nowadays on Spinks. And a nice call from, I think it might have been him making the call, right? With the best spawn, just sliding over. Maybe this is something they saw in prep, but this is the approach from P-Vision, and he gets the insta-kill on Ziello, and then they just overwhelm Slackchest, right? Who gets 2 kills, but that's all he can do, and the rest of the team is setting up for a retake, but this nade really sort of, and the incendiary that they managed to pick up of Ziello really dissuaded them from going for the retake, and they just have to go and save. And it was such a gut punch, really, because, you know, you could think maybe P-Vision can get rolling, but it wasn't the case.
And then the round after, in round 15, we see again some of the things that I brought up. What I think is good about Exertion, that he puts himself in that favorable position and gets so much work done, whereas his team plays around him, and you need the small details is obviously him hiding in the smoke and trying to find the timing, catching the rotation. But then even when he gets that kill, he doesn't just sit and spawn and just wait for the next one. He actually helps the team gain more space and fights the guy off ramp, but even throws a flashbang for himself because he knows there's a guy waiting for him long. So it's all these details that he chimed together that he still puts the team in a good situation while he also consistently puts himself in a good position.
Okay, so we've got a map pick out of the way. We look at the next map. We talk about Inferno. P-Vision statistically pretty strong there in this matchup explicitly. How do we begin to look at this picture when we've got a non-starter in the first map?
You just have to wake up. You know,
True.
Maybe this will help.
Yeah, I didn't even see necessarily.
I'm awake now, Trace, I'll tell you that. But yeah, you know, you just need to do better across the board, right? In some of the reactions, they were too slow. As a team, they weren't really up to par to what Mouse was putting on the table. And yeah, I mean, you lose one more map here and you're eliminated from the tournament, so there's no more room for mistake.
I think it's weird because I don't really see what type of approach to their game style they have right now on the P-Vision side. Whereas when I watched them and where I think they did the best, that was back in Rotterdam, where they were being like very methodical and very like well thought, you know, taking duels on their terms, playing it a lot together. Here it just seemed like, yeah, Flip was trying to get some space on Cabo. He got eliminated by the AWP. Oh, okay, I'm going to try and walk out mid, try and see if I can get something done. Like, the connections between the players was off, and I know that this is just early on, and they're still building some sort of foundation, but it's not really a good sample size of what you can expect of the team.
Sample sizes, or rather they're in the numbers that follow Spinks so far in this series. Just one map in. Where do we find him? Litmus test.
Obviously, with Spinks, you know, it's just good to see the fact that he's continuing his strings of Bounty where he won that MVP medal, right? You know, it's always like sometimes if you find a player that has, you know, always wanted to, you know, become the star, and, you know, he's always been the second star in all the teams that he's been playing in, right? In this one, you could maybe argue that he is supposed to be the star with some of the situations that he can end up in, right? But it's for me, you know, also with him being a former teammate, you know, I know what he can bring to the table, and it's good to see that he can do that at a consistent level, and I hope that this new iteration of Mouse is going to help him continuing that, and he was very important in this matchup, and I hope that he's going to continue doing so because they need that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think he was the main reason why they were able to take down Spirit in their grand final.
Exactly.
Like, he was absolutely lights out. And goes without saying that if he can repeat those sort of performances, like, it will go a long way in Mao's going deep in tournaments.
Yeah, it definitely can, Yanko. I think we need to go to a break. Obviously, they need to tune their drums up a little bit there and get things ready for this next map. Of course, Inferno set up. P-Vision, a little bit of a non-starter there. Mao's currently running the board, but is it the little Mao's that could? We'll find out when we return. You're watching the Esports World Cup Club Championships 26.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Of performance, and it's only gotten better. A 2.4 KD, currently 24-10. He is everything that 9Z hate to have to contest with. Positionary advantage, rifle advantage, aim advantage currently right now too. It's looking good for Magic, and the squad's looking even better.
I really hope that that's getting picked up.
Me too, dude. They're having a party.
This is absolute chaos.
It's making me dance.
At the Esports World Cup.
Good chaos.
A thing of beauty. All these communities coming together, genuinely. It's something you have to be present to understand. Every community, every esport, all under one roof, all
Everybody
under
should
one
come,
love.
Honestly, at this point, come join. It's awesome.
Competition, of course, is important, but at the end of the day, this is the beauty that brings us together. But either way, we need to see if Moon is able to continue to fire off shots. Only leg on the first. Tenzi's there for a follow-up. Very nice for a double. But 2 in response for 9Z still makes this interesting. Moon on scopes are the worst time. And a slightly missed smoke towards Donut. A push in.
Oh.
Him and Moon combined, leaving just Max in with a mid-flank that stands no hope in succeeding. That is 12. That's map point, and an important map point as we look at the narrative of the series.
Magic are just looking really strong. There are some factors that could be worried about if you look at that scoreboard, but the overall value that Magic currently have in this map is unmatched.
And you know, 9Z's fall off in the second half just individually is
needs to be studied.
It's very prevalent. Sure, there are still great
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Maus are eyeing up playoffs, and they are their own map pick away from that goal. Inferno is where we've ended up. Now for this Maus team, this one, not just a map they've been looking to play and get their reps in on, but a bit of a punish. You haven't seen this version of PV play Inferno yet. The track record before that was not great for the other versions of this roster. Had some struggles, it's safe to say. Couldn't find success when Hobbit was in. The event before this one, and with the older versions of the roster, they were on one hell of a loss streak. So how disorientating is this? You go off a Dust 2, bit of a home map for yourselves. You go on a one now that you haven't played in an official with this version of the lineup. And that's where you've got to fight for your tournament life.
Yeah, 6 losses in a row, 10 losses out of the last 13 played. I mean, it's not looking good right now for P-Vision, and considering the Mouse are clearly coming in hyper-prepped with a lot of cool ideas, cool setups, and also just great form on their individuals. I think that's the most clear difference between these teams right now. Didn't feel like anyone from P-Vision could get activated. Couple of moments from Jame, but ultimately all of his riflers falling short, and Mouse, you just can't say the same about them. This is a team that are vying for playoffs. They definitely had to work for it. Taking on Foot just the other day was not an easy game either, but this might just make up for that match if Mouse can make it a clinical 2-0 victory, lock in a top 16 place, couple days off, then come back here in Paris. It's bound to be a very competitive playoff.
I think that opening map would have been very frustrating for Jame. It felt like any time he did something to give an edge to PV, someone on his squad was so willing and ready to give it away. And I think there's no worse feeling, right? When you're an AWPA or an IGL and he just happens to be both. So yeah, questions around the form of the PV riflers. For Maus, everyone was turning up. Torshi had a blinding start. And I wouldn't even really agree with the idea that he quieted down towards the end. I think it was more just, it was on rails. He felt like he was winning, taking a lot more fights, looking to be kind of cheeky with it. And ultimately, Maus did go on to close that map super cleanly. Didn't require too much effort. Not like you were ever super nervous. They stopped this P-Vision squad from doing what they do best, which is these late-in-the-day comebacks.
Yeah, you wonder if you can really even assign that mantra to this team right now, given that they obviously haven't proven it. You have pieces that you would make that case for.
It's a thing that's just attached to Jame, really. But yeah, you're dead on. This version of the squad have not proved that.
It's too early to tell, and I don't think this should be a really shocking result if P-Vision go out here, just because of the fact that we do have all these unknowns, all these question marks, Flit's form, Slack's and Jez's experience. All these factors, I think, are really fair reasons why this, on paper, is a match that's too hot to handle. And so it doesn't make me lose faith for this project that P-Vision are building. They, you maybe doubted them before, but look at the Budapest run into the start of last season, the Bounty victory, and the string of events that followed. I mean, last time these two organizations played was back at Cluj, where P-Vision managed to beat Maus. Of course, both these old lineups in the semi-finals went on to play Vitality. So I've got faith for the future of this squad, but the present is looking quite dire. Well, let's find out. Inferno up next. Maus's pick, and playoffs bound if they can take it. Everybody gets a nade.
Now, I think Maus will be quite happy with the T-side start, being the guys to set the tone, set the pace. That was exactly what they did on Dust 2 with a very jarring pistol round coming the way of PV. It was aggression from the get-go on their CT side, and it got them off to a hot start.
Oh, Yeah, retake on B. Good luck.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's been a bit of a classic, right? The Jame gambles. I think this is the map where you see the highs and lows of said gambles the most. Ooh. With Flit holding on for a double, he's at least put you in a great position to make this retake happen.
It's frustrating. Xerxes sends it, then Spinks doesn't go for the trade, but then still reswings late. Can they save it in Banana? Yes, they can. Triple kill for Torshi in the blink of an eye. And that 3v5 suddenly favored now as P-Vision's advantage evaporates.
All right, Torshi's got hot hands still, it's safe to say. You thought Flit was going to be the defining guy. Well, Torshi one-ups him.
Crikey. Kind of the worst round, or worst way to lose that round if your P-Vision get the 2 kills on what is still a very hard post plant, and then one guy just drive-bys you. Crazy nade.
I know a lot of the old Inferno games with the old versions of the roster, one of the big pitfalls would be these solo B holds, if you remember, so often just entrusting it to one man. Thankfully, Flit was actually kind of from a bit of a similar school of thought in that VP squad. Tiela would love something here, but the util just knocks him back off his perch. Your 2 B players have both been softened up by this utility. I think you are just saving, looking for a unicorn round with 10 alive.
How many players are going to hide in the ruins here for Mouse? How many can you fit?
Mouse clown car.
Honk, honk. I do really enjoy how the bomb doesn't break armor anymore. I think it's super, it doesn't really matter in this round, but for pistols, it is super important to allow you to actually upgrade, because it's just something it felt like you could never control, right? Like you were always going to take damage, some damage from the bomb, and now you can still play in one of those, you know, close positions, but not get the unavoidable expense of having to upgrade your armor every time. I think it's just a nice change. I just like the new bomb in general. No?
Nah, man. I agree.
Preaching to the choir.
I just got lost in your eyes for a second, Hugo, that's all.
They are dreamy. Now spamming these nades on close wall. Bit of a read, Babs. Yet to pay off.
A solo B hold again. Another appearance. As a gamble of 4 over towards A. 4 PV. Flit's really trying to make as much noise as he can. Try and scare them away. Look like 2 people.
It's pretty scary.
Like what you would do in a bear attack, but this is a mouse attack over towards this B-bomb site. And it doesn't look like him puffing his chest up has worked.
A mouse trap in this B site. Oh, okay. Okay. Make of that what you, William. They may as well give it a go.
Yeah, you're buying next anyway, right? This is what you saved for, and Flit's got you to a good position. Still, they lose Jame at the very first turn around the corner out of the ruins. Sway couldn't complete his spam kill onto Spinks either, but will follow up with a bit of success. Now the last man remaining, low HP on exertion, leaves it to chance.
Dude, he had a kit as well, so he had a kit in that 1v1. One more bullet, he wins that round. That came down way too close. Felt like Mouse felt they had already won it, and sure, I guess they do. But that was a single bullet away from a devastating retake. A really nice try for Flit. I think he just thinks he has more time. Just had to re-swing off that molly. And sure, all laughs here for Mouse. They are 3-0 up. P-Vision bringing guns. Oh my.
Well, that's something Mouse weren't expecting, right? Bit of aggression from Flit. And a different look to this B-hold than what Mouse are anticipating. They're used to a PV that gives them a lot of room, a lot of respect. Not often wants to go and fight for that banana control. But that's what Flit is bringing to the table. And so instantly into a 3v5. Bomb still slowly gaining space out towards banana. Again, leaving it to the solo hold. 4 players reinforce this A side of the map. Right as James left this 4-man stack, that's when Mao's move in.
You know, they've killed a B player. I think that might tempt them into this mid to B. Spinks is holding on. Kill's going to come to him. James gets spotted, but leg goes out. Spinks is low. They're going to commit to A now. Avoid that up. 25. Crossfire up.
Oh, a side player just gets to go on a tear. Slacks the Jez, gets them back turned. And this round is impossible for Spinks. Low on health, low on time. Going into a lost bomb site. He just wants to play to evade. So they don't have to wait long for P-Vision to get on the board.
Great hold for Saxajez, where he just full tucks in the pit there. Felt like that was going to be the insurance policy, but not required. Double up. And of course, Flit to start the round as well.
That is like, you know, potentially the only kind of scary thing here for Maus is how much has changed. Now that Flit is in this version of the roster, they saw the one with Hobbit in and Slaxajez play one map here. But are you anticipating that James hasn't changed things from his old squad with this new one? Flit's certainly setting a much more aggressive tone out towards the B side of the map than we're used to seeing from PV.
Now Mao's using more util to get this car control punished before. It does look into that flash, and so P-Vision just stay on this B site. I was waiting for retake util so they can do the same themselves. But block at a minute. 2 smokes remain. Now I was tempted by this A site. James is here. Sees the long execute. He knows where they're going. Or does he? Look at that. Oh, he didn't expect a full send from Exertion. And they just drop into the pit. Oh man, it's not enough. I can't believe Exertion just 4 runs at James. Are you really tempted?
Just on the team we're watching, you'd say no, but they certainly look to have a bit of intrigue here, grouping in top mid. But as they wrap into the apartments, I think it is just this save call. Hanging out close by. All right. Thought you had his number.
You weren't already in your head.
Flitz at least looking a damn sight better than he did on Dust 2.
True. Jame really just expected a bit of respect there after showing the AWP on the corner, and yeah, nobody's able to hold their own. Zwei gets dropped on from behind. It's a nice execute from Mouse. Full smokes it long, but only one player committing. And money, now again, a question for P-Vision. If they don't win this round, they are in the dirt. Down to Eco.
Well, Jame handed one as they try this contact walk, and you see Jame here. You know you're going into a stack.
Ooh, old school smoke.
So you lurk in, or at least it's supposed to, but James blowing it open, lands a couple of tags on this spam from that AWP. Flit dead after one. You want to believe that this is enough with Jame here. They go up, they go over. Player even makes it by into the spawn. Mao is battling through this B stack. And with Spinks set up, ready to cut down these rotates, times are tough right now for PV. Wasn't ready for a second player late spawn side. However, they give Torshi his weapon of choice. Onto the AWP now. And a 1v1 to keep this lead building for Maus.
10 seconds?
Defuse tapped. Yeah. Torshi closes in. And this guy is not in a forgiving mood today. Torshi with a big clutch. Maus keep making strides towards those playoffs.
These rounds are looking so easy for Maus right now. I mean, they're playing it great. Torshi, full confidence, decisive move to hunt down Jame and Coffins. They do it together. Picks up that AWP, and that Molly is not a threat. It just guarantees his location. Walks straight through CT and shoots away in the back. Unfortunately, no kit for that round, and now nothing for this. Just James Hero AWP. They're on Eco. Takes a deep line down Banana where P-Vision have had some of their only kills on their CT side. Flitz even in front of the half wall. Could catch you off guard, this. And Mouse, they want to fight back. Good nade. Flitz spotted. Does Jame want to dive for this? Flit manages to escape by the skin of his teeth. It's still early in this round. Mouse goes searching elsewhere. Even the AWP's not hitting now.
James is certainly feeling a certain pressure to try and perform here, right? Knows that this half is where he's meant to have his impact on the AWP. He was the one guy showing up on Dust. Thus far, had a number of chances at moments on this AWP.
Cool gamble here, though. Oh, but they don't believe it.
It's a problem with having no eyes on the other end of the map. You do feel susceptible to these kind of light fakes, just one smoke. They try and rush this util on the long side, hope they can catch Maus in a bit of the chaos. They cannot.
Nice recovery for PR. Just missed the pre-aim, but just hits the shot, so he can't do it. It's just, I mean, again, it feels in a way akin to Dust 2, where even in unfavorable duels, Maus are winning them. And at a certain point, if you can't win your fights, Yellow's just had a terrible series here. What are you meant to do? James desperately trying to save this AWP. Mouse can allow it. They don't have a lot of money despite the 6-1 lead, but because of the 6-1 lead, they're going to run at him. Just not enough chance here for James. Multiple missed shots, and Mouse hunt him down.
Torshi, Exertion, and Spinks have as many kills right now as Yellow does in the entire series so far. Six and 15, map 1, yet to frag here in map 2. And I think, you know, all teams, I don't think you can name one. All teams are going to struggle if you have multiple individuals going missing, but I think it stands out so much more in these Jame-led squads, where it's about being, you know, super methodical, having faith in each other to kind of get yours in the round. Without that, it starts to look really ugly, because you do just kind of feel like you're walking around, losing fights, and the game is just slipping away from you.
A bit of pace here. Mouse feeling very confident.
I mean, even the fact that you're able to kind of push Flit, the top performer, away from his stomping ground, which has been over towards B, I think that feels good for Mouse. They can feel that they're forcing more and more respect out of PV as time goes on. There is this retake of top banana, but it's not something that PV can stick to. Right, they'll throw it in, they'll waste some time of Mouse, who have to now re-clear this, but Mouse don't even, you know, waste util in this endeavor. They feel that they have the room, they walk right through, and you're looking at another one of these contact B hits. Blocked by the smoke, they will have to rethink it. Spinks leaves the option of going back open as he maintains this presence out towards alt mid. But at least from how things are looking, Mao's not really showing any signs of coming back to join him. Now, if they get a tell that there's more players here, maybe that changes.
Oh, Spinks ready for that. Boiler peak out mid, 30 seconds. They're going to run back.
That's
Spinks
crazy.
has all this room. It's just Jame, but I guess you wouldn't want anyone else in this position. Couple of well-played shots can win P-Vision this round.
All right, there's the first for Jame, but dead to that Spinks long lurk, and Spinks has done everything for Mouse in this round. From the opener, taking the space, and then rolling out the red carpet for this A play at the final few seconds.
And you get it, right? Slaxages is trying to play smart. He's trying to play safe. He's trying to, you know, not over peak in that position. Not expecting Spinks to be long, to be honest, but when Jame gets that shot off and reveals position, Spinks is able to punish, and Slaxages just gets nothing from it. Yeah, he just had to swing.
I think we're in a bit of a vicious cycle as well, in the Maus are feeling so confident, right? Like you're seeing it in how they take these positions. I think if this was a way closer game, Spinks gets that one kill, hangs around. The priority is kind of on keeping him alive so the bomb can join him. But he's having a great game. It feels like everything's working. You know, you've got PV doubting themselves, and so he's deep up the long side, ready to be involved in that A hit.
It's also just Maus put so many resources on taking B early, and PV know that. So, of course, they're gambling B. They're pretty heavy B. So perfect rotation call off of Spinks' entry, and rough round that he can even find Jame here as well with no punish. Look at that.
I think if we're going back years, this used to be one of the best maps to watch Jame on for his reads, for his gambles. But I think this was one of like the very first maps he kind of lost touch on those reads. And I think it is one of these maps where you see PV look kind of ugly, largely because they're trusting the intuition in these blind gambles, but that's what a lot of their CT side comes down to. And I can't imagine what it feels like when you are such a kind of read-focused IGL like Jame is, when you keep getting them wrong. What does that do to your confidence in terms of the calls? Because you are getting pulled around this map right now on Mouse's say-so. 3 players through CT and the B stack. Well, it's getting sandwiched. They've got no idea.
It's crazy. When you see this position, 4 gunned down. You got 2 players on B, and you're holding them from CT spawn. They're not even looking at you.
Don't even have to plant the bomb in that round. You win it all just catching all of PV out of position.
Oh.
This has to be the most disorientating and awkward CT side you maybe have ever played.
I've just never seen this position. Like, look at your screen right now. When have you ever seen this? Minute on the clock. They're in CT spawn, killing the B anchors.
Look at the smile on Mouse's face. They've never seen a round play out like
There's
that.
3B in that round, Harry. They're not even looking. Perfect read, gap found, and playoffs 5 away. Just a clinic here from Mouse, top to bottom, like Dust 2. Getting Zalex out of boiler here. James AWPing. Flash is good. He's got to abandon. So more room for Mouse in the middle. 4 players here. PR trying to sell on B. James waiting on his one of his favorite lines. So much paranoia, doesn't know where to look.
Just every possible timing going against them, right? He's on that line. The second he unscopes, they hear it, they move in. Exertion deep up the long side, and it's been these long crunches that have been a problem. James is able to beat it out and goes on a tear with this AWP, leaving it just on PR. Bottom performer right now for Mouse. Hasn't really been a requirement in this game. Does he really have a 1v4 in him? Tap on that bomb. They're coming his way. PR gets it so damn close. But just beaten back by Flit, who doesn't let James' efforts go down in vain.
My goodness, Flit had to be Flit. The one rifle that stepped up in this second map. He had a troubling Dust 2, but he was there from the beginning of Inferno. Stops that clutch. That was happening there for PR. Straight up 1v4 in this bomb site with some excellent shots. But a bridge too far. Flit keeps P-Vision from complete embarrassment. And now they just throw their lives on the line. Straight down Banana into the setup. Double entry, round done. Mouse choose not to jump the gun. They cool it off in a 3-on-5. Just get grouped and go again. There is almost no way they can stop you. Mouse get a bit tricky. James AWPing B, long smoke, but Spinks won't lurk. He's already thinking about the end of the round. And there it is. Can't get a read on this game. Methodical Mouse. Bomb down. Slaxer just takes one more, but dies at the end, and only one gun survives here. So from bad to worse, 2 rifles and AWP. The last round of the CT side.
If you're Mouse, you just feel like nothing's off the cards, right? Wherever you go, you've been winning, stacks or not. Very hard to stop a team that feels this fearless, because it lets them do things like this. Hide 3 players in the long smoke, play on the fade. Now they have all this space out towards the long side. They wait for the Apps player, Spinks, just to cut down on that long control.
They have so much room.
And they pick PV apart. One more man down in the pit. Exertion's beelining right for him.
Dude, I mean, look at that round. They peek short with 2. They walk back. They peek long with 3. They get spotted. They walk back. They peek short with 3 more. Spinks gets a kill because PV have no control, no information. They don't know where Mouse are going. They're just walking around. It's just so suffocating.
And that's Yellow with a fragless half.
Oh, man.
Honestly, was in a pretty good run of form heading into this event. Had some good games out in the XC Pro League where they made the final. But here, most kills you've seen from this guy in a series was 12. Been pretty underwhelming. In this series right now, in the whole thing, he has 6 kills. But it's not really been a story of one man struggling. The entire team have dropped off in this series.
Hard to watch, honestly. Great to see Mouse look this strong, but it's been a minute since I've seen a team get just as decimated as PV right now. They look terrified. Shrinking back. And Mouse, I mean, this is no multi-kills against Mouse in this entire game, it feels like. They are straight up winning every duel, every trade.
Yeah, I think you could probably count them on one hand. Had a couple of multi-kills out of Flit. Had the James 3K on his AWP. I can't think of anything else.
Yeah, oh, headshots, but maybe hiding out. 2 more players at the sandbags and a third of the corner is the bait that Mouse wanted. They fall back, or do they? Zelek's still here. Oof. There's a chance.
Spinks, couple of misses. 5 shots left in this USP, and they're closing in. Ammo's running low, and with it, he'll fall.
Pros with 2. Nothing's impossible. Never give up. Now, yeah, sometimes give up.
But I don't know, Hugo. He's powered on by self-belief. Why didn't he win it? Just a save for Torshi.
They're going to win the Force because it's probably better than winning the pistol at this point.
That's exactly what they did on Dust 2, if you recall.
Yeah.
Fell down in the pistol round, hit you with a 1 hero gun.
What, the bomb?
Glock round.
Oh, he would have had it, but the bomb explosion hit him. It's worse than aim punch. The ultimate aim punch.
Tielo also gets his first kill of the map here, and it was an entry up through Banana.
Let's go. We're back. Force by scare me. 5-7s. Terrifying. Actually talking a lot, but he's alone, calling a stack, throwing multiple nades. Good. Oh, look how many sets he has. He's another nade of coffins. He's going to just throw everything he's got here on B, force him into this A play. Can he really put the fear in P Vision and send them into this mid-hold? Mid-hold's coming to them. Oh!
Right, a Slacks to Jez left.
Yeah.
And honestly, there has been moments that have felt a lot like this, where it's just been a game of millimeters for PV. Slacks to Jez is still holding. They have 2 guns on the angle. They might even force that opener. Suddenly, they're in a good spot.
Coming B, though.
Free smoke, but you're not in a position to respect this. So PV come right through. Oh! Getting past exertion. Reinforcements starting to arrive. PR first on the scene. Dead right away.
A lot of 1x1s here for Mouse. I would have liked them to just go together. Could have actually been winnable, to be honest. There was some damage done. But we just had 3 players go 1x1x1. So no hope here for Mouse with lesser weaponry. But look at the damage they've done, man. Bit of a, I'd say, wasted opportunity here. Also looking for guns on the way out. James, 4 kills into this round. Should be dead to bomb here. Unless he knows something I don't. Seems like he does. 0 damage. Thought it was higher than 0. I don't play this map.
Like, if one guy was going to spend days after that update figuring out all the cheeky spots to save in, it's James.
0 is crazy. I thought it was going to be like 10.
It's a thick wall. I don't know how thick.
How thick is wall?
But thick enough.
Clearly. Donk doesn't play this map. Why the hell should I?
Words to live by.
Got that long road back here for P-Vision. Very long road. Let's see if they can give us any reason to believe in it.
Alright, Torshi put up on the boost. Don't want to nullify this by giving too much away out towards A. Spinks caught getting aggressive. But a push for Zelex all the way down ult.
Well, he blocked the smoke, but I guess he worried they heard it. Deleted. AK's gone. And any hope dies with it.
mean, the margin is certainly shrinking. You've got a gun round now to go up against if you're PV, but win this one and suddenly you're getting the sweat out of Maus again.
Fair.
Considering I thought this series was going to just end in an instant. PV have never really looked in it. They're actually in an interesting spot here. Chance to close in on Maus. You will not get many of these.
What did I say, the pistol, Harry? Never give up.
That is what you said. So in a way, this one's on you. Flit. Very much down to fight. That's been his whole story, but trapped now between two mollies.
Oh, didn't know this yellow was edging the smoke there. Very nice position. Able to punish the repush here from PR. So Maus are in an uncomfortable spot where they need to make a gamble. Gonna lean a second player on this B site. Torshi still holds middle, hoping. You'd like to think PV would just walk it into B, but two players still outside of the apartments. Are they really going? This is just a surge from Cielo. He's just gonna put his life on the line here and investigate what this B site has. He could walk through coffins. Yo. Holding for the kill, but he's backed into dark. Such a weird move.
At least now you know the stack's there, so you're going to try and get out towards A. Torshi Zorp, though, patrols and roams this half of the map. Sway able to put it down on an apps line.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to win it, so it's fine. I don't know why you wouldn't walk through coffins and just try and get behind the CT player that you know is there.
I think you just caught a little glimpse of him and felt like if he backed up further, you get that kill faster, I guess. You want to leave time for the option to rotate the bomb if needed. But yeah, makes an assumption that it's just that one player out towards CT to worry about, and that was not the case. Still, it's a round for PV and an important one at that. We said this first rifle, you win it, suddenly the game starts to close up. Well, they've done that now.
Definitely. Easy to write this off, but PV didn't. 4-round game here.
And Maus have been very gung-ho in trying to just end this decisively. You know, in a banana fight, shut them down there with a convincing set of kills, win the round. But they've not been winning these engagements. Flit getting these openers. Yellow actually being involved in a fair few of the banana fights too. And so Maus finally burning a timeout of their own. Be a great time to show you're not those guys who get psyched out over the pressure, because it's starting to close in.
Why have you done that? Meant to be a new team, Harry. Same old mistakes? Don't worry, it's not like they're up against a comeback squad or anything. Banana has been conceded for all of this CT side. E-Vision take it again freely with just 2 Molotovs.
Yeah, I think early doors, right? You're... Oh, hang on a second. Flashing themselves back in. They re-clear top banana, taking it by force. There's not all the usual bells and whistles like the smoke. It's just a quick pop flash and a walk in.
Get out of there, Spinks. Quick rotate that AK. It's 2 players moving over, leaving just Sershin here with the smoke, trusting himself. 4 on A.
I like that change from Maus there, right? No longer risking the banana fight on kind of a first timing, one that PV were ready for, going a little bit later, making it feel a bit more jarring. And so now with an advantage, let's see if that's the edge Maus have been needing. Because they are still working with less here. Final bit of utils just come out over towards B. And with Slaxajez removing one and leveling the playing field, stress is still very much there for Maus.
AK is still on A, so Xertion's going to have to go big mode here. In the smoke, they're blocking. Zillow realizes. Gets that entry. PR's not in the sight. He threw the util down. They know that. 15 seconds, Bomb makes it in. Nothing he can do. Or, no, smoke shots won't connect. And despite that advantage, PV walk it right back into B. That's twice over that Xertion has put a 4 stack on A, said trust me, and got nothing done. And it has felt like, you know, just a 1 or 2 kills or even just staying alive would have been more valuable.
So I think it's, you know, the opening kill can make it feel a bit misleading in a sense because Inferno 5v4 but with no util and mostly pistols is like still a really tricky spot to be in. You're feeling a bit desperate, you're trying to call a gamble, you've used all the util you did have at that B bomb site and you're hoping that's enough.
There's a reason you're gambling despite a huge advantage on paper. And round by round, from what was a 10-2 half, Vision giving us some intrigue here in this T side.
Oh, the util's punishing, but battling through. PV keep this one even in a 4-on-4. Jame is very, very low. Flit might want to try and react here, but smoke falls in front of him. So that's going to taper off this banana aggression. This is really the space that Maus are kind of looking for here, right? Feeling like by conceding it, they're giving PV these options to go back to the late B takes with all the space, with all the room. And so staking it to a bit of a banana fight, they'll know they'll get engagements here. Spinks holds on. Doesn't renege on the banana control. He's expecting another man, but can't seal the deal on Flit.
2 low players, but PV now have the advantage. And they should hear that smoke connect as well as Torshi comes through. I think they're realizing that A is the weakest site now, so Zelex, who does have full util note, is on his own. Essential 1v4 in the site. But this util can be high impact. Jamin Flit. Shot from death. Smoke goes down to 25. How much can Zelex do?
Well, you've seen the trajectory of that underhand. You know he's in the sight somewhere. 1 kill for Zelex. Low health on the next guy facing him, so Apps player is to drop on in. That was Flit desperately hoping for a bomb plant because time was low. Thankfully, Zwei saves the day.
Look at Jame.
Jame low on health. Further afield, looking for 1 kill before he departs. PR's got him with the backstab. It's Zwei left in this clutch. PV on a 5-round streak, hoping for the most unlikely of comebacks. And if they want it to stay flawless, Zwei has to clutch big. Dead on that first turn round the corner. And Maus finally course-correcting and breaking this streak.
Oh, yeah, they're really feeling the pressure there. The fact that Flit goes to that bomb plot, he's just killed a teammate back at pit side. His smoke's clearly fallen short. Cannot get any safe passage there. Needed to prioritize the kill, but there was 10 seconds and Jame was walking up arch. He wasn't offering any help. That was a disaster on that hit. Considering it's just Zelex, how much value that one man does. And that is Maus on the board. A little late, a little labored, but early enough to close this game cleanly. And Cyclone pauses to let him know, guys, this is your opportunity. This is where you have to step up and win the game. Stop messing around. It was a nice round opener as well. You know, we see Maus retaking banana. Plenty of money for PV. But no room for error.
Trying to force something over on A. It's been the least explored avenue of aggression for MOUZ. I think it can always feel pretty nerve-wracking to try and force too many fights on that end of the map. But you know that PV are putting a lot of resources into this banana control. Still nothing given to Torshi on the back of that peak. It's a triple B lean for MOUZ. Certainly breathe a sigh of relief that Zelex is able to get the spot there, drop in the util, and then just fall back. If he dies, round gets very complicated. Slow burner of a mid-take, but you can't overreact to anything here if you're the MOUZ squad. Sure, you dismantled the triple B. Got 2 players there, smoke down. If you're PV, you hear that smoke in at top banana, you know you've got a lot of free real estate.
Here we go. B-Pop, whole game on the line, whole tournament lifeline on this play.
Flash out for PR. Exertion first to play on the back of it. Second flash to try and help the captain. Why not a third out from the spawn? And Exertion is good for a double. Oh, Torshi.
Massive.
Bit of luck on that spam as Zwei reveals his position. They've got James trapped at the car.
Still here.
That's nearly the collateral. James threading needles here as he falls back. That AWP continuing to put the hurt on MOUZ. And they give Torshi a chance with that jiggle, but it's one to the dome. He's brought down low. And reluctantly has to just bow out of this 1v2.
Oh, from almost going very wrong for James to going just right enough to win it out. It's a risky position to stay in. Nails his 2 shots when he absolutely needs to. And this B side continues to be a problem here for MOUZ. They just can't seem to hold it down. Even when Zershan actually gets a double kill this time, when he's had trouble in the past on these site hits, it is still not enough to win out on that retake. So it's getting uncomfortable now for MOUZ. And if you lose this round, you lose all your money with it. PV suddenly nipping at your heels and trying to force that third map in a game that felt done. A 10-2 opening half, a T-side from MOUZ that felt like they could do no wrong. But old habits dying hard, struggling to close.
Oh, here's a change. Deep banana smoke. You know, a part of MOUZ was really hoping PV would call their bluff on this and just play right through it, but not the type of team they are. Again, Exertion calling for a heavy A stack. This has been an Inferno game that has almost exclusively been B focused. I just expected that eventually that's got to change. Does the gamble finally pay off for Exertion?
Oh no.
Torshi full blind. Zelex backstabbing the apartments, and this is starting to come unraveled. 3v5. PV back into that AWP. And with Torshi delivering a fleet of kills, Zelex finding his timing on the backstab. It's only Jame left. This streak, this comeback, now called into question. As P-Vision will need 4 in a row to try and force through an overtime.
Really hurts. It all comes down to that. A mistiming in apartments. Torshi playing more aggressive than they were ready for. And with 5v3 committing to the site here, it was never going to happen here for P-Vision.
And after the 1-4 cooling and let Exertion down so many times, you finally get rewarded for it. And that is the one nice thing about having a first half that was so strong. You know, you can flub 3 rounds for every 1 that you win. You've got the room to do so. And so Exertion was telling himself it's only a matter of time till this pays off. Well, it does there. And now Maus have 4 chances to close.
That's just enough, isn't it? Everything to play with, everything to play for on this T side. But 1 multi-kill away from going home, RP Vision. Torshi locking down Banana. Alone in this one. Xerxes begins his rotation. And I trust in Torshi in this position. Jump spotted. And back they go. Orb seen. That might be enough for P-Vision to cool it off. Just going back to an A-pop. And Maus still have numbers here.
Trying to keep a porch light on, another option open, but it's actually Zelex to give away an opening. Push into the apartments, had his timing there in the last round. This time it gets the better of him.
Don't know.
They pull an extra player away from B. 30 seconds here for PV, and they're coming back with the bomb.
Smoke's going to fade at 10 seconds. They kind of have to run through, and I think that penny is dropping now for Maus, who hit nothing on this A site. Rotate coming back for Torshi. Can throw a high flash, and PV just have to go.
Through the smoke, and into the Exertion crosshair, waiting for this. Torshi even catching 1 on the spam.
Okay.
Does enough to keep this interesting. Bomb's going to go down with seconds to spare, and Jame holds for that reaction. Knows that Torshi is going to try and seek that window to stop a bomb plant.
And that's the issue on these B retakes here for Maus. Every single time they've been put in this position, they've gone 1 by 1 by 1 by 1 by 1. This one is no different. It's the downside of these solo B holds. And P-Vision make the right call. They execute on it. They get a 3v2 where Maus are just trying to squeeze something out. They're not going to get a thing here. PR just kills on the way out to keep that money low, but this is P-Vision living to fight for 1 more round.
Terrorists win.
It's a high-risk call. The fact that they commit to it, when Flit hears that smoke come down to 30 seconds. But it all works out.
Torshi again trying to force one of these A picks. But no one's running carelessly up mid when you've got a comeback at this magnitude that you're trying to attempt. Oh, that's so awkward. Flash leaves Zelex blind, and Spinks unable to trade.
Careful.
Exertion falling back, has a teammate here ready to support. It's PR swinging, only good for the first.
Don't have to rush this, P-Vision. 2v1 at B, they know, but that bomb isn't there yet. Torshi's got Inquisitive. But a lot of the map open here. They could be anywhere. That third player unknown.
With a whole minute left, Torshi knows that for this squad he's up against, that's an eternity. They could go back. They could go anywhere. He's got a play to deny the cross out to A, and caught with the pistol down there in lower.
Why not the orb? Feels like the perfect position for it. A side open. Are they going to pull back to B, though? They seem a bit careful. Zershin gets his kill. He starts to rotate. Mind games here at play. And he's not in a bad timing either for this rush. He's going to hear them coming up B2.
Oh, missed shot for James. Exertion nade goes in.
Why am I worried?
Does a bit of chip damage. Can the captain do it?
Oh,
There's
God.
the first. Exertion. And those playoffs in his hands. Swings out, brings him low, but can't get it done.
And Flit just trusts his aim again because it's felt like the only reliability in this map, right? Just taking the fight, heads up, straight up into CT spawn. James jumped into the wall. What the hell is going on? P-Vision are still winning these rounds, like it or not.
And dude, I gotta say, you know, Spinks in this trade work has been really rough across this CT side. He's actually had a number of chances to have kind of round-defining trades from that missed James 1 rounds ago out towards Banana. If you remember his double there out towards Car. Another swing and a miss on the trade out in the apartments. These are really important equalizing kills. And Spinks keeps coming up short. Either taking a couple of seconds too long to actually go it. That one he tries to play immediately.
Oh my.
Push down all the way through Banana.
This is bold.
Zershin realizes he might have to do this himself, and it's that pressure that puts him on the receiving end of Flit.
It's been a lot of this half, hasn't it? Okay. Still need a refrag. Spinks is going to get it. Dink comes in on James. No commit to B now. That was your chance to trade with the AWP, and it's missed. Spinks gets to block, and everyone gets to take a deep breath in this 3-on-3.
Hopefully this can serve as a nice little reset for Spinks, because finally feeling like you get your trade.
Oh, he's going.
He's going all the way through. 3 players here.
No.
Torshi with him. Spinks catches them with nades out, and Torshi now, power position on this smoke fade. Just whittles, slacks the Jez down, nade goes in, his time's up. James got to do this alone. Torshi on this line, has it in his pocket, and Mouse, it is labored. It takes a while from the 10-2 half, but they get the job done. Playoffs secured. A grueling battle on map 2, a very different story to how this series started.
That's right, Hugo. I agree 100%. Just not really the comeback that you could get all the way through and through from the side of P-Vision, but naturally, as things rocked up, and as my analysts do the same exact thing here. Cool stuff from the side of Mouse, though. I mean, right now it looks like they gave just a little bit more breathing room to the side of P-Vision here on the second map of the series, because there's quite contrast from the first.
I think it was just they had a big lead, and then sort of it was a matter of time before they were going to be able to close it out. Although in this particular round, I was like, why did they even buy? You know, like instead of going for a half buy and then have everything for the final round, but they knew something I didn't. Were able to convert it, close it out 13-10, and yeah, that was a super convincing series from Mouse, which I think was important to bounce back, obviously, after the loss to Foot and still make the playoffs. I think not making the playoffs after winning Bounty would leave a sour taste.
Yeah, definitely, and it never really felt like the win was in jeopardy, and I feel like Mouse had a lot of good ideas. I think like the connection between the players was very good. Like whenever they made a move on the one side of the map, it would just cohese into to the right play on the other one. And then you just also the individuals having some phenomenal plays here and there. So it's good to see that Mouse is still picking up the form, and also just the fact that this type of game can always be a little bit scary when you know it's a new team. Like you don't really know what type of team you're going to be going up against. Like the identity of James' team has always been kind of similar, but with new players, things might change. And I think like for the vast majority of the T sides that Exertion managed to pull out, he caught P-Vision in some very uncomfortable situations. And you had a situation where there were 3 guys in spawn and they had no idea, and it just felt like P-Vision throughout the game had a lot of issues to hold on to the map.
Yeah, he called a great game, and it felt like Mouse is getting an extra element to their T side with Exertion, because they're doing some of these instinctive plays like reads, contact plays based off of what he was able to call in previous rounds. There were a few rounds in there, you know, in the mid to late part where they're finishing and they're finding the weaker side. You know, 3 players were towards B, they go towards the 1 guy on A. So some good reads in there from Exertion as well. Yeah, all around super solid series for Mouse.
Yeah, and it doesn't seem as though there was a prolific struggle from the side of Mouse in this series. I mean, sometimes we can see them have to do the bounce back from the ground floor, but in this series, after map 1, just how much of a tone setting, presence setting was that for them?
You just feel like they were on the same page throughout the entirety of the game, and that's what really stood out to me. Even in the rounds where they had like a partial buy or shaped guns, they would all have like a good idea how to approach these type of rounds, and it was never really up to the randomness. And it also just speaks into the team play and the system that Cyclone has really tried to implement into the Mouse team here, and it just feels like a unit that has come off to a really good start and has started to believe a little bit more in one of the things that they didn't believe in the past seasons.
Yeah, it is time. Let's hear from Mouse. Spinks, Freya, what do you got?
It is indeed, yes. Congratulations to Mouse and obviously to Spinks joining me here, making it through to the playoffs. Let's be honest, it was 2 quite different maps, so let's start with the good on Dust 2. Very decisive CT side from you. What were some of the reads you had on P-Vision there?
I don't know if it's reads on Perivision. I think Torzi had a great game, especially in terms of communication, moving around. And the city side does too, when the AVP is doing it. It makes the map just much easier. And yeah, we worked on this map a lot. We were pretty shit on it on the path. But we worked on it a lot, and yeah, I'm happy to see the flowers blooming.
You're being a bit humble, Spinks. You had a great first map too, no?
Yeah, I had some good rounds. Everyone had some good rounds, but yeah, I think that it was a full team effort. Everyone had their moment, and yeah, I'm just happy to show some good Dust too, because we had a rough year with it.
And then we move on to that second map where we have a 10-2 first half for you and Inferno. CT side gets a little bit trickier there. What was P-Vision doing to make that one a bit harder for you to close out in a quick fashion?
I think in general, Inferno is a map that fits Parivision a bit. It's a slow map, and it's their playstyle, so it fits them pretty good. And yeah, I think on our city side, Fleet did some good job on Banana as a T, and maybe some rounds could go the other way around, but I'm happy we managed to have a good lead from the T side, so we have some space to let them have some rounds.
It felt like they were just going B after B after B. Why do you think that was?
I just think Fleet is a great Banana player, and let's follow with our guy. It's also pretty common, it's pretty meta to just fight Banana again and again and again. And yeah, it wasn't only on B, we also died on A bit, we also fucked up on A sometimes, but I think we brought ourselves into some good situations. And just because we were a bit slow and a bit slow in rotations, it was a bit too easy for them some.
Was that what I saw Cyclone was calling a timeout? I want to say it was like round 18, round 19. You guys were 11-8 up. He called a timeout. Was that what he was telling you guys? It was being a bit slow to react?
Also slow to react, and also to think what we need to do, what they are doing, and sometimes also just chill out. We still have the lead. We have good economy now. We will buy every round until the end. Let's see what the players bring up, and let's go with it.
Top 16 secured, at the very least, for you. We've seen some of the other kind of bigger names take, let's call it the scenic route, going through the lower bracket. I'm talking about Spirit, Vitality, as well, in the same situation as you. Where are you placing Mouse in terms of that top 16, considering you just won a trophy in Malta?
Yeah, it was nice to lift the trophy finally, but of course we didn't play in Malta the other big teams, like besides Spirit. I think everyone looks a bit shaky at times. Vitality qualified 2-1, Spirit as well, us as well. I think it's the start of the season, everyone getting their form back in a way. And yeah, where we are in this placement, I don't know, we'll see after the tournament.
Is it a bit of a proving ground now moving into that top 16? You said in Malta, didn't have to face all the top teams. Do you think this is your chance to prove that, okay, we can take them down?
First of all, we have a saying from the coach that they always say, we can only beat what's in front of us. And that's what happened in Malta. We beat whoever we faced. That's it. And yeah, I don't know if it's a goal. We are still a new team. I think we are just, let's see what we get. I just wish to go to the Echo Arena again. Good experience. Still a long way to go, but one step at a time.
I'm sure there's some great memories, hopefully awaiting you once more in the Echo Arena. Thank you so much, Spinks. That is Mouse at the top 16 at the very least.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I don't really much care what Launders said about you, Spinks. I think you're all right, fella. And speaking of which, that's why we continue to move forward and look at exactly what he's done here for this squad.
Yeah, I think one of the most important things for this squad is that they have actually just started believing a little bit. And I think that has that has haunted them a little bit with what they achieved not last season, but also like last year. You know, so many second places, and you know, they made playoffs all in time again. And from that given moment, you know, they probably have been thinking, when do we get better? Like, when do we actually move that extra step so we start? How are we going to do it, right? You know, and I remember I texted Sipex asking me like, what's the plan? Like, what are you gonna do? Like, are you gonna try and find a player? And he's like, yeah, but as you know, as a coaching team, me and Psycho, and our responsibility is to keep the guys believing in the project. And he did that for 6 months, and then they stopped believing, right? And then they had to make these type of changes, and then starting the season really well with bound to win. And it's just good to see that there's a little bit more like believe in the team, and I think that's also what's gonna move them forward.
Well, let's keep the ball moving. We've got some rounds to look after, and I'm looking at one of the earlier rounds in this game. A bit of a misread or misplay, at least the James death. What happened here? You got caught
Yeah,
behind.
it's a reset round. You can see the buy isn't great for Mouse. So super important round for them to win. James sees the smokes for Rapé, falls back. He's going to fire off a shot here. Exertion actually gets the angle on him. But what I love here is a lot of players would like, Jiggle, worry about James sort of re-peeking with the op. Exertion just sends it because he knows, like, if James is worried about him, then his teammates will be able to get the trade and get the side. And if not, well, he'll be able to be a big factor in that split. You can see that he got James in the back. And James completely sort of didn't expect that whatsoever. And it was an easy round in the end for Mouse, where if they lose it, they would have to eco, and maybe we have a different result here on Inferno.
Just maybe we do, and perhaps we learn more about this result from the P-Vision side. We have to ask them with Freya.
Yeah, try as P-Vision might to be pushing this one to the third. Ultimately, it does fall down on Inferno. Dastan, commiserations. I just want to touch upon the T side on that Inferno, because it felt like you guys were putting the puzzle pieces together. Flip was getting some great openers on Banana. What happened in those final moments that meant you couldn't push this one?
On the T side, I think at the end, even we had 5v4, and we just no need to rush things and just finish like late timing cast, because two players already was half HP. But this game was started on Dust 2. It was 3 big mistake rounds with no pistol rounds, losing to Eco. Then 5v3 losing, and Dust 2 too many mistakes. But on Inferno, I think it's 3 rounds not enough. Maybe if it was 5 or 4, it will be better. But generally, I'm not. It's pretty good result. Mouse are hard team now, and we have more invites on this season. And I understand that Fleet need a bit more time. He didn't play half year, and Slugs is still young. He even no experience on Inferno, and we need some time to play better. And today Mouse was better.
I think that's totally apt. So I just want to leave with one question then. What are the takeaways from this event? What are you reading into this to move forward in the year?
For this tournament, we prepared, we worked a lot on Cash, we worked a lot on other maps, and we didn't show today, but generally we came here, it's our first tournament, we feel good, normal environment, we have good opportunities, and our goal is major. There is nothing, it's a good event, nice feelings, and every opponent was very good here. No easy opponents. It was Mouse, it was 100 Thieves, and even Bait winning Vitality now.
Well, thank you so much for your thoughts, as always, Dastan. Unfortunately, that is the end of the road for P-Vision here in Paris.
Yeah, tough cut of the draw there. You heard some pretty good words as far as reslotting some of these players in where they want to fit them in with the game that they want to show.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, they're going to take some time to get up to speed. Slack Chess, then even play Inferno. Really, I think Dustin in his interview talking about, yeah, he wants to like the Face-It maps, your Dust 2s, your Mirages, and whatnot. So getting that experience is going to be key for them to improve later on.
Yeah, the man is positive. That's the thing. Like, you know, he just saw it as a good opportunity for the team, and it really felt like they didn't have any expectations coming here with the little practice they've had in the first event together. I guess it's fair, right, with what the opposition, I mean, could have faced easier team, could have faced worse, but I mean, like, it's a little bit in between, but there was some mistakes that need to be on, that's for sure.
Yeah, and you know, some of the individuals just weren't there today.
Yeah.
Xielo, I know Jacob was talking about our level compared to Bait. but I'm not so sure about that. But you get to pre in there for Zielo. He's gonna get you a couple. He's gonna get you a couple on the Inferno if you put him in right now, Trace.
I think you're spot on. Like, I think there were some rough moments in there where if you're in that position, like, man, please just let me find one.
It's just like sometimes it's just not your day. He was also the guy jiggling on Dust in that round where Spinks like kills him with the Galil, and just have one of those days every now and then.
Let's look at round 18 real quick. Jame gets lost in the post plan a little bit.
Yeah, and it's one of those adaptations from Mouse that I just really like. Throughout their CT side, they did end up giving Banana control a lot, and now they start to fight a little bit, and that just resulted in actually a conversion here for the Paravision. So they turn their attention around, go back to the A bomb side, and Celix is left to his lonesome here. Like, he does a lot to just try and drop utility to conceal that there's more people here, but in a true P-Vision fashion, it is just Jame playing very slow, and that means that he's needed to force and go and plant the bomb with 7 seconds left, and he actually gets a double of this. And then the question mark here is, even though that Sway gets the bomb down here, we have James stuck in the corner with an AWP, right? Like, he's just like walking around. Like, it would have been better if he just would have stuck with the guys, maybe staying along long, maybe holding mid control. But here he doesn't add any pressure, he doesn't do anything specifically, and he just ends up, going down. And it's like he tried to overcook a little bit in this situation. It's one of those situations where hopefully he would have stuck to the team a little bit more.
Yeah, and this is where you can see that they're just somewhat disjointed too, because when they're hitting the bomb site, Slackjazz is sort of, where is he looking at? I mean, the player has to be really side. Jame is covering long for him, and that's where he's aiming. And also, he's the full HP player. Flit with the low HP probably should have just gone in first to get the information on that one guy, that's supposed to be in the A bomb site. So those small things really start adding up.
Is this something where, yes, as we put a ribbon and bow on the time P-Vision spent with us here at the EWC 26, is this something where we can at least say, okay, Flit showed up? That's pretty cool. He was here today. He came to play.
He had a sick Inferno. I mean, slow Dust too, but a sick Inferno, and lots of praise for him from Spinks too, and how he approaches Banana and what he can do. And I think that's what you expect. That's what you would like for Flit to do on a consistent basis for this team. And if he can, then it will prove to be a crucial part of the team.
That's why he was brought into the team, to get a little bit of that experience, right? They tried that with Hobbit, but they also knew that Hobbit probably was going to be something for the future. So yeah, it's good to see Flit coming into this role with all the new guys. And I think that's also just one of the things that I actually thought was really nice with P-Vision in the beginning, was that Jame picked up so many young talents to try and find the new one to bring into the fray. And it worked for a while, but then he realized, okay, we're still making too many mistakes when it gets the most crucial. That's why we need a little bit more balance. And then Flit was probably the obvious one, since, they know what they can get of him also from the side of Dastan.
Yeah, I think also some of those deep runs were really more a testament to how poorly other teams were playing at the time, because what P-Vision was good at really was minimizing mistakes and then having solid fundamentals and not throwing away advantages, right? And that's all it took for them to rise to number 3 in the VRS,
well,
right?
But it shows you can get you very far, right? But you probably won't win that many trophies.
Yeah, and now that, other teams have sort of gotten their stuff together and made some changes and made some improvements, now that's going to be really hard to sort of repeat some of those performances.
Which is, well, I guess for us to say goodbye to P-Vision. Got close. You had me in the first half. I'm not going to lie. You had me in the first half. We say goodbye to them. Mouse move on into the playoffs. Let's actually just kind of look at the brackets as they are. At least within Group C. We still have Group D games being played, but for Group C, it has unfolded quite much like this. Vitality sending 100 Thieves down to the realm of shadows, where in which they also met another shadow.
Yeah, I think it's clear that it's actually pretty much all the teams that we expected to go through. Like, Vitality was never really in doubt once they dropped to the lower pro bracket that they would go on and just win against Vision in a very one-sided game. And just nice to see that Mouse also made it. And I guess the biggest surprise to me maybe is Bait going through in the upper bracket.
Yeah, beating Vitality, obviously the
right?
surprise package of the tournament, but ultimately you would have said that last spot is between them and P-Vision, probably with the caliber of teams, so definitely earned it and earned a high seed, which, well, with how many teams are in the lower bracket, at least they won't be able to get Vitality or Mouse, but, a Spirit is also going to be lurking in there.
Yeah, Foot having beat Mouse 2-1, also, that's, I think on paper probably looks like a stronger matchup from the Mouse side.
Yeah, it was a close series. I'm happy that Foot, didn't regress too much because of the player change. And honestly, xFloud fits like a glove.
That's
in
what
that
I thought.
team.
Yeah,
Not just like on the server, but out of the server with his sort of temperament and personality. I think he's a great fit for the team. So looking forward to seeing Foot in the playoffs.
Keys being crushed. Dupree, tell me what this makes you feel on the inside.
I mean, I said it before, I always wanted to try and do this. I've never played an EWC, so I don't know how it feels. But it must be nice, you know, to kind of, hey, this is the last key before we can make playoffs. I'm going to cross the key, so,
I think I like it more the fact that you get to pick, when you win the event, you get to pick the 3 keys that you won down there. So you can doesn't even have to be a team that you played. You can just pick the teams that, you know, you have a bit of a grudge against. But looking over at Group D, yesterday we had Furia and Navi take care of business and advance to the playoffs. Mongols earlier today took out Pain for a spot as well, and 9Z and Magic are playing right now. Magic actually won the first map and are 1-0 up in that series, and we'll see if they can pull off an upset.
Pretty sure right now, though, in map 2, 7-4. Yeah, 7-4 for 9Z. So there's a little bit of rebuttal there. I say that. They dropped 2 people in the scoreboard. Anyway, if you guys are cool with this, I'm cool with this. We can continue to move the show on, maybe get ourselves to a break, set ourselves up for the last best of 3 here on the A stream so that we can watch Astralis play the Ninjas in pajamas right here live from Paris, France at the Esports World Cup Club Championships 2026. Yanko, hit it.
Playoffs.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We book Esports World Cup.
Oh, they're gonna have free real estate over here. Flash in. They're not gonna be quiet about it. Also, Peak should know at least the possibility of presence here. He going for a mid clear while all this is going on. This is perfect. The CT force is gonna be here for when the hit comes in. That is now. Block smoke. Prevent the cross for a moment. Also one on the site. Spray through the smoke. Max is 5-7. It's put to good work. An absolute chaos as Magic still needs to try to get on the bomb site. Max has slipped the defensive line. Moon trades back, but bomb's still not planted. No one else on the site. That's 9Z stealing one. Robbery in broad daylight.
That's a rough one. All off some, again, just real good utility to slow that walking push, that encroaching T-side tide up ramp. A single smoke divides them, makes them think anything better. You get yourself a nice angle to work with from Elevator and just Goose in general. And they made it work, and it looked really good, mitigating all the losses. And 9Z, with the investment of a scout and some pistols, has now won themselves around, and they're back to a 2-round lead.
Another technical pause. As we look towards the performance of the players so far, Tenzi not losing a single step, 14-7. AW, on the other hand, a bit more struggles on this map than the previous, 5-6. On the side of 9Z, Max leading the way, 12-7. Luchov not too far behind, 8-7. And I dip down from there. And this was kind of the worry, you know, if Tenzi and AW both didn't perform to that spectacular level, it was an unknown about how the series would go. Obviously, it's still a close series.
Ten still is having an immaculate performance.
Yeah, it favors 9Z, especially after the bonus round denial.
Right now, it does seem like Denzi topping the server, followed closely by Max, 12 kills. The rest of the team for both sides, fairly lackluster in the way of supporting these guys. Each player having that standout outlier, for the most part, that's being matched fairly closely. But somehow 9Z just squeaking out this 2-round lead is feeling a lot heavier on the shoulders of Magic than it should be.
Marin's got his headset back on, so hopefully not too long before we get back into the action. Be all fine and well. And again, if this does go to a third map, the third map would be Inferno, which is a lot scarier for the side of Magic than it would be for 9Z. Magic, not a team that tends to try to veer in that direction too often. Meanwhile, 9Z, quite experienced on that. 10 maps in the last 3 months, so take that as you will. We still got Dust 2 to settle. And maybe we won't even have to worry about a third on Inferno.
Maybe not, but if this economy for Magic will be broken, obviously the most they have is $100 on Fate 8. Collectively, the team has $250, so not much left in the bank to make progress if this round doesn't go their way. And, you know, obviously getting that bomb down would be nice.
Would be very nice. And maybe a chance through an explosive play. That does seem what they're trying to set up towards Cat. Smoke about a fade. Still plenty of delay utility. $50 seconds on the clock.
Well, this nade might hurt.
This nade's definitely going to hurt if it gets thrown.
Yep.
Smoke down low. A lot less damage than maybe thought. The double up doesn't feel too good either. Because he drops down and now the hit comes in. Moon. That's a good way to open up. But you've got 2 players to contest for that long.
This is going to be planned for Cat, and also Peak takes out Tenzi, and come down to a 4-on-4. Moon and AW, key players beforehand, down low. Fade 8 out. Iron next to find one of his own, and Malazval towards mid, and I think this might be all she wrote here for this round, and it is 4 alive somehow for 9Z with a no loss retake. That's now into a 3-round lead.
Let's see how that bomb plant, though. Something to be happy about going into the next. Although no matter how happy you are, it doesn't stop the fact that you're still very, very poor.
Yeah. Yep, and it does seem like time's starting to run out to gather money because 9Z are kind of in line to hit double digits here, unless these Deagles can really do something magnificent. But one already gets deleted. It's Fade 8 out of the round as well, and it's 2 bodies out in the first 15 seconds, and maybe the hopes and the prayers that we had to this maybe being around that Magic can find have dwindled away to just Moon.
Just Moon and his trusty Deagle. Let's see what you got. Nothing. All right. 10-6. Double digits secured for the South American side. And now a bye back from Magic. A very crucial point in this matchup. A very crucial point in this map. Oh, honestly, a very crucial point in this series.
Said earlier that the team relied too much on Tenzi and AW having astronomically amazing performances, and now I think these are the repercussions we're seeing here. Tenzi still having a great game, but AW only being 5-8. Seems like the team still can't really pick up the pieces without them.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is that just there's no one else on the team that's able to recover even fractionally compared to the performance that AW was able to put up. Mayday at least finds an entry, a very important entry. It's the first time Magic's had a player advantage in quite a long time. Block smoke comes out. With a minute left, still plenty of time for the T's to wiggle their way around the map. But as Tenzi rotates over, you have to assume it's just going to end on A.
Looking like that. Magic kind of taking that opposite route that we saw 9Z take of B, 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 and then B again. Smoke for that cross, now going out. Flash to hold off just a little bit more. He got Iron, finds that first kill, owns Fate. Oswald just not wanting to cross with only a 4-on-4 now, and all the guns focused on that smoke. Max finds one. AW going for the high ground, but that molly going to slow him down enough to where he's not going to peek it. Oh, what a spray coming in. But
no time. He can't die after time. Oh, this would be absolutely detrimental. Does Max swing? He does. Oh.
And Moon gets the trade, but it doesn't really matter.
Oh, there's no money on AW now, no. At all.
Yeah.
No money, no weapon. And with 9T's on penultimate point. Crushing.
I mean, you got Tech 9s, a Mac 10, and well, Glass Cannon at that. It's...
Ooh. It's quite a lot of damage on a loot chop. So at least the op that saved over doing good work. But will it be followed up by any of the pistols? Perhaps the SMG of Asphalt. Op caught out, Max falls back. Just a bit of damage.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Well, for our next and final matchup here on the A stream, we've got 2 historic names with modern rosters and 1 playoff seat remaining. Astralis have had More time to prepare after the Falcons loss, and, well, I guess from the Ninjas and Pajamas side, arrived from a 2-0 elimination win over BetBoom, powered by one of the best performances we've seen all event long, and the size of Kapersky.
The oldest looking 20-year-old, right?
Okay. Well, if you want to, I guess.
He looked like a killer in that game, Trace, and showed a lot of people why they hold him, why he's held in such high regard.
Well, let's do it this way. Because we're talking about identity, which of these teams has the clearer identity right now?
It has to be Astralis, no? They've had the lineup, the same lineup for the entirety of 2026, and even though it's them switching international at the start of the year, that still gives them an edge in terms of team play, cohesion, just familiarity, being on the same page. They did make some changes to the staff, right? Obviously bringing Neo in, bringing a new performance coach as well. But even with all that, you feel like this is a game that they should be winning.
Yeah, they definitely should, right? It's also just a little bit in the department of the player material. I'm also thinking in the op directions, like Fuse versus Down still being a very new guy that has picked up the op or see himself as an op or whatever. He has like some sort of like identity crisis. I don't know.
He's always dreamed of being an opper, just like Brolin always dreams of being an IGL.
And how did that one turn out for Brolin, right?
We don't talk about those.
No, okay.
Yeah, no joke. I mean, we do have a Danish derby, all which
is weird.
Consensus considered. Yeah, it's not every day you get to see what would be Hooksy, Stayer, and Yabi going up against the likes of Snappy, Stown, and Shush. But if you had to pick one or the other, Yanko, let's just say.
Mini, mo.
Yeah, 3v3 fight straight up. In the server.
No, yeah, I was like, wait, I was trying to think which team is config on, but he retired. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting. We got those, like the Danish IGLs going up against each other. We also have a couple of coaches, who used to play for a long time on a really high level, exist behind NIP and Neo, behind Astralis, but yeah, it's been an inconsistent season for Astralis. We've seen flashes, right? We've seen some really good games, obviously at Pro League, being Spirit in that quarterfinal, but then at Rivals, struggling against Gamer Legion and the likes. So yeah, they're just looking to find more consistency in the second half of the year.
One of my biggest concerns when I'm actually looking at Astralis is specifically their map pool, which is not really looking that great, right? They've picked up cash to play that one. They haven't picked up a win on Dust 2 yet. They have a scrappy one on Mirage with 1 win and 1 loss. And then when we look at their nuke, that used to be the map that they really like to pick, but ever since like the last 3 months, they've lost it 1 out of 7. And their 4v5 conversion sits at a, listen, ladies and gentlemen, 2%.
What?
2% 4v5 conversion. 2%? It almost feels like it's a typo, right? But it's not. That kind of sums up that if you lose the first frag, then you have a 98% chance of losing.
Yeah, I guess it's one of two things. Either they're all-inning a lot, so when they lose, like the first guy, the round just falls apart, or they're really struggling, to come up with solutions if they lose that opening kill.
It is on the T side, to just be frank, so that we don't put them too much under the bus.
Yeah.
I don't know. I look at it, at least on the side of Astralis, I think there's always been this sort of question mark around what sort of vibe Hooksy can bring to a team and keep alive within a team within a weird confines of our weird community that we call home, right? There's always some thread about Hooksy. There's always something being said about how he's leading and steering this team. How do you think it's going thus far?
Oh, fine. I think they have bigger problems than Hooksy's vibes.
Yeah.
Sure, at times you can have whether a player is taking it too far with the criticism and what should the focus be, but also on the flip side of that is if the players are making mistakes all the time, what are you supposed to do as the leader? You need to sort of get them in line, call them out to some extent. So yeah, I think first they need to take care of the Counter-Strike before they can worry about, are the vibes right in the team.
And we previously talked about also that Rook has now been removed, and I think it helps. I think that helps Hooksy. I think there was an issue between him and Rook, and maybe how they saw the game we played. So Neo coming in is also gonna help the team, I think. But I agree, Yanko. There's more to it than just Hooksy. We know that he has issues sometimes fracking, right? Yeah. But Snappy also has that.
It's true. They definitely do. Speaking of when you are Hooksy moving around pieces.
Just a Danish IGL thing, really.
It really is just a Danish thing. I mean,
no,
I guess
Ingham because we.
No. Oh, okay.
Don't put me in that one.
Because I thought.
I'm never Ingham Lee.
You saw wrong.
How about Hooksy manipulating Ryu and moving him around the map the way he needs to?
I mean, Ryu is one of the guys that I didn't know too much about before he was actually picked up. He had his time in Mont, and I think he started out really strong in the Astralis jersey, and I think he he got a lot of love, specifically in the Danish community, because there was a lot of issues there when people got very upset that they went away from this Danish lineup. So I think he proved to me that he was really strong, and obviously he does put up a good amount of frags and a good KD on Nuke. But I mean, like, Nuke is a map about the team. It's not about the individuals. So it's just not enough. And I still think Rio has a lot to bring to the team, but if it's enough, I'm not sure. But I'm more concerned with Fuzi if I compare.
I was going to say, like, that's probably the bigger one you keep an eye on, because he's shown flashes early on in the year, but lately it's been really a liability for the team, from missing sitters to just struggling to make the correct decision in some of these mid rounds, right? And we know how important operas are in Counter-Strike forever, and it doesn't matter what the meta is. The opera is always going to be a focal point of the team, and you saw what he's capable of, and against Spirit in their game at Pro League, right? Completely shutting them down. And it's not like he needs to do that every single game, but every now and again, you need to be able to raise your floor, and it just hasn't been there for Fuzi.
Look, on the other side, NiP went from losing 5-13 to Legacy to sweeping BetBoom, and I guess that would beg the question as to what changes. How does that go from such a shifting sand?
That is the issue with NIP. Like, you don't really know what NIP is going to be showing up. Then they have a game against BP, where they looked, where they look really solid, right? Where they get a lot of things done, and thankfully to Kaspersky, Soldier did a lot of good things in that game. But it's a coin flip at this point. I feel like it's literally, when you look at how Snappy approaches his defaults and his system, and also that's what happened in Falcon. Like, some games we would have ideas and we would have some really good game plans, but it just requires so much of your players, and they're not hitting their shot, then you're not going to get anything out of the game plan. And he doesn't have the star power to bail him out.
Yeah, and I think we saw, obviously you can't bank on Kaspersky having a game like that every single time, but he is a super solid player, and mechanically, just incredibly sharp, incredibly quick with that first bullet too. So yeah, the concerning thing is when he says, like you mentioned, like, we don't know which NIP is going to show up, right? So that's obviously a problem, because when you have such huge volatility with your performance, how can you count on anything? Like, how can you establish consistency? You cannot. So it's about figuring out how to raise their floor, get like similar performances from the players, so he can then see what works, what doesn't work, and how to keep building.
Well, let's go ahead and hear from Stown. It is just about time for us to get in the server, so we need to hear from him now.
Now, while our second series of the day is still going on, I've managed to catch the man of the hour in Stown, and there's a reason for that, because let's address the elephant in the room. You're going up versus your former organization in Astralis. Can you tell me, first of all, the emotions that brings up for you?
I mean, it's going to be a fun game. I mean, playing especially against Yabi, because I've been teammates with him for so many years, so it's going to be fun playing against him. We're still really good friends, me, him, and Stair as well. So it's not like a grudge match, I would say, but it is definitely more like there's more emotions for sure, like you say, and it's just going to be a fun game, and one of us has to go to home today.
Yeah, of course, do or die time, quite literally, for both squads on each side of the equation. When you're preparing the game with Snappy, then I know it's in a different Astralis system, now they've gone international, but how much kind of help can you offer him with maybe some tendencies that your friends, former teammates might be putting in the server?
Yeah, I mean, I think I know them obviously more than Snappy does, right? And but then again, I also think that they also changed up a little bit how they play, especially since they went international, right? So I think, I mean, I can bring some stuff, but overall it's just like preparing any other match, I would say. But obviously, yeah, it's fun to prepare against the guys.
Just quickly want to touch upon your, newish role. It's been a couple of months now, you've been primary AWPer. How well do you feel that you've adjusted to this role?
Well, I think I've done a decent job, I would say. I mean, I still think I can do even better, but I mean, obviously time will help, I think. But I think it's been fun so far, and I enjoy it, and I think the team is also happy with it. So I'm excited to keep going.
And just final question touching upon that. What's been the most difficult thing about becoming the primary AWPer?
I mean, I have gotten that question before. I think it's hard to say what exactly is the most difficult thing. I think in the beginning, I think it's like when you miss some of the easy shots, because obviously it is like the easiest weapon to kill with in a way, and also maybe it is the best weapon in the game. So when you sometimes miss the easy shots, then compared to when you're a rifler, for example, after a game, when you sit in the bed at night and want to sleep, it maybe you can think about maybe a spray you maybe whiffed, but it's a little bit different when you're like it's off. But so that is like a different mental thing, I would say. But I don't know anything other than that. No.
Stan, I'll let you get your head back in the game because yeah, do or die time between Astralis and NIP going down very shortly.
Prey, I don't know about you, but it sounds like he's got his head in the op game almost a little too much there.
Praise, if you were thinking about missed praise, you would never get to go to sleep.
Yeah, for real. Thank you so much for that. I do still live in the purgatory that is losing to Frankie on LAN at IM Beijing. But that's a totally different story. That's not here. That's not now. What is here and now is the fact that we need to know our 3 maps. Gentlemen, in Astralis versus NIP on the last day of this stage of the event.
Yeah, and we see NIP getting rid of Dastuno, Anubis for Astralis, and this is where you wonder, like, is NIP actually going to pick Nuke now? And yes, they are. We mentioned Astralis and their track record on Nuke in the last 3 months. And yeah, it's been a weakness for them. And on the flip side, we see the Inferno pick for Astralis. And Snappy didn't play it for the longest time in his teams, but they picked it up with NIP this year. Had some decent results on it early on, a couple of wins, so we'll see if they can keep rolling against Astralis.
At this point, I just feel like if you're Astralis and you kind of know that you're gonna go play Nuke, right? Because that's always the pick that NIP decides to go for, and I think the Inferno pick, looking at the entire map pool and the win ratio, I think it makes sense that Astralis goes, and this is what they've picked up, two map wins, so it's also maybe just like narrowing down to what do we actually feel confident on, and then obviously getting rid of Anshin for the likes of NIP.
Say it. What are we playing? What's the map?
I think Cash is going to be in there for the last one because, you know, it's a map that both teams has picked up, so let's bring it. Yay! We do get to see it.
Well, maybe.
Well,
not get ahead of ourselves.
I think we will.
Okay, so Cash, 3rd map. Sweet. Nuke, Inferno, Cash. Guys, let's throw it out there now, what we could say are predictions of types.
I really want to just be seeing... I want to see someone that can back up Star a little bit here. I want to see Fuzi winning that head-to-head with Down because Fuzi has, regardless of his results, had issues, but I still want to see more out of him.
I'm going with Astralis, NIP too inconsistent.
Okay, EWC play, match, pick'ems, or predict'ems, as I like to call them. There is a QR code. You go ahead and just grab it right now. Do it right now because it's time to play the game.
NIP versus Astralis. And with playoffs on the line, you know, years ago, this would have been a mega top of the food chain type of matchup, but things have changed. Saw Stown in the interview talking about what it's going to feel like to play against the Astralis guys for this remaining spot. The last one that we're going to get to cover over here on the A stream.
Yeah, next thing you know, we're into the playoffs. Bigger stage, more crowd, more stakes, single elimination, round of 16. And a lot of money on the line. Head-to-head, we haven't had since last year. Not since Down joined NIP. And he's had some great moments, hasn't he, on the AWP. So excited to see what he can bring to the table today. Heaven smoke on this execute, but it lands quite shallow. Maybe trying to make it look like a outside play, but they're going for this top pop.
Gabby, back turned, but won't come to matter. All the kills belonging to NIP. Fuzi does what he can, but he's getting sandwiched here. They're on either side of him.
Plenty.
And that leaves it just on Ryu. Up the vent, good for one, but Kaspersky right there and loaded, ready to go.
Yeah, I like the NIP just call off the possibility of going for that plant in that hectic A hit. They realize, like, the kill's going to come to us. Let's just wait for it.
Crazy to think this is a head-to-head with the only Swede on the side of Astralis and as many Danes in NIP. as that of the Astralis squad.
It's true. It is weird to see a Danish flag behind NIP, but why not? I'm excited to see Note today, Harry. This guy is very clutch. There was a period when he was in the Young Ninjas. He went on a streak of 31 one clutches. 31. From 1v1s to 1v4s. In a row. No lost clutch. How do you do that?
No, that is crazy.
How do you do that? It's got to be the record. But was broken, of course, coming into this main team. But he still had a few strong maps in this short period of time. This is sneaky for NIP. They've made it all down B. 4 players in secret. No one rotating yet for Astralis, but sooner NIP go, the better. Ryu's on his rotation. And there's the door open, and wow, he grabs a deagle, but with the lobby contained, bomb should be going down.
We get Yabi versus Stown. Fuzi gets rid of Note. Oh, and there's a follow-up from that Fuzi deagle.
Oh, this is ex-Kaspersky, though. Don't count this guy out.
Full gold on the AK. Got the drip. Does he have the metal to back it up? There's the double. Can't quite round out the clutch. Yabi there to complete it. And Astralis looking to steal one back straight away with this force.
Whew, saved by the bell there. Big deeks from Fuzi, and Yabi, such an important closer. Shame that in lobby weren't ready for more than one. Multiple players flanking Hut there. But despite Shush finding Hooksy, he still turns around after this kill, and that's what opens up even just a possibility of a retake. Fuzi and Yabi make it a reality, and that is a force buy win for Astralis. Hooksy getting hyped. No rest for the wicked here. NIP on a force buy. He's above you.
Rushes in. Fuzi arrives to support Ryu, and no issues here, holding onto the ramp side. 5v3. Pistols are closing in. And the cover of Fuzi gets eliminated. Leaving him just to fend for himself, but doesn't crumble under the full weight of NIP.
Sick from Ryu. Pre-fire on the last guy as well.
I'm going to be keeping an eye on Fuzi as well. Been a tumultuous time, I would say, right? Really exciting prospect when he got into Astralis. We absolutely loved the mileage you were getting out of him and Ryu, kind of the new duo in the squad, right? But undoubtedly kind of hit a bit of a rougher streak recently. Hasn't been putting up the same crazy numbers anywhere near as consistently. Thinking back to their time at the Major, it was a really rough showing from him. But hopefully that was a bit of a focal point in the break.
Yeah, they want a single map at Cologne. It has been not much better since. Sure, made it to the Bounty semis, but off the back of online games that they should have won, and they did. But I think there's a lot more expectation than what Astralis have been giving us in the last 3 months. Especially when you consider, you look back to like the dawn of this roster. Remember, they beat Spirit at Pro League, and that's when we really took note of this team. They destroyed Spirit at Pro League, should I say, in a playoff game. That's when we saw Fuzi look his best in this roster. So trying to recapture some of that for sure. And it's Astralis who have made big changes over the break, but not necessarily in the playing side of things. Bringing in Neo to coach, bringing in Navi's psychological manager. Try to think of the right term. Performance coach. There we go. Fuzi just got bursted there.
The armorless Snappy on this Galil. Turns out the taps do have mileage, and when you're at the mercy of Stare, those miles run out. So Astralis 3-1, conversions found, but a gun round right round the corner for NIP.
Whoa. Snappy, no stranger to being on the lesser weapon. No stranger to nuke either. And one of his favorite maps throughout his career. Full ramp. Nobody home. Outside lurker picked.
And that's routing into lower, not as free as you might be expecting. Yabi been here the whole time, just waiting for his chance to strike. Snappy's gonna get his upgrade eventually, but it came at the cost of the entire team. The one kill in the round on that wrap in this lower take, but now they know where he is. And so feeling like he's trapped in a box here, and that's because he is. Fuzi, no messing that one up. Astralis still clean, 4-1.
Yeah, I love that Ryu opens the door there for Yabi. Just full baits for him. No reason to check that side of control. Just able to mow them down here on this B hit.
Do love just the amount of kind of old boys we've got to see across EWC from the open qualifier, but even now, as we approach the end of the groups, Neo and Exist behind these teams. Of course, Snappy himself is one of the old boys too, older than Exist, at 36 years old. Not one to let that get in the way. Snappy dead first in this round. There's shots for Fuzi, but shouldn't be too much of an issue. Already got Ryu down here at lower. He's pretty alone in this endeavor. That's the one scary thing, perhaps. They're going to get past him. And that gives rise to a bomb plant for NIP. 3 players ramp side on this retake.
How do you win this, right? You need Tech-9s in your face, so Stound's got to do a heavy lifting here on the ramp. Nade landing backside. Stound, they're surely going to clear this. Spins around, but too many targets. 3-on-1 for Shush. Just waiting in the door. And they've got eyes on it as well. Won't play until he absolutely has to. Seen Fuzi up close, but they could be on it. And so that swing punished. And 5-1 lead. Astralis looking good. So NIP's map pick. We're going to need some T-side rounds soon.
Yeah, I think if you're NIP, you're telling yourself you can still get out of this half, you know, with just a small handful of rounds and remain threatening. You've seen kind of to no end for this Astralis squad some T-side woes for them on this map. We all kind of begrudgingly remember that one EPL.
2-0 round halves.
Yeah. But, you know, that was some time ago. It's gotten a bit better. They no longer get 0. But CT undoubtedly where you put in your best shift.
7 out of the last 8 games on Nuke Astralis have lost, right? But I think that's been something that's been pretty clear about EWC. When you see these like massive holes in a team's map veto, a lot of them have looked improved for obvious reasons. So I think some of the punish picks have actually not worked at this event in these BO3s.
I mean, you also just think, like, after the major run that Astralis got, it was clear that a lot had to get revamped.
They lost Nuke over and over again in those BO1s and BO3s.
Liking this from Stare out in the yard. 2 kills deep already. He's done a boatload of damage on a Snappy. He's going to try and escape, and that is when Kaspersky closes in on him. But you'd like to say he's done more than enough in this round. In the blink of an eye, you're down to a 2v4. Snappy's wounded and donning that AWP. So ex-Kaspersky would have to do everything if you want to make this round happen. The Snappy plucked out of the back line, and a real choke point set up over towards main. They get funneled into those Astralis crossfires.
Yeah, you're just not seeing Astralis rotate too much. They don't really feel the need to. They haven't felt the threat of B. They've given it up in multiple rounds and had no one lower, and they've still won all the retakes, right? So just not really feeling any fear about this B side. The yard smokes aren't forcing rotates. Everyone's still hanging out outside. And Stare's feeling good about that one after a lot of damage in the yard.
Snappy, he's kind of at his best here when he gets you a little bit jittery, where he gets you a little bit nervous and calling some of those rotations too early, leaving a lot to the imagination. But yeah, you're dead on it. Astralis are not budging. Look, they have their idea for how this game is playing, and they are sticking to their guns.
Another massive advantage. Pressure never let off outside. These smokes will fade. Stare can swing, but Note is ready for that repeak. And so trying to carve a way back into this round. Down in the door, gets an AK.
Mileage may vary, but this is still a scary spot for Astralis. With damage done on a Fuzi, and Eyeballs having to go take control over the yard after Stare's death. There was a little gap opened up out towards ramp, and so finally NIP have some holes to try and exploit here.
Oh, Ryu's dropped in, so they're going to push lobby together here. They know about the ramp gap. He checked it earlier, but this lobby timing is awkward for Note. Can he find the kill as they enter the hut? He's aware they can be here. Does it go both ways? Good shot for Note. Bomb is crawling into B, but as we've learned from this game, NIP can't really be certain about anything. They're getting flanked as well, but it's this hesitation that buys Astralis time to rotate lower. And you got to cover this plant. Note is back on roof, bomb going down. Note playing very late, but look at the timing of Yabi. He's right there.
Just here so quickly and so quietly. Ex-Kaspersky will get the spot. Ooh. Follow up onto the low HP Fuzi, and Ryu, who was holding for that late lobby player in Note, has to just abandon his post and come on round because they need him for this retake.
He's walked in.
All the way down. Kaspersky with the spot, and now you've got him iced out in the open. NIP, one gap found out towards ramp, and they do a hell of a lot with it. That's a kill in the yard, forcing rotations out of Astralis, leaves an area of the map open for a moment, and it is immediately used against them. That's a nice one to pull you back into this game if you're NIP.
Yeah, absolutely needed that round, didn't they? Nice to see Note get a lot of value out of his lurk. He's just a thorn in their side, gets a kill, lives, doesn't offer a 2v2 that could maybe allow Astralis to speed up on that B-bomb site. So, good shots out of him and Ex-Kaspersky to guarantee that round for Nib. Trying to break Astralis' money before the half is over. A couple more gun rounds going to be needed. Straight out the door, denied. I mean, this position has been locked out by Astralis. It's a bold call to make when you consider Shush got spammed out last round. Doing the same thing. Nib are going to go back out for yard smokes.
Something that you feel like you kind of have to put in, or else, you know, Astralis is just going to take their eyes off the yard. That's only going to mean you face more of them later.
It's actually just a door smoke. That's all they've got. Got one more bit of util, but Astralis don't even really have eyes outside. They're allowed
Well,
the
yeah,
secret cross.
this is the worry, right? You kind of can afford to discount a little bit with none of these smokes down. Fuzi's left his position. He's just kind of roaming over towards heaven and hell. He'll be available way faster as a rotate.
Oh, Ryu, great position if he doesn't play it too early. And as the AXX comes in, his flank is going to be mobile. They're not even looking. Double kill. Ryu drops 2. And he lives to tell the tale. 5v2, Nip, nowhere to go. Been cut off. Disastrous round here.
Yeah, it just gets really hard. Like, you didn't have the util to really do a lot there. You lost the opening challenge out through door. You're instantly in a bad spot. You don't really feel like you have the resources to put appropriate pressure on Astralis. That left a gap that Ryu went on to exploit, and from that moment, like, the round's over. No way of misdirecting that. Astralis kind of had a very keen idea where an IP could be at any point in time in that round. So really burning through these timeouts and Nip. Exist talking there at the start, maybe offering something up, an outside perspective here just to try and help Snappy a little in this endeavor, because this T side's getting shut down. And we said, you know, Astralis, they've had their fair share of struggles on this T half. You still don't want them reaching double digits by the end of this half. That suddenly puts a lot of pressure on every single round you play, starting with the pistol. Even a third round just makes a world of difference, meaning a pistol does not decide your fate on Nuke. Good damage there. Spam connecting on a Hooksy. Back to these yard smokes a little bit later. This was what was missing last time they sat back in the lobby. Uzi sees a player pathing with it. Break on that smoke, and he gets one out in the open.
Another? Yes. Third is too much, but job done. Excellent shots.
That's kind of been the story for Astralis in a lot of these moments, right? Just one player offering up 2 kills, and then you make the argument, well, he's done his part in the round, just down to the rest of it, just kind of see it through.
And another random timing push here for Astralis that have done them so well, right? They've had Ryu pushing ramp. Now it's Yabi and Door. Ooh. Does catch Shush. Nice shot. Locks out lobby. Now you know both are outside, and Ryu can just win the round on this fight. Not even expected. Ryu has just been a force of nature in this game. They have not played ramp at all. Astralis, for the most part, don't want this position, and Nip aren't doing anything about it. They've had a couple of walks down B. It's led to 1 round, but by and large, Ryu has just been a mobile terror on the CT side.
I would say this is kind of the ideal Astralis scoreline when you look at it, right? Like Hooksy down bottom of the board, sort of where you want him. You have Stare as your rock piece, just looking solid, and then Boozy and Ryu, like when they first moved into this team and what made Astralis so exciting, putting a bow on it.
I'm just shocked they keep going in for door pressure, because they've not got a single kill at this position, and
poor Shush, right? Just getting sent out to his death every single time.
Oh, another break on the smoke, finds a kill. 5v3, and another round petering out in front of you.
The fact you've just been in so many of these positions. 3v5 after losing 2 opening duels.
And at this point, no one needs to push, right? Just lock it. 5v3. Just get your shot, fall off. Okay, a bit of a miss, but not a problem with Ryu still in B. Look at him waiting. Full baiting.
Astralis have had like some very good unorthodox positions. They're getting baited in right now with Fuzi missing these shots, and Yabi's only going to sell it further. You are completely discounting Ryu in this position as a result.
He has been the Joker in every round of this game, right? Wide on Secret, coming up Secret, pushing ramp, hiding back ramp box, B twice in dark. Just been great positional play from Ryu. And I mean, it's not just, Astralis are allowing this. This is the plan. They're putting him in these positions. They're noting the gaps, and they're not letting these gaps be a problem. Even when Nip get control of the ramp. Astralis know. 9-2 and just the perfect game from Astralis.
And again, dude, like another new position.
Just never know where to expect him. And watch them go for garage control. They just can't avoid him. They're running into main. Through the smoke is nice. Ryu spamming from back garage, but that reload will cost him his life. You'd like to think. There it is. 5v2.
All right, you've done the hard part. You finally have an overwhelming advantage. Just don't go giving this away.
I'm scared.
Hooksy back of the site. Fuzi ready to support in Heaven's side, and this 3v5 is happening.
Oh, dear.
2v5 down to 2v2 in the blink of an eye. Hooksy couldn't line up the double. Leaves it now on the shoulders of Fuzi. Event drop for Stown, just trying to play for distance, and Ex-Kaspersky holding on for this rotation. Woo. NIP, they narrowly get through with 3 on this T side.
Yeah,
recovering a 2v5 that was getting away from them.
You can't even really feel good about that. Sure, you get the round, but every part of it, terrifying. And 3 rounds on your T side. I know Astralis have had T side problems, but this looks like a very different Astralis today. Looks like a well game planned Astralis with good ideas, with good form, and NIP are just running into brick walls. This is not a cartoon. They're not breaking through.
Now, even if you've had your struggles on T-Harbs, the idea that you could win a pistol and that would be enough. It would put you on that finish line and all you'd have to do is cross it. Heavy nade stack in towards the top site, hoping for a main kill. They try and flood over, but Shush has other ideas. Doesn't let Yabi do it. Ex-Kaspersky, Dorberetta's aggression net him another, but there's more players back here in the lobby. They will catch him.
Oh no.
Completely unawares.
3v5.
So as NIP kind of jostle for this control, it's going back to aggression. Dorberetta's through the door. Stown thinks better of it.
That third player's reset, and I think Snappy's realized he's pushed deep from where he was on yard, now starting to flank. It's a nice play, but it can leave you completely out of position because of how long you need to walk. If Astralis plays soon, Snappy's position has minimal value. Only information now. They know Astralis are about to walk out A or walk out ramp. Which one will it be? Stown inside of Huts. They crunch lobby together.
Great timing on that hut push.
Yeah.
Ends up behind them.
Oh, but
they make it down the vent. It's a game of cat and mouse. And the mouse is getting away. No, with the spot.
Oh.
Stown dead on the vent drop.
That hurts.
You said coming into this that No looks to be a clutch player. Would need to show that now. Runs the door right in a stare. Desperate times, feeling like they call for desperate measures. Leaves it to a fight. And now it's just Snappy. Does have the dualies, but they are toying with him. They are playing with their food. Snappy gone. Astralis with a pistol. And they could make this a very quick opening map.
I feel like this game's not meant to be here for NIP, doesn't it, right? They hit all those timings. It looks good. And what do Astralis do? They just drop down the vent. They just take that free bomb site. Stown continues to walk behind them on good timing, but they're ready.
I mean, dude, if you're NIP, it feels like Hooksy's in the team speak with you. The way that he's maneuvered his troops around every single play that NIP have tried to make.
They still pushed in the 5v3. That is one thing Astralis didn't really do. When they had their advantage, they locked in the rounds in this first half. So Nib did feed them a bit. And now Astralis confident, just going to start charging. That will cost them. 2 Deagle shots connect from Note. A ramp and a third will do nicely.
One more man still to face him. No, it's Heroics. Can't afford to be in vain. He gets 3. Snappy with another. And it's left to stare in what was a 1v4.
I mean, they sort of trolled this 4v1 here. They've now split up. Kaspersky just trusting his timing. But Stare looks back and he catches him looking the wrong way. I mean, they swang in. They gave him the chance to win this round. And I think he just might. 1v1, playing the patient game, hoping Shush comes to re-clear and look for a weapon.
He knows it's NIP massively on the back foot. Shush throwing into a 1v1 he feels like he never should have been in. If there was any time you're going to get caught by a position like this, it's now. And so he plays the patient game, waits for a swing, waits for a jiggle, and he's got his number. Stare with a 1v4, keeps it in check for Astralis.
And I bet Stown is kicking himself for swinging through that molly hell, right? Note's fighting, he is committed. Stown's trying to help him out, but that gives him another 1v1, 2 more isolated fights. Kaspersky makes a play on his own. I mean, yeah, it's... You can see how it happens, and it happens so quickly, but that's just fundamental mistakes here for NIP. Cost them the worst possible round. Ugh. Like that looks too easy for Steph. Way too easy. And after Note does this, boom. From that kill, this round's on. Even just Kaspersky walking up alone, like...
Especially when Shush is holding lobby.
Yeah. A very hateable round, really, from NIP. You'd think at this score, you'd really try and secure that one. But here we go, Astralis just going to run at them.
Yeah, you tell yourselves you win this one, you've won the map. And so sure, they lose these first few fights, but that has not been enough for NIP. Kaspersky lost back in the lobby, but there's a player to deal with this. Fuzi late on the lobby side. Kaspersky goes looking for him, keeps his wits about him. And flushes out that late lurk. Lobby side, bomb now planted. Line up, that's horrible! Note and Kaspersky get skewered!
Not meant to be, is it?
4v2 after losing a 4v1. And it's Astralis hunting for map point. Hooksy hears the footsteps. Knows he's got him right where he wants him. He needs the ace clutch if he's to pull this off. And Stown taps that bomb, but Hooksy does not take the bait. Goes out now. No kit for Stown. No round 1. Hooksy with all the kills and the clutch to back it up.
Yeah, excellent shots for Hooksy. And how often do you say that? He shows up massive in this round. The MAC-10 lineup, my God, it is meant to be for Astralis. 4 kills and a captain's clutch to put another round on the board. Just back-to-back daylight robbery rounds from Astralis. NIP not in playoffs. Not with a game like this.
Yeah, it would be one thing if you're just getting dominated, but you've actually been in multiple winning positions, had multiple chances, let every single one of them get away. Best thing they've done here is be a textbook example in how not to play these man advantage rounds.
It's been hard to watch.
So this is what they're left with. Collection of pistols, SMGs, and a couple of rifles. But next to no util in this for Nip. They're at the full mercy of whatever Astralis are trying to run. Stown, that's the AK, dead first, out in the yard.
In the molly as well. Oh, Note's deagle. Not again, right? They just hop away, but they can't escape the headshot. Somehow that connects. 4v3. counting nothing out here from Astralis. Look at Stare, scaling heaven. And Bomb is not resetting lobby despite the control here from Nip. Fuzi's ready to go main. Just give some time to Stare to get in position. He's playing it patient.
Snappy's coming up through secret, so if they try and give too much time... Oh! Stare's ready for that!
Okay.
Collateral through his teammate. That sees Ryu dead. Shush coming up the ladder. Stare's waiting for it. One more man out through the doors side. Kaspersky wasn't spotted, and Note is going to hit this timing. Now, his Deagles had to do so much in this game, but they're still demanding more. It's onto the Galil. Oh, the turn! Stare has a feeling, and he wants those playoffs. It's another attempt at the ace. Swing out wide. Stare's gone. Boozy in this 1v1, and one bullet seals the deal. There it is for Astralis. They pick NIP apart. They dominate them on Nip's map pick. And Astralis now sit just a map away from those playoffs.
Beautifully put, and a beautiful ending for the Astralis side, but of course this series still has little legs to it. Maybe that is, of course, if Nip decides to stand up from the table and play the game. Quite missing there a little bit.
How do you say that's what you get for picking nuke against me in Danish? Because I feel like that's...
Yeah, let's hear it. Let's try it.
Det hvad du får for at pikke nuke mod mig.
Nah, that doesn't sound as sexy as I hoped for, right?
So hard right
I think that's maybe what, you know, Pixie was shouting out there, but yeah, that's a complete dismantling of NIP by Astralis on NIP's map pick.
So let's look at it this way, Dupree. You're sitting back, you're watching this, you're watching Astralis kind of just dismantle Nip. Break that down for me in the minutia in terms of how did it all begin to unravel?
I think it all started, obviously, on the T side for NIP, where Snappy really tried to, you know, work with what he did against BB Team, with playing with more layers and playing out in the yard, you know, creating space for the players, you know, to create the rounds. That didn't really succeed because they were literally shut down in pretty much everything they tried on that department of the map. And then he reverted to going back playing a little bit more set strat, which has always been his kind of identity, and that netted him like 3 rounds. But once you turn your attention to CT side, you know, they had chances, right? They had a chance in the pistol, and then the second round they managed to throw away 1v4 against Stare. And I mean, I just want to give it to Stare. Like this guy's just really, really good.
Oh,
He
yeah.
didn't prove that in the last round. You know, out of nothing, he creates the round and he just wins it off for Astralis. So it's all the clutches also went the way of Astralis and on the other side. But regardless of that, you know, NIP never really found their footing here.
Yeah, Stare absolutely the real deal, right? I mean, a lot of players have really strong mechanics nowadays, but what separates the really good ones is, you know, the understanding of the game, the awareness, the concentration, and in that final round, he definitely showed all of that, just being a thorn in NIP's side.
A thorn, to say the least. I mean, imagine losing the game like that. What do you think?
He's having luck or something. He just smacks people.
Yeah, just how much does it hurt your feelings you lose like that?
One more time?
How much does it hurt your feelings you lose like that?
I mean, it hurts in more in the way that he does it, right? He gets a flank in heaven, which is really good. And then I think his reposition was really strong. Then you see Note coming up the ladder thinking, okay, you know, he got the play. And then he turns around in that given second when he's about to flank, you know, and it just haunts you because you had the upper hand. Like throughout the entirety round, you had the upper hand, and then like it just falls apart by one guy that just, you know, hits all the headshots and makes the right plays. And I mean, it's not really what you want to be looking at if you're NIP moving forward in this series.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if someone who was dead said, watch out, one more. Heaven, right? Like, because the way the first guy played, and also Note was still alive and he was the ramp guy. But yeah, great round that Astralis was able to put together in the end.
Yeah, let's jump into the round. Early on, things begin to take a tumultuous turn, and I do mean that Shush is jumping around.
Yeah, it's like really important, obviously, once you win the pistol to be able to convert, win against this force. But you can see they go outside, NIP, right? They're going to get down secret without any issues really whatsoever. The bomb is with them as well, and it's just Shush as the lobby player who's on the other side. They get the trade kill here on Ryu, who's the ramp guy as well, right? You can see the response from Astralis was to push lobby, and I don't get Shush here. Like, ramp guy dies, he kills the one player. Why is he like looking towards ramp? Why is he jumping around? Like, you should expect that reaction when Yard was so clear and you killed one player. And now in this post plan, there's no crossfires. Everyone's playing one by one. You know, and the Fuzi hits 2 really good shots with the Deagle. He had a good game, and then it's Kaspersky in a 1v3 that he just isn't able to finish, and you lose the all-important second round.
There's no business in you winning, like losing this one, because with all the space you've gotten, and you didn't take a single point of damage up until you get that first fight, like this should be in the books like 100% of the time.
Yeah.
And I think I agree with Shushi. Like, it's like he's scared of what's like. He should be aware that he's the one that's gonna get hunted down, right? You know, with all the space that his teammate has, the bomb is down. He is the one to be targeted, and it's just weird, you know. But that's one thing. But I think the crossfire was probably the most crucial mistake here from NIP.
Shoot, a couple mistakes there. I'm sure there are a couple mistakes.
You know, obviously that resets their economy, and then I get it. Like, they drop an AK for Kaspersky because he's playing so well to try and make something happen, but you're spending a lot of resources at that point on. So when that doesn't work out, once you get to the gun round, again, someone has a Galil, someone has a Mac-10. Maybe Snappy feels pressure to call something a bit more risky, and then it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy because you're just playing into the hand of Astralis, and you're making these rounds not as difficult for them to defend.
And you just throw this out of your hands, because let's say that they would have went secret and they had like a massive gamble of 4 players and they just get squeezed and they just lose down. Okay, they had a good read, but this situation was like so much in their own hands that it kind of felt like a steal.
Yeah, a steal, a stayer, perhaps.
A stayer.
That's why round 14, I'm pretty sure that's what we're talking about, a stayer yet again.
He's just like the main character of Astralis. I think at this point I didn't like the call from Astralis of rushing Ram, because rushing these type of rounds is sometimes kind of scary because you don't really know what's happening. And Staff finds himself in a 1v3 here, and then he just plays it out patient. He literally wins the round by just waiting, right? I think Node actually makes the first decision, like the first mistake here, by getting a massive triple kill on Ram, but then, you know, decides to go and fight for that last one instead of just like either falling back or let him, you know, Star work his time. And, you know, well played by Star, but the mistakes on NIP were just, again, too big.
Yeah, that's why we talk about their inconsistencies, right? Like when we saw that against BB team, they were so good at the decision making, you know, individually they were sharper, and here it's just the complete opposite, right? Outside of Kaspersky, not really much that we've seen from the other players, and then also this, it happened multiple times, especially on the T side. You obviously pointed out round 2, but you know, just the lack of awareness of where the opposing players might be, and then you're just dying, like getting killed on the side. Players, the spacing isn't there. Like, these skills probably should be traded, right? But just the lack of awareness is making it impossible.
Also, like what you brought up yesterday, I believe it was, when like, what is the worst thing that he can, like, what's the worst thing NIP can do against Star in this situation?
Yeah,
that's like, go away, let him work out the round. You're like, just camp something, hold an angle, don't feed him the kills, because then he gets to be in the main character of the round.
Gentlemen, if we go into Inferno, and I tell you that it's something like Nip don't love this map per se, what are the odds Kaspersky can bring one right out of the bag again and pull this right back around?
I think the weight might be too heavy for him to carry on his own.
Pretty fair.
Right? Like he would definitely need some help if NIP is going to come back into the series. But yeah, it has to be almost a 180 compared to what we saw on Nuke, right? In terms of playing as a team, in terms of just concentration levels for the players, you need to step up.
Yeah, it really just feels like there's a lack of communication, but also awareness. And also just a lack of, you know, maybe focusing in the right kind of moments, understanding the situation instead of, you know, trying to be the hero of the round or whatever it be. And it requires quite a mental reset, because there was opportunities in the game, but they just threw it around.
Those 3v3s make or break games.
Yeah.
Like Snappy, you know, your IGL is sometimes going to win you a round by calling, sometimes he's going to lose you a round by calling, but most of the time it's these post plans, right, and how you play in the mid round, situational Counter-Strike, like, basically clutches most of the time, right? And that just wasn't there whatsoever for NIP. We didn't even talk about the second half. They lost, the 4v1, the 4v2, another 5v2. Like, it's like, what's going on here, you know?
One more question for you guys. I do believe you have time for that. And I guess it just stems back to the big picture of this best of 3, the gravitas, the weight of either advancing or going home. Which exit here would be harder to explain looking back at it?
Astralis. I mean, if they were to lose, you know, that would be a bigger shocker, right? We mentioned that they were together for longer, right? The NIP has been going through some changes. Dawn in the op role, Notage. I still don't know if he's like standing in or is he the fifth, right?
I think he's the permanent.
You know, because I don't know if I missed it when that was clarified. Initially, he was just supposed to be a stand-in, but yeah, still some stuff there for NIP to figure out.
Yeah, I still think that Astralis has had more experience as a squad to make it count against NIP, and you know and with NIP being such a coin flip, I also feel like it is kind of deserved for Astralis to move on, regardless of how they have looked in the past.
Well, I know it makes you happy to watch Astralis do well, or at least
times it does. Not well when they play like this, that's cool. But I've also had my heart broken a couple of times. I'll put it like that.
And that was while you were on the team.
That too.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we're going to dive into more of that here in just a second, but we do need to go to a break. Turns out NIP want to try to play Inferno after all. I don't know. It seems as though they actually have to, and that means that we go to a break. We come back. Astralis, NIP, toe-to-toe, Inferno. Who stays alive here at EWC 2026? We're back.
Oswald, the location is red. Mayor, a chance to rotate back, though. Oh. Or a double back. Buy as much time as you can. Oswald will know what's up, but at least no chance to contest the bomb.
Bomb has been planted.
And they're going to meet in CT. They're going to meet right here, right now. Long angle taken from Oswald, but Mayern hears this all. Oswald doesn't even clear the angle.
Goes back to the same spot that worked prior.
And you know what? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. 9Z find themselves a third. A very difficult half for them. But not down and out. We know what the squad can do. Every round by round. Sometimes you got to look at the smaller picture instead of the big. And right now, the small picture is get more rounds.
Gonna point this out now. Tens and AW combined 32 kills. 32 and 12 they are combined. I mean, damage both around 1,500. While everyone else...
120 over for each of them through a half a Counter-Strike.
And I mean, even if you look at the rest of that damage too across the board, you know, 700, 900, 1,000 damage. So which means the teammates are there. They are helping. They're softening up the targets, whether it's utility or anything else in between. They're doing their part. They're helping and making this easier for this explosive duo to do what they do best.
We're going to have to see how this T side works out. There's also Peak already pushed down. Him and Mayern able to double up for kills for themselves. Make it one more, why not? Already down. Just Fade 8. Tries to tap away on the apartments player. But it really doesn't matter. It's a hopeless pursuit at this point. Block runs out of bullets. A quick, clean, efficient round for 9Z. Not a kill to fall. And now this is the point where we need to see the mental magic. Obviously, very well on their CT side. But if 9Z, you know, they win this pistol, they're going to have control of the early game. Is that where Magic bend? Is that where Magic folds?
It's hard to tell. I mean, they seem strong right now, but strong is also included when rifles are in play. And if 9Z can just kind of hold that off for at least a little bit, maybe they can get a little more comfortable in that position, whether it's financially or mentally. You know, they seem kind of run down by this duo, and hopefully we're seeing that shift a little bit here as Fade 8 going to lead this charge to the Tech 9, and it's going to be Fonso Peak with a quick little double as that from Moss comes into play.
I got scared by the dink for a moment, but it is just Moon. No bomb for him, and he's about to walk next to Luchov. Timing doesn't work in Luchov's favor. And Moon doesn't even realize the timing of it all. At the end of the day, a done round already. Tallied up to 9-5. But you got armor, you got some util, you got a pistol. If they're not going to hunt you, definitely try to save it. I think no matter the outcome of this series, I'm sure by the end of this tournament, Magic have plenty of new fans.
I'm one of them.
This team is very exciting to watch. So much potential, so young.
If only their jerseys were better looking.
You know you don't like them. It's okay.
Moon?
Actually walks back.
The longest route possible. I mean, hey.
Trying to do some more damage. I don't necessarily blame him.
But at the same time, that's probably not the best call.
That's fine.
But for money purposes, to make everything all smooth and evened out, might be a call there to maybe try and take away some rifles. And then just, make it at least a little bit harder for the CTs. Right now, Magic up by 4. They got some rounds to give, but that's slowly starting to dwindle away at this point. They're down to Glocks, Deagles, and a mix mash of just guns.
Big nades in the mid. Fade getting the brunt of it. Mayern able to get a backstab. Shot in the back of the head. Double up on a Mosvault. Another round where Magic doesn't really have much of a chance with anything going into it. Killer 2 would be huge for them, but barely any damage even done. Now the score gets closer and closer. 3 rounds being the difference. A 6-9 lead still in favor of Magic.
No op, though, for Moon this time around. Just an AK. Fade 8 takes a Galil, and he's the only one with one. Downside is Myron. He's got his big green, his weapon of choice, and he's been actually pretty solid with it thus far.
Yeah, he has. See if Luchov is able to have the same success AW did in the previous half. Fade 8 brought down to 8. Pushing through that Molotov. A risky play, for sure. Doesn't net anything. Man, on the angle at the right time. AW, half of the dynamic duo, taken out of the round. Magic just trying to go out on the site. Little to no headway being made. Fade 8 tries to duel with Max, but low HP. It was almost impossible for him to get anything.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Astralis with playoffs in their vision, only a map away. We head to Inferno. NIP, shambolic start to this series. So absolutely nothing back on Nuke. It's meant to be their go-to to try and steal away a map in this series and set us up for a decider, but it could all be decided here on Inferno, a map that's only recently entered NIP's playbook this season, one that Astralis have a decent track record on with this roster in 2026. This is where it all ends for NIP, as Astralis can't really question the form after that first game. Looks like a good day for them.
Yeah, it really did. I mean, everyone was showing up, right? You were getting kind of everything you want from the individuals of Astralis, and then it was all neatly tied together by Hooksy at the helm. Look, for NIP, I think the discussion would have gone something like this. We had a number of good spots there, lads. We just can't give away this many man advantage rounds. And so the goal here, tighten it up. Because if not even a 4v2 feels safe, then what does?
Yeah, probably the worst 4v1 as well this tournament. Back on Nuke. Snappy does get his smoke down as Astralis get ready to execute. But no more utility to stop this hit on the B site.
Push for Snappy gets denied. They've got Note to contend with, and you know his pistol is no joke. His Deagle back on Nuke, a force of nature. Dead after the double, and that leaves you in a 2v2 with the bomb planted. Nabby's seen on that cross, and it's Stown eyeing him up. Stabby duo, sword in half. Oh. Now, Abby was found. Stare fakes it out. Trying to call the bluff, but can't do that forever. And Stown able to tap him from the pistol. Defuse grabbed, pistol picked up, NIP on the board.
Didn't really believe himself, did he? He faked the steps, but then changed his mind. I mean, I was getting a bit worried when I saw that bomb plant position, that's for sure. Would have been nice to just see Yabby not peek at all and force him to come and clear him. That round comes very close. Even Stare could have just waited a few more seconds and still cleared the bomb. But maybe some fear of a kit in play. Big round for Stown. Had a poor first map, but the AWP is out now in round 2. Against the Force is a risky move. But just wants to get going, unsure. Didn't really have the chance to last map. Didn't really see that AWP. Stare would love to have found that entry. Could have just opened up for a B hit. Bomb was ready. They're going to end here as well.
Re-clear a mid is nice. But walking down, no, right into That could have been an opening. Still, Stare provides one on the other end of the map. Stown's AWP getting here in time. That would have thinned the herd a little before they make it to Kaspersky.
Stare's not overplaying it. That was really nice to just slow down there. Wait for your team to scale in with you. And not out of the woods yet. Kaspersky pulling back. Stare trying to force this kill, but lots of guns here in the church. Going back, checking the flank, but they've got to deal with this assault in coffins. Fuzi connects a Deagle. It's a clutchable round now. No kit.
3 bullets in the AK as well. And no time to get that reload off Fuzi. It's got to be taps, and that lets him down.
He didn't know. He did not know that was a 3-bullet AK. Oh dear. Definitely tell by the reaction he was caught off guard. Luckily that orb comes in clutch, not costing NIP anything. And Astralis go again.
I mean, you kind of live and die by these decisions. It can really shape the early game.
Look at this rush.
Super fast, explosive up through the long side, trying to hit NIP with something that you're hoping they're not ready for, but Shush holding the line with a double. Stoun's Orb given a chance to shine as well. Feeling a bit of pressure now as they're on both sides of it, but as his teammates arrive, they take up the long side. He deals with short.
Okay, 3 doubles for Stoun. Very nice start to this game after a slow nuke. This was huge from Shush as well. Because they were starting 3B. That was, a good read from Astralis, but no entries come through to back up that play. And while it's a map that NiP have only just started playing this season, and so don't necessarily have the track record or the history as a roster, dear. Because it's new, it might be refreshing in a sense. Everyone's bringing ideas. Lovely timing. Team kill in there as well? What did Ryu just do? He just got 3 kills, including a teammate. He just went bang, bang, bang. Kind of insane.
Can it be the start of anything for Ryu? He's a shot away from certain death.
If he gets a timing, anything is possible. It's a bit coming down to luck here.
He's looking for a technical ace to win this. 3 kills to his name already, 2 more in front of him.
It's a hard clear. Oh, he saw him.
Oh, seen him, but goes both ways.
I want to see that again. I hope we have it because that sounded ridiculous.
See the big pitfall though with that double force bite.
It's a crazy sequence.
Rifles making their appearance late in the day for Astralis. That's 3 nades seen out towards this B site. Hooksy with an early warm-up kill onto Shush in that apps cross.
Just getting into the pit in time.
They had the mollies ready to go on this. They are going to lob them in now, but Kaspersky's still good for his, and this mid-hold works out. Ryu, important double. You've lost 1 member of the pack. Note was seen roaming out here in mid. But as Ryu tries to give chase, Note has gone on one hell of a reroute. Snappy gets his. Ryu chasing this missing player. Oh, timing just off the mark, but looks to get it the second time around. Ryu doing a hell of a lot for Astralis. Been red hot since the D ground, and with an AK he hits twice as hard, gets him on the board single-handedly.
4 kills for him. I mean, red hot on Nuke as well. Think of some of his positional play back on that map. It's a really nice clutch. Note checked his bag twice, and they couldn't find him. That's an annoying round to lose for NiP, who feel like they had the right setup, traded favorably on A. and even had an idea as to where he was in the clutch, but Ryu comes up with a big round for Astralis early in this game. Money would have been in a lot of trouble without that. Yep, no fear in Banana, lots of control here. It's down AWPing long now. And Astralis playing very slow, holding on to most of their utility.
Oh, Kaspersky hoping for a little avenue to try and peek around this molly, going on the back of a flash. Now responding kind, and that is one hell of a catch from Hooksy.
From the back as well. They're just going to go, jump on it. Ding.
No, it's only Snappy here. Feels like maybe the most exploitable piece of this squad, so you charge him down if you get him alone.
Got to be a save. And Yabby's waiting for that. Warp will get out for now, but Astralis, they get given an entry and they run away with it. Sometimes jumping the corner is the worst thing you can do. Look at how it catches him off trying to escape there. If Kaspersky just runs, he makes it, but offers his head up over the logs. And a frustrating round to lose. They had the flash play, but there was a play closer than he was ready for.
I feel like Hoosie's always been pretty surprisingly good at those kind of snappy-looking shots, too. And I don't mean the captain he's up against. It's all right. That strong start for NIP. Well, Astralis are quick to find their own way into this T side. See Hoosie feeling determined now with back-to-back rounds. And a sense that they might look to go back to some of these B plays. The nades find great damage.
Ooh. Everyone hits him. It's a bit more where that came from.
And you've harassed this top banana control so much that NIP kind of have to respect it. They've pulled Note over as well. Down hoping to make an incision. Aggressive line on that AWP, but a good one. Catches Yabby walking out into his crosshair.
Lot to clear here for Astralis as they reset. 45 on the clock.
I mean, this AWP has been the problem, right? This AWP has been the main issue. And they are playing over towards it right now with this A player going to the under-defended bomb site, but this is where both the big guns are for NIP. Third player now even padding out this side of the map. And Notes Deagle just been in great form all day. Sure, they'll get past him, but now you got to get past Down and Shush in this crossfire, and that is not happening.
Now just deals in doubles, doesn't he? Another multi-kill on this AWP forces Fuzi's save. Loving what we're getting out of Note in this series, despite NIP's woes, but now they're picking up the slack. 5-round CT side already.
Also, you're seeing a bit of the downside, right, of making it so clear that you're leaning heavy into this banana control. Stown just feels like he has a lot more freedom as a result, floating around there in mid, gets him on that aggressive line to find Yabby. Usually you kind of feel like presence of players out towards the apartments, the threat that you could just get killed on guys walking up kind of spooks you out of going for those peaks in the mid-round. especially when he was all alone in a two-man hole with the orb. When you're seeing and hearing 3 or 4 players start banana, well, feels like there's a lot more options open over on A. Good return on investment on those mollies with Stair copping a bit of extra damage. Reblock out towards middle. But Astralis are looking for this space. NIP more than ready for it. 3 players here ahead of the smokes. 1 guy even in reserve behind. That's Snappy with the util. So a bit of a read here.
3.
No, getting aggressive. And this one lives and dies on getting past the quad mid-hold. Bomb lost.
Yeah, surprised Astralis still commit so hard. I mean, pretty early, they figured out there were 3 there. First player peeks, sees no close, gets spammed by Snappy. Here's the orb. Like, that's insta triple mid hold. But Astralis, I guess, feel pretty committed to that play. Push right into the stack. A nice variety of A setups in this CT side for NIP, and they've locked out Banana all game long. Astralis don't feel like they want to play first timing in Banana either, so left to limited answers here. Maybe a Tech-9 round where you feel a bit more freedom to go fast. Straight up through that molly, chasing down NIP, who hear it coming. They won't overcommit. Astralis, without a clean entry, going to have trouble getting into this bomb site. Shush just pushed all the way down.
Oh, and he hears that Deagle that was fighting ramp reload on Banana, and that is going to signal him to push. He's got multiple players back turned.
Oh, just walk it in, yeah.
And holding the shot as long as he can. It gets out with a double. That also removes the util from this site hit. Just layers of problems there with Shush in their backline. This is more like it from NIP.
Yeah, not playing too scared. Would have been easy to doubt yourself on that play and just take the 1 free kill, but Shush knows he can get a lot of value from that position. It's 4 frags on the flank. Beautiful stuff. Astralis full buying now. Feels like they need to stem the bleeding in Banana. They need to take this control back, and I think NIP know that as well because 3 players starting B. Again, the hailstorm of nades. Very deep molly down middle. Forces you to commit. Astralis do pre-smoke those mollies. Here they go.
Oh, flash is great, and it gets Hooksy past that AK pushed up in Banana.
Gotta go.
Again, you feel like there's only 1 player here, so just gotta charge past Snappy while you can. Yabby's had some really awkward fights on these lurks in what should be powerful positions.
Yeah, at least he'll just shut the door there, turn the key, smoke mid off, and Astralis don't really need this hunt that bad. They probably shouldn't go for it. Rather keep their money in good standing because it's been tough on this T side. These last few rounds are integral. Wonder if we see Stown start B in any of these rounds. He has just been consistent output when Astralis come his way. I feel like Astralis are going to stay hitting this B site for the remainder of the half. 2 rounds remain. It's the only thing that's worked.
I think right now maybe you're feeling that you need the kind of multi-kill potential over here on B. So Stown, they're using him just as a solid piece to shore up this A defense. Well, he is about to get handed a very fast round. Tucks himself into the boiler. He hears players make it by up the long side. Down to the pistol though, and that's not enough for Stown. Dead with nothing done. One more player boiler side. It's a fast wrap from Shush. Oh, and Hooksy's got his number. A decisive win out of Astralis in this one.
Yeah, Nib just with poor starting positions because Astralis ran that exact round earlier. But what happened? Shush was in boiler. He got a double kill as they ran through the smoke. And Stan was on the back of the A site with the orb. He also got a double. So this time it's boiler orb and it's Shush in apps. Nib not in positions to stop that rush. And you see how it was meant to look for Astralis. I like that they have the gall to call that round back out again, knowing that Nip will start 3B as they have in the majority of these rounds. Hooksy makes a nice call. And Astralis execute it perfectly.
Yeah, just a solid read, right? And you know, like, it's not too uncommon to see teams start 3B for the very first few seconds. Then that rotate guy drops all his util, heads back to A. Once you see it's not a rush. And so if you want to exist in that window where you're hitting an undefended A site, it has to be that fast. Great time for the pace change. Great time to repeat that call. And a chance to recover on the half for Astralis. This was slow goings out of the gate. A lot of credit to Hooksy for the Astralis side. He leads the way in opening goals by some margin. Of his 6 kills, 4 of them being openers.
Oh my goodness, triple nade. There's one way to get your B entry.
Dude,
every time they
Kaspersky dies, they go, you know what? One guy here, it's Snappy, let's charge him.
Oh, look at Snappy just sit down in his chair, man. It's just been the same thing. Because Kaspersky is dead, the round is over on B. They have full center every time. You gotta respect it, honestly. What a nade stack. And so Astralis, they were in the hole in this half, but they have dug their way out in these last 3 rounds. No way back in, you'd like to think. The flash gets the AWP off the line, but you've still got to take space back, and we got multiple players hiding at the back of the site. 2 mollies that don't do a thing as the flank comes in. It's down, not long for this one, and it's going to be 5 at the end of the half here for Astralis. A great recovery in what was a tricky start to their map pick.
Yeah, you're seeing frustration setting for Nip, feeling like they let Astralis back into this half. It was 7-2 in their favor. But that final 3-round streak suddenly gives Astralis something to hold on to. I don't think it's a nice feeling either for Snappy and co over on B. Probably a mixture of frustration that Kaspersky was on the receiving end of so many of these openers, and then that feeling that you're being targeted. They're coming to your bomb site. They don't respect what you're able to bring to the table.
And why would they? I don't think he ever got a kill, really. Maybe got 1 kill in a couple of these, and never multi, never stopped them. Strong out defenses. And the Worry re-enters here for NIP, who are on the brink of elimination.
Now, Hooksy's been a driving force in that first half, but this is where it's got to become everyone else's game. It's their turn to bridge that gap of firepower. Because we had no weak link for Astralis on map 1. Can't afford to have anyone go quiet on your CT side of Inferno. It can start to feel punishing real fast. Mid-take for NIP. Yabby dead as he tries to swing in for a fight there. And a fast wrap through this long smoke. No one's even considering it right now. Fuzi will get that spot out of the apartments. Here's players coming in short side as well. The Fuzi dual Berettas forced to be reckoned with. They haven't even dealt with these pit players yet. Haven't dealt with the guys in apps. The rotates arriving. The site's starting to feel like you're really boxed in and there is nowhere safe to turn. There is nowhere left to run. Astralis clamp down on that A hit.
Yeah, Nib don't chase anyone. They're just kind of ADing, looking for fights after those first 2 deaths from the Julies, and that just gives time for Astralis to rotate in. And I love that they keep the pressure on those 2 surviving players, make sure they stay alive, and then everybody comes to Moto Smoke. Astralis clamp down on that A hit. And NIP, despite the entry, go nowhere fast. Good vibes for Astralis, who are definitely on a road to recovery now. And a force buy without a plant? It's feeling desperate here for Nib.
Just means you got to have something prepped, something planned, right? Looking like a B play. Maybe they feel like this is the exploitable site in a round like this one, and they will be ahead of all this util. They're already through it.
Okay.
Stare.
Oh, that's
can't
unlucky.
believe he gets out with one there.
It's unlucky.
Still one more player. Hooksy with the spam. Puts the advantage in Astralis' favor. On for a retake, but Hooksy stops it. He is feeling it right now. Is the Astralis captain. And you know, with no plant, you don't got to move yet. These smokes have faded.
They know the bomb drop position too, so waiting for that next play. Ryu's very scared of Ruins, but they both cross back into the site. Plant is okay. Ryu can nade it. But he is so concerned about the Ruins, and I think they might overlook Stown in this round. If he doesn't peek out, they go together though. Nice swing. And yeah, I think Ryu, unless someone's got the comm, he is scared of coffins. Look at the plant position. It looks like he's going to misread this one entirely. Good patience from Stown. Doesn't give away his position until the round is right there for the taking.
Yeah. Ryu had a clear image in his head of how the round was playing out, but that feeling he had, that anxiety about the Ruins, proves not to be well-founded.
It's a shame because he has the HE. If he lobs that quad, he wins. So it's right there for the taking. Fuzi
that's
lost
from Fuzi.
Yeah, that was a horrible
That's
fight.
the roughest moment, right?
That's the round winner. You get that. It's 3v1 with the bomb down.
That's going to put a bit of pep in your step.
Yeah, that was a no plant force buy win here for Nip, so massive relief of tension.
Full gamble out of Astralis, and they are in the right place. 4 strong at the A-bomb site. Fuzi.
Oh, goodness. Wait a second. Okay.
Meat grinder on long. This Deagle doing even more damage, but still yet to get kills. Fuzi backstabs being considered, but he still deals with his. Ryu now joins him. Low health for Snappy as he rounds the corner. Will survive the crossing, but has to recross again to get this bomb. No punish out of Ryu. Elects not to go.
SM4 has no ammo.
So that's given them a bomb plant to play with. The setup here is for Stown to try and clutch this. And he's got great timing through Boiler. Ryu just might get shot in the side of the head. There's the spot. Stown. Info goes the other way, and it's Ryu with the turn. Snappy at 5 HP can't do this, and so Astralis are swift with a reply of their own.
Oh, that's so unlucky for Stow, man. So unlucky. Gets a spot on the short player, but as soon as he goes out to clear him, that's when the long guy comes back around. And Ryu and Fuzi with 5-7s shred in this round. Excellent work for Ryu to let Hooksy cross as well. High risk, high reward. Oh, Hooksy's very snappy. And so, yeah, whatever Nip do, Astralis do right back to them. Low money, force buy win. Back and forth we go. It's 3 Galils here for Nip. Onward.
Oh my goodness.
Happy? Serious?
Yabby?
Yabby?
What are you up to? Wait, they ran into him,
they don't
but they didn't think it was suspicious. Stown and Yabby were right next to one another, but this whole play, this whole kind of element of surprise he has come unraveled because his teammates in this site are dead.
Good dodge.
Molly at least stops that bomb plant, buys you a few more seconds. That one's going to burn another player out into the open. They know one guy's sight. Shush now reveals his position as well. Smoke into the pit just to try and lock him out of this round. Shush is gone, spammed out by Stare at long, and Kaspersky needs a massive clutch, can't do it. Stare delivers, and Astralis finally converting, but with a bomb plant, with one player surviving, I don't know, you could make a very good case for another buy here.
It feels like that kind of game, right, where we're just seeing really fast rounds in this second half, so why not? If you've got another pocket strategy, just throw it out there, I think. These are very winnable rounds for both teams. Fuzi is getting some rough ends here, some rough fights. Big shot from Stare to save that. And NIP have a tricky decision to make. They're going to use a timeout first. It's got to be tempting.
You see him timeout. I feel like if you're Astralis, you have to think this means they're buying.
Definitely ready for it. I think Astralis are probably appreciating this break as well, because this back and forth has been high stress. But 2 rounds in a row, and they can absolutely destroy Nip here.
Fuzi gets to don his orb. Doesn't have head armor.
I think that's a good thing, though. This rifle has been really ugly in the last 3 rounds. You got that nice pistol 5-7 round, but the retake on Ruins and right here in Pit, it's not ideal. So gonna find some more comfort here in the CT side. Get out there. They don't fall by. Kaspersky drops the AK to Stown, and he's gonna play to pick it up. Kevlar Glock. Is this not scary for Stare? Oh, I guess not. I guess it's not at all.
Not scary, not one bit for Stare with the glow up he's had since getting onto this CT half. Random spam through the smoke.
Hello.
And now Util to try and help him out. Here's that tag. Stare was hoping to punish even more.
2 spotted. The orb stays in place. There's an AK handed over. Oh, try walk into the orb. Lovely for Fuzi. Just what he's been waiting for. And No just needs a heroic moment here. Snappy's on 13 health.
Just knowing that you don't have a flash to knock the AWP off the line, you kind of feel like you're walking to certain death there around the corner. But it was the only option they were left with. And so now, for the first time, Astralis are the ones moving into the lead. 9-8 up. That was after a 7-2 scoreline for NIP.
This is such BS, wasn't it? From Stare, just over the top. Finds that AK player as well.
I mean, it does just feel good, though, right? The fact that you have a player like Stare who kind of in these crunch moments, in these pivotal moments, is rising to the occasion. And he's been doing that for a while in Astralis.
Yeah, he's definitely the guy that if you were going to poach an Astralis player, it would be him. Because not only has he done it in lesser roles, but now in star positions, still succeeding and still standing out. But in this round, destroyed. One more man in the sight, and it's a bit of a look like Astralis' T side. Just a double entry into B. Round feels decided.
Snappy thinking to himself, not so nice, Hooksy, is it?
Yeah.
Right? Being the one guy in this B site getting targeted. Great fleet of openings out of Kaspersky. And even the hunt here at the close. NIP sent 3 players to go and roam and remove these guns. You see how quick this was in the round as these Astralis players are dying with nearly full belts of util. That was a real high tempo out of NIP.
Terrorists win. So the back and forth is back after a 3-round absence. NIP keep this game level. Astralis have pulled this game all the way back. But is it in vain? So as we've seen from Nip on some of these low econ rounds, win or loss, they've managed to put themselves in decent positions with lesser weaponry. What's Snappy got for us here?
Now, you caught him a little off balance once, but can you do it again? They'll be ready for a high tempo now, and so early nades blanketing Banana.
Nice. All bang would kill here. Look at the damage done. Fuzi's not exactly healthy either, but at least with the orb. There's not a lot of util left in this round. We got 3 smokes on NIP. They're feeling forced to be hit. And Yabby's holding some util as well. If he can hang around in this position, just starts to rotate out as NIP lay up this hit.
A shot from Fuzi's orb. I wonder if even just seeing the orb here gives you a bit of hesitation, maybe worrying that you're walking into a stack. Reblocked at Banana and they chose to respect it, didn't go with the room they had.
1 smoke, 1 flash.
And so this is what it's left to. Note at the front of the pack. Fuzi flash back off the angle, trapped behind this smoke, but it starts to fade now. Won't even get to fire a shot on the orb. Stare just needs to try and stay alive here if they do want to leave this to a retake.
Ooh.
Gabby's quick to join him. They keep Stare alive. They wait for Hooksy on this flank.
It's a hard round for Astralis.
Got 2 flashes. But one of them's all the way down at Banana, so they lob out this one, cough inside, and that's it in terms of assistance. Stare offered up first. Hoping a teammate could trade this. Hooksy putting pressure on up the Banana side. It's Kaspersky that they can't seem to deal with. Finally they do, and Hooksy comes in with a massive hat trick. Just a slow burning backstab from the Astralis captain, and that's all it takes.
I mean, that first kill was excellent, right? The only player who's really in a position to stop him, who doesn't have to worry about anything else but Banana, and Hooksy just knocks him out. That was a 5v4. with smoke down into a bomb plant. Hooksy steps up big. I mean, he is topping the server.
He's just had so much impact in this game, it feels mad. A number of opening kills, some really important swing kills. Hooksy really is the reason they're in this position. Don't get me wrong, Stairs had a glow up in the second half, but Hooksy's been consistent throughout.
Fuzi going for pot shots, but push back off B. It's Nip who is speeding up the pace. They have an AWP of their own in middle. Or one more nade could be a disaster, but bounces wide. Stown is barely standing in this round. Hooksy, aforementioned man, in the right place. It's good spam to put Yabby low. He's going to get flashed for that repeat though, and there is no support. Through the smoke comes X-Kaspersky. 4v4. Got to hold down this site with no support. Hooksy, well, he's always wanting more. Swing there would have meant a lost round. Ryu is hiding out.
Nades into the pit. Hooksy still doesn't play yet. Baits him in a Ryu. It's the spammer down on that AWP. And so Ryu feeling a lot of pressure. Shush just lining them up, knocking them down.
Didn't feel like the most necessary swing for Ryu. He had a really strong position. Back sight. But walks right into the line they're holding. Could have let that round breathe a little bit more, I think. Important kill from Stown on the AWP, who had a really great start to this game, but obviously hasn't had that T-side AWP. Not many want it. He gets that wallbang kill to Hooksy that opens up A. Uzi save, and Astralis not exactly wealthy in this round. Gonna have to eco around this. Unless they want to get crazier, you could get 2 M4s. If Fuzi drops some Ryu buys, I think that's tempting, actually.
I imagine it's tempting. It's so late in the game.
It's a risky move.
10-10.
They won more with less in this game. It's just all on the line.
Yeah. This is, you are all in it.
You have to give up that point if you lose this round, or you have to save something. Well, here they go, all inning. It's a ballsy call.
It's on this risk that now essentially the entire game rests.
I don't think Nip are going to be ready for it either. Because of how back and forth this has been. If they go rushing, could be really dangerous. But no, Nip hold a bit of a pace. The util will give it away. Fuzi's AWP forcing that kill will give up a man advantage.
Stair hoping he can get it, but they've blown it back with the nades.
Sick. Nice work. Double nade. They knew what they wanted there.
Fuzi has just dropped off of a cliff.
Yeah, he's had a horrible map.
You see him head in hands on the camera, knows he was the guy who had to make the difference, and now this all-in decision that Astralis have made off to a horrible start. You feel like that one swing and a miss has cost you everything.
I think you just have to triple save now. Stair's gonna lose B. He's only got a 5-setter deagle. Oh, that's a jump. What could go wrong though? The only way Nip lose is if they overthink this situation, which they definitely could after that kill comes in.
Because now, you lost that timing. You're worried that the rotates have started, but they are just going to double pump this and go again.
It's the right call.
A lot is being demanded of Stair here. The whole round on his shoulders. They were closing in on Banana in case he was able to get one more, but when that doesn't happen, save is called for Astralis.
And Hooksy find the AWP. I'm sure they threw it on the map, but probably just going to bodyguard here. So now Astralis are in quite a predicament because they all end kind of off the back of the AWP. If Fuzi didn't save that gun, they would have saved this round, they would have bought next, but now they've got to kind of give away map points. Hope that these riflers can get you through, but this has been a very B-focused game. It's time to get Fuzi off that site.
Terrorists win.
This is where Inferno can be really fun, though. Very late in a game when there's a lot of conditioning, where you're now guessing whether there's a triple B. Do you want to pick up the pace? Or do Nip just go back to what's been working?
What about Quad B?
It's mind games, no bounds. Just hoping HE can make his riflers' jobs easier.
Pistol's going to try and play on the flash. Bit of damage done. You see one of the rifles now as well in tow. Ryu gets one. Yabi gets his out in top mid, but this bomb's been retrieved. And so now you're left looking. It's Hooksy tucked into a corner at the sandbags. Had a fantastic game. Has the Astralis captain.
He'd get that rifle, couldn't he? They're walking away. Who knows what they'll recommit. They're going to make sure no one pushes an extremity. They know Astralis are split 1-1. And they fancy their odds on A. The longer this goes, the more shaky Hooksy's going to get. And that is the perfect time to push. He's got himself a rifle. It's not going to go any further. Still, this is on Yabi. I mean, it's essentially a 1v3.
Pit side, no Molotov, no nade to flush him out of position.
Would he?
And so you're just hoping you can deal with him quickly. Yabi down here in the pit, dead at the first swing. It's X-Kaspersky at 1 HP.
Not a bullet. Oh, it's a good save. It's a very good save. That's Hooksy's just feeling it, dude. Full ego peak in the 3-on-1.
All right, Fuzi, you try call something for a round because you got a new AWP. Hooksy hoping to get out with this AWP.
And now,
as Astralis now need overtime if they want to close this in 2.
And like, it's a good save, man, but if Fuzi doesn't do anything with this AWP, it's going to feel rough, isn't it? Look at how much Astralis have put into making sure he is set up. Be it forcing around his AWP, be it saving this one again. They're going to get 4 rifles, but this is NIP coming back in this series. Got to be noted. This has been like, we've been talking about all the potential of Astralis here in these last few rounds as they made a comeback on the end of their T side, but NIP are right there looking to drag us all the way to 3 maps. Cash our decider. A lot of unknowns come that third. NIP, it is right there for the taking. 2 chances. Oh, messy. Do they just jump on this? No, they go back, and Astralis don't waver. Nip expect a stack. Instead, they're walking into it.
Oh, timing's rough for Fuzi. He's going to try and force a fight, recommit to that, but they're already up the short side, running right in a Ryu. Cover not there from Yabi out on long. It takes Fuzi moving over to help him. Oof. Dead with the AWP on that swing out wide.
Blimey.
Hooksy 1v3, not happening. Bomb planted, it's down on the line, and no reason to overpeak this, no reason to overthink this for NIP. Molly forces one guy into the open, but is it really going to take their captain? have to do all this to try and save the day. Stound's got his number. NIP claw it back on Astralis' map pick, and this one goes the distance. Cash representing a lot of unknowns. It's all up in the air as NIP bounce back.
NIP with the bounce back and a response to what was ordinarily a not good first map. Arguably, probably not, but just straight up, yeah, probably not a good first map. Second map, totally different story, tightly contested down the wire, and up to the point where Astralis simply didn't have a response in the form that would give one to stop them.
And great for NIP to show some resilience as well, right? Winning 4 rounds in a row on T side to close it out, 5 of the last 6. I believe, right, I think is incredibly important for them, right? After what was a really poor showing on their own map pick, to sort of keep the belief and keep at it and being able to extend the series is just a great feat for them.
At this one, I just really had hope for us to have like just a small coin, so we just like try and do a little bit of a price play for this one, because it's 2 different NIPs showing on Nuke and then on to Inferno. I think there was a lot more composed. Like, you know, I think Snappy just stuck with a lot of the death ball. Like, he just went a lot banana, like 4 guys banana, then 4 guys Torte. He didn't really like try to overthink things, and you know that worked out, but just a little bit disappointed in Astralis, not gonna lie. I mean, like, I don't know, Fusi, man. It's one of these games where he just disappears, and there's so much resources going into it, you know, getting the off so many of the rounds, and most of the rounds he gets nothing done. Like, he even had the round where he would have the op saved on banana, just goes like searching wide, and another attempt he gets just overrun on the B bomb side. It's like so much resource goes into him, and the output is just not good enough right now.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? Like the inconsistency, and then it becomes a liability. You know, it's always nice to have an operator who goes for plays, right? And tries to find that impact. The problem is, you know, if you're constantly failing to convert those aggressive plays, well, now you're putting your team in a bad spot time and time again. So, yeah, just one of those situations where Astralis wasn't able to close it out on CT side.
And just to kind of provide context, once again, perhaps you're just joining us from around the world, wherever you find yourself. We are in an elimination matchup on the very last day of this group. Both of these very hard-fought battle, but definitely one that you want to win in this position, especially now that you've given it an actual battle if you're the side of NIP.
Yeah, it's you know, it's both teams have their lives on jeopardy here, right? It's about making playoffs right now, and with what Astralis showed on Nuke, it looked very dominant. Like, it really didn't look to me as a NIP that would turn up, but you know, they turned on the heat on Inferno, and it was also Astralis throwing away some of the rounds where they had the upper hand, and they even had the lead, right, but they couldn't really convert it. It was like they had a tough time puzzling out where NIP was ending, and that's also kudos to Snappy. You know, he switched a lot between the sides. He wasn't just necessarily 5-man banana all the time, but it was also switching up, so he would take turns on hitting the bomb sites, and also he kept them boxed in and also played with information of not allowing Astralis going for the information plays. And, you know, that sometimes is also why Inferno is a hard map to play.
It's like the team play also fizzled out for Astralis. You know, some of those A hits, like, they're not really, there's no setup. Like, there's no agreement, there's no protocol in place. It's like, okay, your site, I'm pit, so I'm going to have first contact, then you're going to play, right? There was a round where Rio was smoked inside and Stair was on long. Like, Stair is fighting, then Ryu is like swinging all the way from side to take the fight with the headshot guy. It's like, these are not the fights that you want to be taking, right? And probably something that Astralis will have to look into moving forward.
Okay, so we have round 14, beat pop by NIP.
Yeah, it's one of the rounds that really gets NIP kind of, I wouldn't say back in the game, because they do have the lead here, but the converting the second round is very important, obviously, and it is one of those very notorious B-pops that Snappy is so happy about doing, and, you know, Stair is completely caught off guard here. We'll have to right-click a fight and try and salvage just like a little bit, but he gets one kill, lucky for him, and then you look at the health bar and the utility that Astralis has, thinking, well, it's still pretty good, even also in the fact that Hooks gets 2 kills through the smoke, and Kaspersky does the only right thing here going through the smoke, but this is the kill that I'm like, how does Fusi only deal 1 damage to Kaspersky when he swings? And then Yabi gets another chance where Kaspersky swings, he doesn't track him, and just well played by Stound, you know, playing this unknown entity, not showing his position, and that just evens it out the playing field, right? It's a 2v4, essentially, where Kaspersky gets all the job done by just swinging with an MP9, where Fusi had the first chance, completely blows and drops the ball, and then afterwards it's Yapi as well. I mean, it's like the B players get all the stuff done, regardless of Stjark team being caught off guard here.
Yeah, and it's no surprise after what you just pointed out that those two are the lowest rated players for Astralis on Inferno in this NIP game, right? Like Fuzi with only 9 kills, Yabi with 11, and you know they both had some opportunities to swing the rounds more in Astralis' favor, just couldn't convert, and in the end it is those like small things that make the difference.
So here's the situation, gentlemen. We've got Legacy MIBR about to start over on the B stream. That is the last matchup over there for us. Astralis, NiP jumping into Cash for a third map decider. We're going to Cash. We did get Cash.
We do.
There's that going on. Dupree, tell me how this starts to play out in the beginning.
I mean, it plays into the fact that, you know, it's the newest map, the map pool, and it's whether, like, who has put in the most time this game, Matt, right? You know, we've seen NIP already, and it hasn't been looking that great. Astralis has played it 3 times, I believe, won 2 of them, so it's also just comes down to, I think, in this given matchup right now, who has looked the best, and that's what I think is so hard about it. That's a coin flip where it comes in right now. Both have looked good and bad. So it is a massive concern. So I do wish we could actually do that, but I mean, I still have my hopes for Astralis. I still think as a team,
it's the easier way out for you. You can always say that.
I can always say that. No one's gonna count me out, right? But yeah, I think Astralis is gonna make it.
I think for me, it's I hate when I say this, but it's gonna come down to who's sort of weak links can step up more, right? Like, because Terry is having a great series, so is Kaspersky, you know, but you have on one side Snappy and Shush hasn't done all too well, and then on the other side you had, well, Fuzi on the second map, Yabi a little bit, Huxi was okay on Inferno, but like those guys also need to step up, right? You can't just rely on your star to carry all the way through.
Dom, I appreciate your time. We do need to take a quick break before we go into Cash, but also allow me to tell you at home about our bracket draw that will be going on at the very conclusion of all the games here within the CS2 stuff at Esports World Cup. So yeah, let's go to that break. Cash in front of us. We're going to have it to separate NiP and Astralis. We'll be there on the other side. You're watching Esports World Cup Club Championships.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome to another edition of Chicken in the Box, here with Astralis. I'm here with Stair, player 1, Ryu, player 2. Stair coming in very confident to this one. He's obviously going to get to look inside his box and discern whether there is no chicken. Ryu, you want the chicken. That's the goal. Yep. You've got to get it out of his hands. Or maybe you already have it. Who knows? We're going to have to find out. Let's open the box.
I'll open the box. I'll see. I'll have a look. Okay.
What's your initial reaction?
I did tell you the script already, so you should be able to win. But what do you want to know?
But he's trying to throw me off right now, you know? He's speaking a lot. So you got the chicken?
No.
You don't have the chicken?
No.
Really? You sure?
Yeah, I was wrong.
So what's in the box, if it's not a chicken?
Nothing in the box.
You sure?
I think so. Should I look again or?
Interesting. Yeah, you can check it out. Let me just make sure. That was a quick look. That was like, you don't want to show anything, you know? It's as if you have the chicken, you feel me?
I don't feel like
that was a really quick look, you know?
I've been honest and said...
It's if you don't want to look, you know? You don't want to give anything away.
I saw it already, I have to double check. Like, is it there, is it not there, you know?
No, I really think it was a very fast one. Like, you don't want me to see anything, you feel me?
Should I check again or?
Yeah, check again.
Okay.
You sure? No chicken?
No chicken.
Nah, I don't know, something's throwing me off here.
I didn't see
You've been speaking a lot from the beginning, you know? It's weird.
He's quite quiet. I think he was louder earlier.
At the beginning, he was a little bit, you know, like he was trying to throw me off. Now he's confused, you know, because I know what he's doing.
He's walking it back.
I didn't see any chicken in the box.
What if he's telling the truth, though? Have you considered both options?
I'm an honest man, you know? I'm a very honest man.
That is a lie, and that's why I'm going with, I want to swap. I think he has the chicken. Yeah.
Please open your.
Are you sure?
I am very sure.
Stare, you were correct. You bluffed him out properly. You swapped boxes. You had the chicken the whole time.
You know me.
That's a good
I
game.
told you I was confident.
We'll come back better next time.
Good game, I guess.
Yeah,
Shake hands and
GG, bro.
good luck in the tournament.
Have a nice one.
Chickens in the box.
Yep.
P250, a little bit of freedom with that smoke in place that he can't get peeked towards Mini.
We got Try coming up through secret stairs right away. That's Insani that's going to be brought down. Nice USP shot from Art. Venom Zera removed. So we're now looking at a 3v5 here for MIBR. Having to try and recover it, and they've done well with one at least. NQZ the bomb, that's the important one, and he slipped away. Try didn't pull the trigger.
I like the trigger discipline, though. It's not a confirmed kill. It's not going to be an easy one, but oh, MIBR's clawing this back. It's been slow and quiet. Good find. That's the spot, and that's the bomb drop. So now you have the success of the Glock kills, but having the upper bomb site no longer matters, and damn, Art's hitting some bangers.
Yeah, he really is. And yeah, having the bomb dropped in an unrecoverable position here for LNC is going to also weaken the second round bye for MIBR.
So the plan is to have that smoke up, have them walk past the mini smoke, and walk around to wrap towards heaven with the cover of of Insani's P250. Art's move in secret is the exact checkmate for that, and a hard timing for Insani to read of when he's supposed to watch secret, when he's supposed to be covering. And the round just unravels from there. So pissed around the side of Legacy.
Well, LNZ just taking some fights. Eventually tries get to round it out. So Try with two from Art as well, and closed out by Nissim. So that'll end up being a first round of play, and obviously no bomb plant, which means we're looking at a weak scenario here in the second round for MIBR. Going to be full eco with Glocks and a 2-0 start for Legacy. Getting the start on the CT side of Nuka. Finding the pistol and the second round is the ideal start here for Legacy. A world in which they can snowball this at some point. I think it's unique. I think it's very interesting that you've decided to go international, but for one player for the rest of the project, I feel like that hasn't really been done before too often. Like, you don't see like a team go out there and like, okay, it's such a hindrance not speaking our own language, but we're going to do it for one player. Or bring in LNZ.
I mean, it's possible they haven't been able to find any good Brazilian options to step into that role as the IGL, right? There's that element of it too. Yeah, going international, it's not an easy thing to pull off, especially if you're not one of the top dogs of the region, right? Furia pulled it off because you could go out and buy. Well, I mean, they took the risk on Molodor, but you went out and bought Yakinder, who at the time his stock had dropped it so far, you had a huge reward potential there, and everything panned out well. But not easy to kind of just make that happen out of a region. Gun rounds are live here on Nuke. Round 3. AK-47's out for MIBR. We're getting the door broken open. We're getting a fast play from Breno.
Yeah, straight in towards the side. It's going to be Lato first. The SMG working well. NQZ dead, but 2 kills come in straight away here from MIBR. Look at that. That is a dominant win. As the aggressive relief play coming through the ramp room gets shut down completely, and Try can't get anywhere near the action, so ends up being MIBR taking their first round win.
It almost looks like Legacy kind of understood the potential for that kind of a call and wanted to get the ramp push going so they could have the fast flank. Lovely read. MIBR as well, just so well prepared for it. Great utility work, phenomenal trading coming into the upper bomb site. That second defender tucked against Hut, completely blinded for an easy kill. And then everyone from MIBR was ready for that flank out of radio room. Looking to hunt down this last M4, but not a whole lot of money built up for MIBR, so they'll be, I think, content once they clear out ramp room to not go investigating too much further. And their first round is on the board.
I think they'll be so happy with the way that it went as well. Your forward play staying up, you can start to build some money up straight away. Oh, it's going to be a tough game. And on the board of the T-side gun round straight away and have a chance. On a bit of a streak, because if you break the money here of Legacy, down to a weak buy coming up in the next one here. This is how the round pans out. Some quicker calls. The reaction for Legacy to try and send 2 players from ramp room into the lobby, and they get stopped by waiting players. Still a strong buy here for the CT side. AWP for Tries off to a 5-0 start. He's going to be going over towards ramp. Outside smokes deployed for MIBR, and one player playing around them in Insani, but he's not going to be pushing all the way towards secret. He just wants to get some outside presence.
It's chilling for the moment. tries off with the off angle. Everyone else on the MIBR side waiting for the smoke to fade. Now that it does, Try wants a deeper angle. Creeping up into his position now. Easy shot for him.
Yeah,
doesn't he want to stick around for intel, just drops down immediately to the lower site. Ramp room is lost, but so is Venom Zera.
Yeah, he's going to be sad about that. No one close enough to get the jump on him for the angle. Try plays it well. Just hands down to safety.
Yeah, and I guess now MIBR have a decision to make. Normally you'd want to try, if they were going to have ramp room with all 5 players are able to get the kill, they'd want to meet downstairs with the outside player or turn him into a lurk. Now I think everyone's going to have to activate. You have a flank for Heaven, you have a flank for Mini outside. You need the other 2 players to have some kind of strength and power hitting into this upper bomb site to take attention away.
40 seconds on the clock. Not a lot of time here for MIBR to work this one. Brenno trying to get into a good position at Hell, and Sani into the smoke. Nissim is watching for this. And when Sani goes into the open, Brenno did get that kill, so you're alerted to look towards Heaven and Lato. Quick to that headshot. Second player's up next. It's Brenno going down to Nissim's hand, and Dumao able to clean up on NQZ. So 2 players stay alive for Legacy. They get another round win.
Yeah, really good hold, but that's a nice attempt from MIBR to find that kind of a situation. Everyone kind of working pretty well together. You could see how that would have panned out if MIBR were able to turn it in their favor. This is how it started. Good hold from Lato behind the smoke, swapping out as well. Up in the rafters, a really strong defensive position. Now, thankfully, in the previous round, round 3, MIBR got a clean win. So they can buy right back up, and Insani's got a MAC-10. Look for something pacey.
Well, NIP able to course correct on the Astralis map pick. They take Inferno. And now we get a little weird, a little wild, maybe wonderful with it. Let's see. We're on Cash as the decider, Hugo.
Yeah, 2 games logged for NIP, 3 games logged for Astralis. What's funny is that NIP have started both their games T-side, Astralis all 3 CT side. And, well, while Astralis have had great success in those opening halves, getting 11 rounds in one game, getting 9 rounds in another game, NIP have kind of had trouble on their T half. I just saw them lose the knife round as well, so it feels like they're going to continue with this stat, and Astralis get the favored side. At the same time, seen some very T-sided cash games here at EWC, so I wonder if NIP have been in the lab and can bring out their best half yet. Only found 4 and 5 rounds respectively in their 2 games in this opening half. It's going to need to be different today. So Big and Spirit rage on this map last night, and Big showed us just a kind of genius T-side. What do Snappy and Hooksy have cooked up? And can Fuzi recover? I mean, safe to say, he was the liability back on Inferno. Couple better rounds for him, and you feel like this series would be over and Astralis would be in playoffs. Instead, Nip still have a shot. It's time to go.
Yeah, the NIP individuals started this series off slowly, and they've warmed into it now. Node's been impressive, had some highlight moments on both maps, really. It's down with his AWP, great to see him finally get to use it in this series on Inferno, and boy, what an impression it made. Hands down, the better AWP between him and Fuzi, it's not even a question, not even close.
0 middle. I think you kind of expect nades before a mid take. So the fact that Nip have just snuck out, Astralis don't know. They hear the vent pop, and now they know this is the B split coming in.
Lucy, good for his one. Stair was trying to give a bit of chase there through the smoke. Now be getting active on this flank.
It's trapped.
And you've got 3 players pinned in at the bomb site. It starts to feel very small, very claustrophobic. Shush. Not long for this world. you were talking about it coming in. Yeah, we've seen some very T-sided games of cash here at EWC. But for Astralis in their matches, it's actually lent CT-sided.
Yeah, really strong opening halves in all their games on this defensive side. So we haven't really seen them tested on the T half. But let's see if we even need to. Force Spy comes in here for Nib. Kaspersky on the AK. In fact, rather, the one time Astralis did start T-side, they got 3 rounds. They still made it OT.
Kaspersky is peeking. Hoopsy. But Hoopsy was waiting for this move.
It's optimistic. They spotted Ryu. It's trapped backside. Support from the vents. They need to hunt down Ryu now if they want any chance of winning this round, and Shush just creeps under the shot. Stair runs out from the CT smoke. It gives Ryu a chance, and he seizes the round. Stair sacrifices himself for the greater good. And Astralis stopped that B-pop in its tracks.
Seen Stair do that to the CT smoke both times, right? Just barreling through. See a lot of squads really get bottlenecked behind that util. Stair doesn't seem to want to.
I mean, it's the best time to retake the site right before they have it. Don't let them get in post-spawns. Don't let them put the bomb down. Just keep the pressure on. And Stown returns a favor that Kaspersky gave him last map. He hands off an AK in this eco. Instant nade in main hurts.
I see a Deagle. He has my interest. And that rifle dead as soon as it tries a boost. Sends down up. See how he gets on. And honestly, buying himself a few more seconds on the molly ricocheting around gets him that kill.
Yeah, be strong position though. They can't clear it with util. They're going to counter boost. I mean, got to cancel that as players out A. Yabby doing a great job. 2 kills. Stown needs the ace. They're flanking him as well. Six shots left. Needs 6 shots.
Ah, planting open. Boom. No worries. Hoopsy there.
No plant. Not ideal. Money would have been nice, but they're going to get the buy anyway.
Like, it's a more promising start from Fuzi, who certainly warrants being under a bit of a microscope. A number of moments where, you know, his misses felt like they shaped up that last game.
I don't know her. But yeah, both AWPers armed and deadly. Stown attempts that mid-cross shot. Always a really nice way to get involved early. Look at them go. Insta main take.
Kaspersky boosted, but he was the guy watching main, and Yabby is nearby. Util out for this mid take, just a blanket of fire to try and get you in. And Yabby decides to go. Here's them dropping over that boost. Feels like he's got a window, and he is dead on in that.
Now they're stacking B. They know with no one A main or door where this bomb is going. Grabs the back kill, and now NIP know the jig is up. They go in. They're going in to the belly of the beast. Abby shoots down at the back. With the flash, even Fuzi wallbang kill. There's just too many players here for Nip to handle this round.
Just a great move out of Astralis, really, right? A series of them. But it's that instant main take that puts them on the track to success. They knew what Nip were doing before Nip were even in position to do it.
Does feel like the most important part of the map, doesn't it, right? Like, not many mid control rounds on CT sides here at EWC, but loads of A main takes. Whether it be insta pushes or just in the mid round, using that deep smoke to cross left side. Every team has a different way to do it, but same result, just choke holds the T's. Just going to go for the pop here. We got the backside smokes. Or shush. Heaven. And the orb cut off.
Full retake for Astralis.
Good molly. Time wasters. They've got another. Oh, what do you do? Molly's in the fire now. So much so Astralis are doubting it. They're checking their flank, but smoke fades and Stound hits a shot. This round's on. That's their own smoke actually putting out the molly that would have stopped the plant, but now Nip have a shot.
I can't believe Ryu has sat there and waited for one guy lurking this whole time. Snappy, dead in mid, meant to be a guy causing chaos in the backline of Astralis. Instead gets jump scared. And now it's just no good moments on the pistols, but he's got a Fuzi AWP that legs him down low, and they just run him down together.
Really nice to watch Astralis retake that site there after Ryu gets the kill. Just good spacing. Stair goes over Toxic to clear forklift. Everyone's hot on the trades here. Astralis, don't let that get too dangerous. Considering how much room Nip had, they get so much of their time wasted by those mollies. Great round for Astralis. 5-0 start, and we're seeing those T-side woes that we anticipated for NIP continue.
Yeah, difference is both times we've seen them play it, it is these T-Harbs where they've done a little better on the side of NIP. Sure, they've been pretty dominant losses against them.
Uzi yet to die. Another attempt at this A main, but they're going for the boost. Why 3 players? Are they double boosting? Gonna leave him there. Ouch. Uzi dead, 4v5. Ryu goes searching, and that block smoke might stop this split for a moment, but somehow survives back on this site. Him and Stair together. I think NIP have got a different plan here, and so we do get to see the Yabby boost on A. Not so great if they come up highway.
You're just telling yourselves there's no way they come up here highway, right? But here they are, charging up. Yabi. Oh, that's sick. Drops down. Hooksy good for his as well. Keeps this one even in a 2-on-2. It's down long range on the AWP. Had a chance to stop Stare on that crossing, and he's actually going to full commit to the backstab all the way through main. Now with eyes on. You'd love it if one of these two hits this opener. Stown gets his. Reposition out onto the forklift. And gun on in time. Stown collects.
A huge triple kill here. Stown has been up and down in this series. But perfect time to deliver Nip around. Not too late in this half to come back. Was a really nice try from Yabi, but just had zero support as Astralis went for the B stack.
Very slim margins on that shot, but Stown tries to force an opening on that smoke shot and just comes up short. No one outside of B for NIP. Very heavy presence towards this A-bomb site. Again, Yabi here alone. Does have support close by on highway.
Ooh, front side smoke for Yabi just to make it very uncomfortable for them to get on default. They can molly him, but they can't see him. Oh, the double nade. Dunks NIP. And that AWP opens sightline, missed shot. Yabi still here back sight. Stairs drawing fire for him. How do you get in here? Jumper shot by Hooksy for crying out loud, and no trick shots will save you now. It's going to be Astralis locking down the A site. Love that front side smoke on the execute. What are Nip meant to do?
Feels like right now you have to make the rounds a little fakey, try and misdirect them, because whenever you've seen these set pieces out of NIP, Astralis know exactly what to do to disrupt it.
Yeah. Had so much util, right? That was a double HE doing over 100 damage. Nade on the smoke to give Fuzi at least vision, and then front sight smoke to block Nip. So much util here. And we're going to go for a B-pop now.
These XX haven't been your friend. They haven't been working. Double sight setup, but with Hooksy dead right away, that leaves just one guy home. Ryu convincing double, but burning in that molly. He's dead after 2. Bomb crossing in. Fuzi,
they know.
Chance to stop it, and they will look to give chase here through the smoke in CT.
They can get out as well. Yabi hunted down. Snappy pushes spawn, and Stair needs to find his one-on-one. Pronto, player right below him, just crossed out. And that smoke, if anything, is going to create more problems for Stair as they can play behind it. He's not getting given a single fight. Clearing the wrong side. Time is expiring, and Kaspersky hears the steps. Stair gets backside, but wait a second, no one can stop this, but he doesn't even stick it. He could have won that. I think he could have won that. Weird round, but the instant exec actually works out.
Back to the B take. And they've got vents as well, so Ryu. Oh, they're over him.
They didn't clear it.
No one even checked. Oh no!
What's
Well,
happening?
that's rough for Ryu, but
So many
NIP
smokes.
will take it. There's smokes everywhere.
This is such a
And that's
messy
the
game.
round.
It's such a messy game now. So much util. I mean, Nipper just calling out of spawn. And hey, it started to work. Back-to-back rounds on B. I love watching Snappy's cam when he gets killed. Just sinks in his seat. But hey, the call worked. Nipper's still here. And not a lot of weapons saved here for Astralis, so it's going to get better for Nip before it gets worse.
Considering they were getting kind of dominated here, they would take a chance to split the half. Money now gone in the Astralis camp. And so you'd like to think a fourth round's right round the corner. Just this saved gun.
Oh, nice shot. Hurts for real because he let like 3 guys past and then he just felt like he had to take the shot and he actually revealed his position with that missed shot. If he walked behind them, there could have been something to that. Down hits a banger. Fast over the boost. And again, more of this.
They're already up
look,
highway.
this is why they're using 3 players so they can silent drop off. That's really cool. You make noise if you come off the yellow box, but if you go off a teammate's head, it's lower. That's a nice idea for Astralis.
It is sick, but Kaspersky's already up in heaven. So, cool trick, cool gimmick. Kaspersky don't care.
Yeah. And they ain't getting that rifle back. That's up on top of the boost, trying to hand over the Deagle. Play remains. Snappy still lurking out as they hit this B site. It's a bit all over the shop, but no Deagles connect. Backside pistol for Ryu. Panic, and it's going to get knocked out by Shush. This is a crazy game of cash. But you know what? It's working. Nip. 4 rounds. 3 in a row. I don't know how you call around this if you're Astralis. They were doing great at shutting down these A hits, but B is a bit of a problem now.
Yeah, I think if you're Astralis, you're probably telling yourselves, like, doesn't feel like B's as much of a problem as it is. Like, you had the Ryu awkward situation in the one before you had Boozy like chasing through that CT smoke in what was actually an advantageous position for Astralis when it was the eco for NIP.
Sure.
They've kind of fumbled in 2 very important swing rounds on that B side of the map.
Would love to see vent control on the CT side. Get up on middle, either boost from B or just get close mid, because it's not like Nipper coming out middle, with the exception of the last round. They just keep going for this. Close A main control. It's not a bad fight, but Kaspersky is ready. He uncrouches as Yabi goes wide. So Astralis get the advantage. Don't you open that door, no. Oh my goodness. He hit it.
Well, one door opens, that same door closes. Shush just allowed to lurk out over here towards Checkers at the devastating effect.
Got to be ready for one more, right? Every time it's been 2 sight. That smoke might change your mind. No, Fuz. Seriously?
I don't know.
Foozie's here. Not for long, though. Beats his own flashbang. This game is cursed. Winnable.
What can Yabi do? It's down on the line. And so NIP on one hell of a streak.
They're running away with this game.
They are.
Astralis are cooked.
Again, like, you kind of just feel like you fumbled the round if you're Astralis. I imagine that's how they're interpreting it. They go, they get the opener from a nice move out on A.
They also heard the guy, B main, who stepped. So Ryu's in the they heard him. Ryu's in the open watching main, but he crossed checkers. That's why he stepped. Fuzi just walks through the CT smoke. The rest is history.
Which, like, yeah, that's like the most egregious one.
Yeah. He's done that like 3 times now. Okay.
Like this position from Yabi. If they open the door, he's covered. And Yabi has been very dependable. His bomb site has not been the issue.
Oh,
gonna fight into the door. Trade places with note. We've seen some fumbled moments over on B. Yabi has not been making these same mistakes.
Okay, you can't lose this round. You're not allowed to. It's 5v3. Timing is good. Snappy. Frustrating death, but this round's over, and the half will fall that way as well. Astralis 7 rounds. Not a bad T-side for NIP, considering how down they start. But I think Astralis, they get to feel good about the end of their half there by winning that final round. It was a messy few in the middle. Very strange cash game. It's all on the line. This last half, elimination and going home or playoffs here in Paris.
Yeah, as this small cache of rounds that NIP are able to collect on their T-side endeavor enough to make it them with a shock win. And I think it would be kind of shocking what with how this series started. It felt like NIP had to hit hard from the get-go. Kind of seemed like they needed to leave an impression on Nuke, and they did not. Individuals were slow to get going. They gave away a number of man advantage positions. But then turning it around on Inferno, and now the uncertainty of Cash. Aggression out towards B main. Try and set a tone in this pistol.
Let him go. Down, it'd be nice to see him make noise on his way back. I feel like they're still going to be aware this is a possibility. But no, no one's looking. Yeah, he's just got the full flankaroo.
No, it's just on a walk. He's rambling. Oh, there's the spot. Stair was keeping eyes off.
Oh, everybody.
Good pick back up for Shush, and that bomb is running towards B, which was left entirely open.
Shush has to clear this quick. That's a nice kill, but there's 2 players below Heaven. Stair trades. Smoke comes down. Big gap on this B site after Note's push, and it's one that NIP are going to regret. Through the smoke, and Snappy nails it. Can he stop that plant? This jump goes back for main, and he needs support. It's not coming in. Flank denied. Stown headshot. It's Kaspersky with it all to do here in this 1-on-2 as Stown just walks away. Kaspersky plays. And not on the same page in this 2v2. The bomb gets put down.
Well, absolutely no reason for Hooksy to fight. Because as Stown crosses, Yabi holds. And there you go, they swing it together. Nice bit of composure for Yabi and Hooksy, restoring some order to the chaos that has been this cash game.
Yeah, I think it's you know, a lot of situations that you haven't played before, a lot of new rounds, some unfamiliarity. It's a great call for Astralis to go back to B after getting that kill. I don't think they expected it to be that free, but they exploit it.
The big question for me was just like, if Snappy doesn't flub the jump, I think it's such a different round.
Yeah. Hooksy was stuck.
Just feels rough, right? Like you had him trapped backside. So Astralis lead grows as a force buy comes in from NIP. This round punctuated with a little timeout. very heavy in middle.
Nice. Most CTs we've seen in mid, it feels like. They depart.
All the makings of a B split, isn't it? And NIP are learning this now too, with aggression in towards A main. Shush alone here with a scout. About to be at the full mercy of all 5 Astralis players. They slow it down for a moment, waiting for this util to come in, but not long enough for the rotates to arrive.
Players one-shottable, but that smoke is huge. Doesn't get a chance to react here. Probably should be saving this force buy as Astralis have put themselves in the winning position. Astralis looking composed on this T side. Not in a hurry. The note Deagle, still noteworthy.
Oh, he's so good with it. Does fall at the end, but not before his double. Still, Astralis are licking their lips because it's just these saved weapons to worry about. Scout, FAMAS, pistol. That's what NIP have to go for in this next round. You're eyeing up double digits. And really only one rifle round away from feeling like you're on the finish line.
Haven't had to do too much either. Round's kind of coming to you. This one will be the same with the triple B push. It's going to give it away. He sees everybody there.
Weren't really in the best positions to try and react to that info, so it's not like you're instantly going to get pounced on over here in A. Snappy. Here's him up above him.
I mean, the longer this goes, such a paranoid-inducing spot for Snappy. He has to hold mid at the same time.
Yeah, there's almost no way to sit in this position without it looking a little ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
You have to bear everything in mind.
Here we go. They've abandoned him. You're on your own. But there's no split on this B site. Stare. Oh, right below him. He's going to get the spot, but gun drop. Snappy still just runs away. They're pouncing on B.
Oh, trying to get the stack here quickly. He's down with a follow-up. And with multiple players peeking in and around these smokes, that one is a convincing shutout from NIP.
A banger on the scout there from Stown. He's going to get his AWP as well into this game.
Snappy just did so much for them in that position. Here's the rotate to B, calls for the B stack, gets the mid kill. About everything you could have hoped from your captain.
And look what it's done. Astralis with a couple of casualties at the end of the round prior from Nodes. Now only have one AK in this buy. Gonna go rushing.
There's Down.
Oh no.
Dead after one. Deeg finds him. A site crumbles.
Gonna be a safe plant here, but backside smoke is still gonna limit this retake now for NIP. And Ryu gets a strong reposition in this site. 3 players, all from the same place. Yabi, if he spammed, could find these kills on the cross. Waiting for his time to strike. Stare hits another. Ryu's position comes up with Fruit, and it's just Shush. He's got to walk away. 4-on-1. And only a single AK-47, but the pop on this A site works. Big entry for Yabi. stressful round to lose here for Nip. All the hard work of winning the eco stripped away. Terrorists win. And they hand over an orb.
Final timeout burned. As pressure sets in for NIP. Eco win or not, they've ended up in the same place. Opponent on double digits, Astralis eyeing up those playoffs. And this rifle round is the best chance you have to change that. Come up short, money runs out, and you're 11-6 down. That all but guarantees Astralis match, series, and playoff point.
It's just been little, normal flow in this game. It feels like any round winnable or losable. See a lot of choked rounds against lower economy, a lot of pops on bomb sites. You feel like you're never out of the woods, and that applies to Astralis too, even now at 10-6 as AWP comes in. It's a decent enough buy here for Nib. Gonna pop through this smoke. Kaspersky escapes from that Molotov. Even nade from Checkers. Oof. He is very low. Just gets out. B-pop. Readied up.
Do you now overlook this second player?
Yeah, you can't, can you? You've got so much room.
Snappy steals himself away around this smoke. Yep, he's got smooth moves to come in past him. And we touched on the money coming into this, how it just wouldn't be there for NIP. They have to bow out of this round. They have to go and save these guns. I don't imagine you see Astralis hunt. I don't think it feels worth it. But anything that gets removed just doesn't get to come back for NIP.
I love that round for Astralis, so right, they go for the mid pop, they force NIP out, they throw a deep highway smoke, which makes it look like they're just scaling up for an A split. Nip lose all info, just get boxed in at the back of B, and it's a 5v2 with no support available. I think even if both those players get a kill apiece, you're still done for in that post plant. This feels like the map of pocket strats. And Astralis have long sleeves. Looking very good now to take this series and go to the playoffs. 2 rounds in the way. Oh, lovely shot. Simple as that. Uh-oh. Made a step and they punish.
Yeah, you could kind of see the fear take him, couldn't you? He knew he messed up.
Can't save forever, so they're just going to throw their life on the line. That's a kill back in for Kaspersky.
Hey, this might have started as a bit of a desperate Hail Mary, but that opening kill goes a long way.
Snappy's going to get lurked on.
Oh, he's got it. And this 3v5, they're going to give it a go. Barreling in, it's another for Snappy. 2 players in a crossfire here. And Stown slow as he approaches on this AWP. Time's running out for Nip.
Yeah.
And now they learn about this player under heaven. There is no attempting it for Stown. Astralis, match, series, and playoff point. They have 6 chances of waltzing into those playoffs.
Definitely looked more comfortable on this map, right? Had ideas, shut down a lot of those A plays in the first half. B was definitely a weakness. NIP figured that out, I feel like, too late in the game. And now on this T side, just abusing the B site as NIP once did. Looks to be enough to get them over the line in this match. Great map out of Yabi. Great series out of Ryu. Astralis right there.
Oh, look at Yabi go. Doesn't die in that, and Kaspersky really trying to chase this kill. So Stown, they're super dedicated to this. It's not just the one guy in mid, but a second player's now been brought down low. And so Astralis decide, you know what, we're done with middle. Tuck tail and turn away. They're grouping for this A hit. Well, they're not that done with middle. Think back to the Astralis CT side, just how this A site was able to withstand every hit that was leveled against them. Right now, Nip have 2 low players, 2 wounded players, AWP in position, and a 5v4 to boot. I think they've done enough. Ryu trying to open a back door, missed shot from that Fuzi AWP, and a round that just peters out.
2 chances there to get away with a steal of a round. Both players missed their shots, and save is the right call here for Astralis. NIP, 1 more before all is said and done. Double AWP taken as well. Why not at this point in the game? You've got nothing to lose.
Yeah, 1 for each bomb site, right?
Honestly, it might help on B, but the Util has been very impressive in this game.
Astralis take a timeout because they don't want this to get close. They don't want to feel any stress. Still feels like the entire playbook's open. Tried 1 mid-take, didn't really pan out, put you on shaky footing to start the round, and it never recovered. Maybe they just go back to what's been working. These set pieces. How long can NIP stave this off? They need 5 more to reach OT.
Down AWPing mid. Really just got spammed on that B push. Astralis were setting up for a B split, but it's going to make it a little bit more difficult. Shush is now AWPing the vent. Pressure on this highway to fake out an A split again, and it has drawn 3 players over, but this AWP is still a problem. Or missed chance for Fuzi. That would have been the opener that should have sealed this game. Now Nip get the chance to fight for this B site.
Snappy started this round with smoke spam to find the advantage, but no chance for him there. Shush on this secondary AWP, fighting to stay alive, only gets out with 1. The rotates are arriving. But Util down for Astralis. They get to move in with this bomb. It ends in a B-side retake.
It's a safe plant. Nip have to come out together, but 1 by 1 through this smoke is a big problem. Stair gets a reposition. Here's Note, announces position, and 1 by 1 they come crumbling down. Nowhere to go for Stown. This is Astralis hunting down the final playoff spots. We know it, Stown knows it. It is a matter of time. and Astralis do it in 3. A very difficult series when all is said and done. Inferno goes the distance. A comeback here for NIP, but Astralis at the final hour showcase a strong Cash. Great defensive half, Stare MVP, and they do go through to the playoffs clean.
Yeah, after their woes at the major this new season, it's back-to-back playoff outings for this Astralis squad. For
NIP, Hugo will just hit the cough button on his friend there. That was actually comedic by itself. Yeah, nonetheless, Astralis getting it done here at the very end of the line, at least for the group stage. You know, if you're an Astralis fan, if you're Hooksy, you like this. You like this a lot. Not only just because you found success, but because it was a good storyline.
Yes, indeed. And a very important win for Astralis, right? Like, they're doing okay in the grand scheme of things when it comes to VRS, the next major and all that, but as Hugo pointed out, back-to-back playoffs to start the season, some consistency, that has eluded them before. And also just being able to stay in it mentally, not get too frustrated after how their own map pick went, I think goes a long way for this Astralis team.
And I think they can be very happy with this win. I think like throughout the series, it was never really in doubt who were the better team, and I think that Astralis showed not only the resilience and the mental game coming out of let's say like a tiny bit of a throw on Inferno, but also when it came to Cash, they looked in control and just like the better team for the majority of it. And it's just always nice to see star players. I think he's a guy that we should be mentioning, you know, the MVP of this match, but also throughout the tournament so far. This guy's just rock solid, right? And you know, it's very rightfully so that he's also the guy to, you know, carry them all the way.
Yeah, I agree. Rock solid, one of Magic's favorite players, and this game I feel like could have been closer. I don't think NIP was terrible. I think they, in a couple of key rounds, they had their opportunities, but those rounds were so one-sided in a way that we brush over them. You know, even in the second half here on Cash, yes, they lose pistol, but they managed to win that force. And, you know, after that, Astralis comes in with an A-rush with pistols and sort of just, you know, you lose that one round, Stone had an op in Tetris and nothing pans out.
That was really the round that seemed to be, you know, causing them a little bit of a disregard, right? That's one of the issues with that team is that if they would have won that one, it would have been a 9-7. They could have brought it back. They would have full eco on Astralis. There would be a chance that they could actually bounce back, but you know, that was not really the case. And you could also feel after that round that specifically I believe it was Note that was called off by Truck. He really felt it.
So tell me a little bit about how Cash played overall. I mean, we've seen a couple reps of it now. How do we think it plays maybe in comparison to the old school way of watching Cash, or perhaps even just what we have now?
I think it's I asked Janko the question like in green room, I think, what do you think is if it's going to be is it a CT map or is it a T map? And I think I've seen both, right? Like so far through this tournament, I saw how big they really demolish people on their T sides when they just, you know, spend a lot of their time really working mid and having these B splits, which is really hard to, you know, work around. But right now, I mean, like it's left up for grab, which I think it's honestly more T-sided than it's CT-sided.
Well, it's Hooksy-sided today, I can tell you that much, and that's pretty much locked in. So what does Hooksy have to say after they win?
That is exactly my question indeed, Trace. Astralis locked and loaded into that top 16. Congratulations, Hooksy. I know it took the full 3 maps, so let's tackle this one in a linear fashion. We're watching the first map of Nuke. Looks like you guys can do no wrong. Did it feel like that in the server?
I mean, like, I feel like we could do everything wrong on T and then somehow win anyway. And that it was nice to close out the game fast in that way, because, you know, if we lose those rounds, maybe it gets tight, and then maybe it's the same as an Inferno and we lose 2-0 instead. I don't even want to think about it, but...
So, talk to me about that Inferno then. Your pick into the series, what did NIP present that was a bit tricky for you to deal with there?
I mean, I think on T side we lost both forces. We should have won the second time we forced for sure. It was just we didn't hit shots, and then I had some bad calls, but made up for it with some good kills in the end of T. And then on CT it was like back and forth, and then I think I did some bad calls with having the up on B, and I mean, if we just played our normal game, I think we would have honestly beat them 2-0, but yeah, I'll take that one on me.
We needed Cash to settle the score between you guys. Got a little bit chaotic at times. I know you've played and called a couple of Cashes now. It's in the map pool. How did this one compare to the others that you've played?
Oh, I think we played pretty well. Did some good pushes and retakes together, and I mean, on T side it was honestly pretty clean with the entry, and like with the orb and stuff, and our execute B splitting, it looked good.
I don't want to ask the typical interviewer, you know, how you feeling making it to playoffs, but it is important for you guys, right? Because you're looking at those VRS points, you want to be making it up to the major and as deep as possible. So in terms of making it to top 16, is this the limit for Astralis? What is the bare minimum you want to achieve there?
No, it's not the limit. We can go way further if we want, but I mean, it depends on who shows up on the day, if it's the good or the bad Astralis, but I think today was good, so we will try to catch some momentum.
And I hear you're very excited to crush NIP's key. Is there anything personal there, or you just want to get your hands on it?
I mean, I know most of the guys over there. I played with most of them, or at least some of them. So of course it's a bit more fun to beat them. So yeah, I'm super happy.
I won't keep you waiting then. Congratulations, Hooksy. That is Astralis making it through to top 16.
Yeah, Astralis doing it, and for Hooksy, you know, a little bit of a sigh of relief. It did take a little bit of an effort to get themselves here to the very finish line at the end of it all, but yeah, he says he's pretty familiar with Nip's game. And for Nip, well, what game they had today maybe left a little bit to be desired.
I mean, like, that's what happens if Kaspersky has a bad game for NIP, right? You're not gonna, you're not gonna be
It's
winning.
like Donk having a bad game for Spirit.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, it was rough. Unfortunately, they lose both pistols, deal with bad starts. They did a good job of adjusting in the first half, spreading out around the map. They were getting flanked early on in that half, managed to find some solutions, but you know, if you do end up losing both pistols, then you have to take advantage of all the other opportunities that you have. And on top of that, you lose to that A rush against pistols. That proved too much to overcome for NIP on Cash.
Let me shift the convo just a little bit here towards the coaching staff over at NIP. Now, I know that NIP have gone through some very turbulent times over the past couple of years for X amount of various reasons. But the coaching staff over there, and i.e. Richard, I'm talking about Exist himself. So this guy, in terms of pedigree, he's done a lot of things in the earlier days of Counter-Strike. You've seen it. You guys were there.
Times have changed, right? Remember him saying, "Don't pick Cash against me, mud flower." You know, like now.
And now,
different. Yeah,
things are different. You know, I had a small stint with him in Heroic when he was actually my coach. You know, he's quite different from what I've tried in likes of Sonic. Obviously, he's a little bit more quiet, you know. I don't think he's always the one that wants to like dictate the game, but it's more like, I wouldn't say he's just only a vibe coach, but sometimes I missed a little bit that he would like, you know, power through and like, this is what I want, guys.
Yeah. Well, look, it's only appropriate as they're on their way out of here. We're going to hear from Big Rich right now.
Yeah, sadly, the end of the line here for NIP. It do have Exist sticking around for a couple of words after that one. Obviously, a very long series for you guys, but I do just want to throw it back to your choice of Nuke, because it looked like a very cold start, to say the least, for you guys. What was your perspective on that map?
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe we focused a little bit too much on game plan instead of playing our game, I guess. Obviously, they also had a pretty good game plan. They just swung yard, killed us entry. They swung main, killed the center again. I think we just died a little bit too much. And then on CT, I mean, I think we throw two big advantages. So obviously, if we make that many mistakes, we cannot make the comeback happen. So.
I know it ends up in a loss ultimately anyway, but what did you say to the guys between Nuke and Inferno? Because I think we would have totally understood if it was just a monumental collapse from you guys, but you showed some resilience. What were you saying to the boys between them?
I mean, obviously we just have to reset, but I think it was key to get them to communicate more, especially dead talk. If you are in a big advantage, 3-on-1, 4-on-2, the guy who is dead or the guys who are dead, they need to talk and tell them to play with a bit more discipline or try to control them a little bit more. So yeah, communication was a big part of, I think, why we managed to close out Inferno.
I just wanted to ask a wider question in terms of your perspective, because the Death touched upon it. Obviously, you've got quite a history with Cash back in the day. Now it's come back into the map pool. How differently do you feel it's playing?
I don't think it's that different. Quite similar strats, of course, with the blitzes, and it's a bit different when you can blitz smokes open, right? But it's pretty much the same. The only difference is the result. I think we're 0-3 on it now, so not our best map. But yeah, I don't know, we have to keep working on it, try to find new ways of playing. I think at times maybe we're playing a bit too set on T side. It could be of lack of experience. Post plans are also pretty poor. So yeah, it's just like details that we need to work on.
Just to round off, I know you guys have been on one hell of a grind to try and get as many points as possible. Of course, all eyes on the major at the end of the year. What is next for NIP?
think we have some online qualifiers, and then yeah, we just need to try to qualify for another tier 1 LAN, and I think that's how we need to qualify to the major.
Well, thank you so much for your time, Exist. Commiserations one more. Sadly, no longer here for the Ninjas in Paris.
Yeah, unfortunate realities. Freya, also one of my favorite songs, all things considered.
I mean, this is exactly the interview that I was actually expecting out of Exist, and mainly the thing that he talks that sometimes I feel like they're playing too set. And, you know, it brings you right back to my Falcons time, and that was not the greatest time of my life. And that
you don't say. The one team you didn't win a major with.
Maybe you don't say, because it's actually funny you said that. The Falcons did win the Rocket League tournament.
I don't care about Rocket League. We're talking Counter-Strike right now.
I'm just saying, the Falcons won that, and I think you needed to know that. Now you know.
Well, it matters for the
Esports World Cup Club Championship.
Yes, indeed, Trace, right? Because they're in direct contention with AGAL, who they've now jumped over, and AGL doesn't have a Counter-Strike team. So that's where the Falcons can, in this tournament, also do their Orga solid and maybe help them secure 3rd championship in a row. 21 million combined.
Not bad, not bad.
But
not even Dupree has won that much.
Not even.
But close.
Gotta be close. Gotta be getting up there. But yeah, Dupree, you are spot on though. I'm not going to say that you're completely wrong. Yeah, we're talking about Counter-Strike over here, so hold on the phone on the other stuff. As far as this goes, Kaspersky not being in the server goes a long way, not very far in terms for NIP.
Yeah, it hurts him, right? He's their best player, like with quite a mile in my books. You know, he opens up the maps. He also closes out the rounds. You know, he's the guy that you want to be turning to. And with all due respect, I mean, he can only do so much, right? I think he showed throughout this tournament that he's definitely a player to be looking out for in the future, and rightfully so. I think he had some very important rounds and some very important maps, and I know this one is gonna sting a little bit, right? He didn't really show up on this one, but all the other ones, he was the reasoning why they probably even got to the point of playing Astralis. I mean, and I just want to turn my attention again to playing 2 set, and I think that has to do with Snappy's system, right? He enjoys having a system where he has an X amount of tactics, then there's a couple of variations, and if like the default doesn't work for him, that's what he turns his attention to. And if he can't get that to work, then he can't really dig that deep, right? That's it, right? You know, he's running out of ideas.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest issue for this NIP team has been stability, right? For the roster. Ever since it was first assembled, there was changes every couple of months.
Your boy Device played over there even at one point.
That was way
did that
before.
one pan out?
And then, you know, like you do that, you change the coaching staff. I think ultimately, like, this whole Snappy experience didn't turn out what you hoped it to be. And I think come next transfer period, I think you need to look towards that to leadership. Like, also, I mean, he's 36 or something along those lines, right? So if you're not delivering in terms of results, you would benefit from making the team younger, right? Giving someone else an opportunity and sort of getting into this new era, let's put it that way, of NIP CS.
And that is, you know, really the issue that it comes to NIP. But, you know, the rebuild hasn't just really panned out the way they want to, and I feel like they've been trying for so long, right? And it's again one of those organizations that are also pretty, like, you know, they're probably haunted a little bit for their past results, right? You know, and it's just hard to kind of get through.
It is true, and I mean, they did go international, right? So there's that reality.
Sure, there's more.
NIP project itself. Show me Group A brackets, pretty please. Let's keep this party moving along. Still got a big bracket draw here for the tournament side of the playoffs, so we have that going on still. But for Group A, it has come to a conclusion.
Yeah, no real shockers. I mean, maybe the order in which the teams got there, right? Spirit having to go through that lower bracket after a best-of-1 loss to GG How, Aurora beating MAT and GG How to make the playoffs, G2 through the upper bracket, and Big, unfortunately, you know, had to go up against Spirit in that final game after being dropped into the lower bracket by G2, and close series, but couldn't finish.
Yeah, made it entertaining, Dupree.
Yeah, I'm looking at Game Legion actually, just to look at that one. You know, beating Luminosity and GG How, and then you're in the playoffs. I mean, like,
must be nice.
That's what I mean, right? You know, they had a poor result at the major, so it's nice to go here and get a bit of a bounce.
They played terrible Counter-Strike, so let's see how they do come playoffs.
That's what I mean.
Playoffs, baby. Finally. It feels
where it
like
all matters.
There's been a lot of Counter-Strike up to this point. Now show me that Group B, if you don't mind, on the other end of this telephone line.
That's the thing of beauty right here.
It is indeed. The Falcons continuing to fly high.
Yeah, without a doubt, you know, the best team. I think the most stable team that we've seen at the tournament so far. So I mean, there's a lot on the line for that team, not only for the club championship, but also, for the team continuing their campaign after the major. Surprised to see, I wouldn't say surprised, but happy to see FaZe Clan in this one. And then we're still having Legacy and mibr battling out for that last spot, now that Astralis managed to clinch a victory against NIP. So right now, Legacy being up 1-0 against mibr, that's a bit of a banger as well.
Yeah, we'll see if mibr can bounce back on the second map. And yeah, Falcons, with how Spirit and Vitality have emerged as the main favorite, it feels like, for the trophy here.
Would anyone like to say the final words for the NIP key, which will now be crushed?
So long.
Rip, nip, nippin', rippin'.
Say it in what Hooksy would say, but say it in Danish so we have no idea.
Come yet, noobs.
Wait, I thought that
sounds good.
That's something. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty good, man. Anyway, yeah, there goes that key. They're going to go ahead and dismantle Nip, which is unfortunate. We talk about Nip almost until we're blue in the face, but to have shown the performance that Kaspersky did the other night and then have it kind of go out softly at the very end.
I think it's rough for them because they don't have as many opportunities as some of these other teams, like we heard from Exist, right? So it would have been real nice to have been able to make the playoffs, right? Get some extra points, make their lives easier down the line. But unfortunately, this is the sort of team they need to beat to get into the playoffs. It's not like they had Vitality in front of them or a Falcons, right? Like Astralis should be a beatable team for NIP, but in the end they just made some mistakes at crucial points in the game that cost them the series.
And it's back to the grind for them. But looking at Group C, I think looking at the lower bracket, that's a pretty dangerous lower bracket qualification for both Mouse and Immortality, and that's probably going to haunt someone once we get to the round of 16 draws. But regardless of that, Bait qualifying, I think Bait deserved that one after beating Vitality. And then Foot, still a team that I think is worth looking out for. I think the X-Cloud edition has really, haven't really been a setback for them. So I hope they will continue performing as they've done.
Yeah, and it's funny you should say draw because we will be doing that here shortly. So if you're joining us, it is an appropriate time. We just go through a little bit more here. Got a couple of paperworks and forms to fill out behind the scenes, and then they're going to have that right out here for us to do the draw live for the tournament playoffs itself. Show me the D. The Group D, that is.
There it is. Slowly merging. Na'Vi taking on the Mongols here and also qualifying. And I think Fury also rightfully so with their win against 9C despite being a little bit close, also making it as one of the favorites through the upper bracket. And then, quite surprisingly to me, that Magic beat 9C.
Yeah.
I did not see that one coming. And then lastly, Mongols taking out Pain to qualify.
Yeah, that's probably the biggest upset. I mean, in terms of who's not in the playoffs, 9Z, playoffs of the major, right? Grand final of the XE tournament over in China, losing to Paravision in a best of 5. So yeah, we'll see if Magic can continue to surprise in the playoffs. That's already a huge win for them. Definitely. Again, also in terms of accruing the points and getting to that Singapore major.
That's the crazy how much the VRS, it's just like, for some of the teams here, the VRS seems to be like even the most important thing. Like, I know it's important to get far in a tournament just, to create a result, but it almost feels like the VRS is the most important for the long term, right?
Yeah, because, there's 2 million in prize money, so you get that factor. There's a lot of games because of the format, so you get the land win component too. And honestly, there's not that many tournaments, from this point on, in terms of accruing those points for teams that are not in the top 12, right? That are not in the invite rank. So for someone like Magic, huge step.
It is a huge step, just like it's been a huge step all day for me to ask you all at home to use the QR code on the very bottom of my screen. It's still there. It's a brand new one, or it's the same one. I don't really know. I don't read QR codes myself, but if I did, I would still try to do that with my cell phone right now from home, just like you are. And that is for you to get your pick'ems in there. We've got to know who you think is going to be winning the whole enchilada around here in Paris. We've still got a ton of Counter-Strike to go because the playoffs are just on the cusp. We're going to be doing a bracket draw for that here really shortly. But first, check this out.
hoping to funnel them towards this single rifle.
This is what they want. This is the only chance they've got to have something significant in this round. It's LNZ who's actually done very well to get that first kill. So Dumal will fall and LNZ will drop back into the B site. So Utility landing forward, smoke for the cross, Utility flying in as well towards Dark and behind the fountain, limiting some of the strong positions that LNZ could have been standing in. They know where that rifle is. It's playing all the way back behind the coffins, but it's the distraction set up here for Insani. They haven't checked the new box. He's come through with the kill on the USP, but it doesn't matter. The kills do come through here for Legacy. They get into the site. You'd imagine the AK is going to have an easy time, I think, of handling the pistols down Banana.
If LNZ was alive still, I'd say there might be a little bit of a chance, but he's trying to spam one down through the smoke, make it easier for the pistols.
Now, if nothing else, they have made them respect him, so they're going to drop back, and AK can be picked up again for NQZ, and Breno's got one too, so if you can slip away with both of these AKs, that would be amazing, but...
I mean, actually, I would tell both of them to stick around. You're buying next round no matter what. Yeah, the AKs are great, but take all these guns away from these guys. Don't let them get out of here for free. It's so painful losing all the AKs, losing all your rifles in a one round, so NQZ going to try and do it at the tail end. Good find from Try. Well prepared, he'll open up the escape route. A 3-2 for Legacy as they gain the lead. Remember, this happened on Nuke too. We'll have to see how this one plays out. But in the first half of Nuke as well, it was mibr kind of grabbing like two, cheesy rounds early on to keep things close, to keep them within reach, to keep them battling back, to keep Legacy honest, and then eventually Legacy just blew the scoreboard wide open. We're kind of at that same stage right now where mibr off the pistol in second round. Keeping it close, not in a bad place whatsoever. But there's a chance Legacy just crack it open here. Up in the hands of NQZ, Try as well on the T side.
Let's see, NQZ's AWP's out, so chance to show us what he's made of again that we got to see from the last map, and it's a good aggressive start. I mean, that was some of the moves we got to see from him on Nuke. He was confident to go for these picks, try and challenge, and he's got his team the opening kill.
And that's what I wanted to see out of this defense if it was going to have a good hold, is get that AWP working again. And now that you have an opening kill, the thing that killed you on Nuke was Legacy players finding a frag, taking the space and taking the initiative and finding gaps in the defense. Now you have the pick, so you're not going to see as many wild individual plays pressing the issue as much. Standard brackets control for Legacy. Left mid is smoked off. 3-2 split on the defense with Insani and LNZ at the B-bomb site. Art going through the motions, wants to make the sounds, the noises as if they want to take banana control to get the staging area for an execute here. It's pulled NQZ into CT spawn just a little bit further away from being able to help on this defense.
Now, 30 on the clock. Got Venom Zara in the site, Breno down in the pit. And you'll hear those steps charging towards him. Legacy going for the final move here in round 6 for 20 seconds left. Trying to get into the site. Dumal, the battering ram as he so often is, but the rotation has arrived for the CT side. It's Try having to take them out of this. He can't find Venom Zera. He just can't get to this. And the time that it's taken is allowing the rotation of Insani to arrive as well. But he gets that too. And just enough time to think about the plan.
No,
but LNZ's not going for it. He's lost it. He's lost it to time. Try's run out of it. LNZ was far away. And Try does so well to get himself in a position where he could have clutched up, but he ends up playing himself.
That's an absolutely admirable effort, and I can't even fault him for the fake tap and plant. You thinking maybe there's the last retaker is going to be coming from that position. You think he's going to be right there, and you might be able to lure him out into the open. Low HP as well. Try might have felt like that was his best chance. Tied up at 3. Here we are again, mibr just barely hanging on. Fingernails gripping tightly onto Inferno, tightly onto their life in this tournament at the Esports World Cup.
Try just running up towards top middle. Oh, there's the chance. He just couldn't connect it.
Almost got it back.
Yeah, he did.
But this is the attitude now. Do you want to take that space? Look how fast you've got mid and brackets control.
Brown's going to start moving back, but Try's moving forward. Smoke will block out the apartments for the time being. There's the peek from NQZ. Not going to work out. Breno had to trade. He goes back again. Good reposition. Couldn't quite take the kill, though. As Venom Zera tries to rotate towards Moto, but he's caught in the open. Lato moves through the smoke. The risks being taken here, paying off for Legacy and forcing away the mibr defense. So that's going to be Legacy up to 4-3, claiming the lead of the game again. They know where Insani is. He doesn't feel like this one's possible. Isn't possible just yet, and it won't be, because Nissim rips his head off, and Legacy looking for some high fives here. Try, as they're back in the lead again.
Yeah, really good find. I don't think mibr ever thought for a second that positioning from Try's op so early on in the round was going to lead to a timing hit at 1 minute and 20 seconds at this bomb site. There was no real intensity. There was no urgency in the rotation back from the triple B start. I think they thought that was just going to be a pick attempt, and then it would fall into like a slower paced round as they've seen throughout this half. You might be onto something with them kind of working in these pace changes that clearly aren't there yet when they go slower, but you can see when they go faster, man, the players just know exactly what to do.
Yeah, that's that rhythm. Right now, Inferno is their jam because there's about to be a 5-3 lead. No issues for mibr being presented. They don't have anything worth talking about. And then the dual Berettas, Breno, he's on the adventure, but he'll take one. He's a second to really get this one going, and he gets a dink. They see the aggressive plays, and they've got Venom Zera's number here. That stack leaves B. They start to drift back towards the A side.
They might actually beat this play if Legacy continue moving forward. No banana control for Legacy. They'd have to move back into it and get it late in the round. Looks like they want to use most of the clock and let these mibr players who don't have any weapons kind of get nervous with the timing of everything. See if they can bait out some peaks, some aggressive plays. It's coming right now.
As tries kill towards top mid, and EWC finished off. We'll see Jumel run up through short. Try and clear out the final two here. He's already spraying away behind that truck. Eventually taken out by USP. Just
hold the phone.
Himself down low. Yep, the USP gonna burn though, and that's gonna be enough. They know exactly where he is. So Lato primes himself and gets ready for the kill.
All right, 5-3. Pistol round goes the way of, or I should say, eco round goes the way of Legacy. So now we buy back up. NQZ with the op. M4s being snatched for the rest of the mibr defense. Good early find, probably made this round feel a little bit scarier to Legacy than it actually was. Probably made him a little bit nervous to see what was coming next.
I think every round has just had like a little moment of fear, right? It's never been clean, it's never been comfortable for either squad.
4 of the last 5 in the favor of this Legacy offense. They're cooking right now. Boost up with the AWP over the top of the smoke.
Yeah, this was our worry when we got to Inferno. Once the gun round started, mibr fine at the start, get the pistol the early rounds, but as soon as you see Legacy get onto the guns and how comfortable they are on this very map, starting to see them show their class. Umao going to be challenging this B bomb site setup.
There's 4 players here. They might just go with this. But I mean, at least for the moment, what they want to do, they like applying this much pressure early because it's forcing out the utility earlier than mibr would like, which means late round, the stockpile is going to be softened up and depleted for a re-execute.
Yeah, they're going back because obviously the bomb's still in the T-stars, so they slow down for a moment.
And because you got that kind of control and applied that much pressure, now mibr has to be nervous this entire round that a hit is going to come in. LNZ has one more smoke to chuck out. That'll delay things a little bit further depending on the timing of it. So right around the 30-second mark, if Legacy want to finish at the B bomb site, that's when that smoke fades. 3 defenders at this bomb site as well, and without them even investigating this round, without them taking brackets control or showing any presence there, it's going to be a hard-fought battle to break in. Advantage of utility to Legacy.
LNZ trying to disrupt the CT smoke. It's just going to play through it. I mean, it's 3 players here, so let's see what mibr can do with 20 seconds left. You don't have a huge amount of time to clear this if you're Legacy, and this can work massively in the favor of mibr. Dumal always finding a way to charge through, but his teammates are not following it up just yet, and then all of a sudden they do. Nissim and Try with the impact kills right at the end to put that bomb down with just enough time. And NQZ alongside Breno have to try and retake this, but Try has got the deep position, the deep angle all the way down towards CT spawn. He has just given it up as I say so. But at this point, mibr are not really looking all that likely to attempt this because they don't have a kit nor enough utility.
Well, they're not going to risk NQZ. Actually, excuse me, he's the one being the most aggressive coming from Banana. They are sliding in.
I don't know why they're trying.
Unless there's a kit dropped inside the bomb site that they can pick up on the way, there's no time for this.
I mean, they're over the top and they're just losing their weapons. They're just throwing away their guns. And Breno didn't get the AWP. He's having to run away here. That's going to be a strange decision there from mibr at the end of the round.
Yeah, all that attempted retake really accomplished for you was losing the AWP. Yep. The AWP moved in, died, and then you can't recover it. So that's a weapon you don't have moving forward. So yeah, head scratcher there from mibr.
Yeah, I think that's why you get a timeout, because you're making decisions like that. You know, you got to get everybody back on the same page, a little breather, because you're not making the right decisions in crucial points.
Yeah, potentially they just lost some focus and maybe felt like they, it's a round where they could be a little bit more patient with things. Either way, time to talk things over, because as we kind of foreshadowed, it is feeling very similar to Nuke all of a sudden. 6 of the last 7 rounds in the favor of Legacy, 3 in a row. And mibr's ability to stand toe-to-toe with this Legacy squad seems to be slipping as time goes on. Look at this, late round trades coming in, one of them through the smoke as well. Just layers of Legacy players streaming in on that execute, constantly with the information that their teammates had passed over to them. 12 kills on Try, 10 on Nissim, the only 2 players in double digits inside the server. 0 kills on Art, but he's got 6 T rounds on the board.
You know what? I think he's fine.
He's doing okay.
I think he's happy of it. He'll get his couple of impact kills at some point in this half. You got that feeling about it.
He's giving us that Kerrigan look right now. Here we go, Breno over the top.
Legacy are able to close this with a statement win, get a big result to deny mibr getting into double figures and close out the series. I think it could be really interesting to talk about and what they can do going into the round of 16, into the playoffs of the event, because they are a super fun team to watch.
Oh, this is dangerous.
Well, AK is holding the angle. Venom Zera's right here at the doorway, and there is a little bit of a trap set up, but you can't break that apart with utility. You can force them into the fights, and luckily that grenade comes off from Nissim.
I don't think they saw LNZ though. They're going to think Boiler is clear. Good find.
Yeah, 2Mao able to make sure LNZ's out of there, so NQZ and Insani left in a 2v3. It's still a doable round here all of a sudden for mibr, so you're starting to slowly pull that bomb away. And again, it's that same story we've been talking about all Inferno. Even though Legacy are winning these rounds, there's always moments where mibr make it difficult for them.
Yeah, I mean, there's been some real tough rounds that Legacy have had to grind themselves back into. That smoke doesn't cover mid, so NQZ gonna get spotted but not caught.
Going to be coming back out Insani, and he does have the Deagle ready to go.
Smoked off, Coffin's getting smoked now. Legacy not missing any details. NQZ's rotating over in case this Deagle makes something happen. Oh, it does.
That is a sharp start, isn't it? 2Mao's head shredded off the top, but Try. Good position, slightly elevated on top of first Oranges. Able to respond to Insani. But NQZ, we talked about his 1v2s on Nuke. Had a couple of them where he stepped up. They really need this one, and they're just going to deny even that chance. And there you go. Art gets his kill.
I was going to say, the only way he wins this one is if they really screw something up, is if Art just never peeks and he's able to spray them both down behind the box. But that bait and switch is so hard to deal with in a 1v2. It's up to a 4-round lead now. Legacy have taken complete control. Guns coming back in for mibr. 2 more rounds in this half for them to scrape together whatever they can.
The last couple of rounds, and I mean, the scoreline was 9-3 in the first half of Nuke. mibr managed to bring it back to the final round of regulation. Possibility that we see that very scoreline again here. Breno. Inside of the apartments, no scoped away. NQZ fully committed. The pistol's out. It's absolute chaos, but it's all coming up Legacy because they thrive in chaos. Another round victory going to be found here. Absolutely no way into the round for mibr. They are just getting completely outmatched by Legacy, and it comes back to what we were saying kicking off this game today. We were saying that there is a real possibility we come to the server and we watch Legacy blow them out of the water.
Yep, and it's happening as we speak. Got all the answers dictating the entire map. Showing some class here, Legacy, over their countrymen. Extended to 5, and Nissim going to try and hunt down these M4s. And yeah, unfortunately for mibr, the story just continues still. Although I like that we've seen a couple things that we can at least latch onto positively. Obviously, it's hard to get super hype about it with the score lines being the way they are. But still plenty of progress for this mibr team to make over time. Still the potential for a comeback when we switch sides. Just hard to build that confidence after we saw the T side on Nuke ineffective. And now this CT side, which was strong on Nuke, just getting overrun constantly.
Last round of this first half. Try 15-4. What a half he's had. Nissim 12-5. Not too far behind at all. I think that's something you were highlighting as well from the first half of Nuke. It felt like mibr had a number of close round losses that one of those go in their favor. Could have been a different story. I think the same scenario here on Inferno in the first half.
Different feeling. Like there's been some close rounds. Like there's been some close rounds. You're right. Earlier on in this half that they could have won, maybe some eco rounds. But I think more than anything, it's like on Nuke, some of those close rounds were like gun rounds. Here, it's like they've had some 5-7 rounds. They've made a little bit sketchy.
USP stack somehow coming into a competitive spot. Well, I started the game saying that, I hope that mibR's B defense can be strong once the guns come out, because the big problem is dealing with the aggressiveness that Legacy are going to throw at you, and it just didn't really stand, did it?
Part of it is they've played most of this half like really passive back into the bomb site. We've never really seen them pushed out towards sandbags, pushed out towards cars, so there's been like no real attempt to dissuade Legacy from attempting to take Banana. Like there's never been like a round where they just killed 3 and it's like, okay, well now Legacy has to try and break into A to soften up this kind of a stack. So I think if you talk to Legacy, I think, you know, guys like Dumao, guys like Art, with that kind of clear freedom in Banana throughout this half, they're going to say, that's the most fun we've had on Inferno in quite some time when you don't have to worry about it.
Art really didn't have to worry. Well, 9-3 again. Legacy hoping they can just close it out from this point and not allow that comeback to come through. They do so. Into the playoffs they shall go. They'll knock out mibr. Stay in the Esports World Cup. There's the double push up. Art, okay, he waited to the end. He got his first multi-kill right there.
Lovely. That's a thing of beauty. 3 kills for Art in the half. 9 rounds for Art on the scoreboard. 3 for mibr. And yeah, Legacy just looking like they're just going to march to this victory and send mibr packing and take their spot in the playoffs. Tri has 17 kills and 4 deaths. Nissim has 13 kills and 5 deaths. Great showing for Legacy too. When you talk about, we mentioned it just very briefly during the veto process. The last time we saw these guys play, I mean, they looked great in their opening game here at EWC. FaZe stepped into the server and kind of embarrassed him a little bit. It was like a nice wake-up call, bucket of cold water onto the face.
Yeah.
And then they've come in here and they've kind of helped assuage any of the doubts that we might have had lingering from that FaZe match.
I'm looking forward to going to that draft segment of the show, right, and figuring out what games you've got for the playoffs. I think it's an interesting tournament so far because some of the big names in Counter-Strike have looked pretty weak at times.
There's some shakiness at the top.
Yeah, and that does open up a cool conversation when it comes to the playoffs or potential upsets.
Yeah, I mean, I guess two of the teams you'd point out as the shakiest so far, Vitality and Spirit. Maybe not the shakiest, but shaky considering what we expect
compared to their standard, right? Their usual standard that we've been used to for such a long time.
They're both teams you'd say would have a good chance of lifting the trophy. Well, mibr is creeping close to this step up the mid ramp. Try with an off angle towards Boiler. Nissim and Art playing double pit beside him. Spots 2 jumping. Might not get away. Art's got to defend and hold him back, but he's dead now. Good shot for the one. Oh, another.
Yeah, well, again, these kills are brilliant from Try, but the responses are there for mibr. They're going to walk in with a couple, and that's the site taken. So this round's so important here for mibr. Obviously, if they have any chance of coming back into this, and Legacy, they've got a lot of utility available for Lato. But getting back into this A side in the pistol round just seems so tough.
Especially with dualies. I don't know how you're going to do it. And no kit as well, so it's got to be fast. Might not even try. Might just look for some exit kills for some extra money moving forward into the next rounds. Keep the armor preserved. Keep the utility preserved. Might want to start running.
And they're coming through the archway, and Dumao going to be finished off by LNZ. So right now, 9-4. I mean, is this the beginning of the mibr comeback that we've seen on Nuke? It's going to take a specialty side calling out of LNZ here. And we're going to see immediately Legacy actually force buying, and we know how chaotic the rounds have been so far in Inferno. We've seen a lot of those in the first half, so wouldn't be surprised if we get a real tough round coming up here for mibr straight away.
Feels like a bold force buy, though, from Legacy. You're kind of putting a little bit of extra of your lead into the pot in the middle, you know, in case you lose this round. Extra round, you'll have to sit back, so it's going to help mibr close the gap quickly. Good information for Art off the pop flash. Another one as well to keep hold of top banana. And really nice control for Art and Dumao. They're going to stay paired up at the B bomb site with half wall smoked off. Dumao has another one to replenish it. And if they wanted to take a risk, they could just bail out at this point, drop another smoke, one player leaves. But now the move from mibr up mid, and the rotation now will be late coming in from Dumao. So this hold at the A bomb site itself better be spectacular.
It's all quiet now, but we know it's about to erupt. Try. Ripped off the balcony. Lato in the sight. 5-7. Rattles to the chest. Nissim also getting one of his own. Realizes being peppered from below and above. And it ends up being a situation for Nissim he just can't handle. So the force buy has not worked out here for Legacy. They're going to have to back away with the tail tucked between their legs. And this does open up that chance for mibr to get a really strong start of this, here in the second half.
That's really well managed from mibr as well. I think it would have been simple to panic. It wouldn't even surprise me to see them panic a little bit in that situation when the wrap around the bomb site is taken away from them by the CT smoke. But just leaving a lurker, resmoking library, and falling all the way back around with the rifle, staying composed, makes that for a nice, easy closeout. And Legacy do lose out on that kind of second round force buy instead of waiting for the third. So they'll save next. And mibr have a chance to get up to 6 before Legacy can buy back into the rounds. Good kills.
Well, they do really well to get those kills, actually. mibr lose every single member.
Ooh, this is interesting. Okay, this might change a lot moving forward. I don't think Legacy is going to take this round to force up. That'd be way, way too much. But you've taken some money away from them. So there's an element of where you might want to continue applying pressure because you know they've lost so much. Oh, this is gonna be divisive. Okay, so Art's picked up a lone M4. And his thought process is that a little extra punch in this weapon to get a couple extra kills, still hurt this economy, maybe I steal a round away, and he spotted 2.
The kill for Art. He's just snatched that one. He goes back in, though, and now he's kind of stuck.
The classic. It is the classic. We can't just take the advantage. We gotta go for a little bit more.
Ooh, that was so easy. Let me go get another one. I've handed that one right back. And that's why the house always wins, Jason. Yes, indeed.
Well, the question becomes now, mibr handled the previous round really, really well. Legacy have the wrong read on this. They think after perhaps spotting the M4 at the A bomb site, mibr might shuttle themselves across the map to the other side and attack B, but they're dead wrong. March through Palace. Defense has vacated the premises, so an easy 6th round for mibr. And Dumao will be left to save the M4. So no harm, no foul into investing and bringing that weapon into this round. They don't lose it.
I mean, again, it's just a slow build-up to actually when the second half truly starts, which is when Legacy get a full buy, which is coming up soon. But mibr loving how quickly they're closing the gap again.
Yeah, and I mean, this isn't. I'm not ready to yet to call this the start of a comeback. I mean, they are closing the gap really nicely, but you know, you haven't gotten, as you mentioned, it's the gun rounds yet. That's where we're going to see if you can actually overcome the defense when it's got all the weapons to fight back. But a really nice start, everything you could hope for. 4 players surviving here, not bad. You're building up some of that money that you lost in the previous rounds.
This is Art, and then being the hero, and then being 0 shut away. So, unfortunately, I'm not able to make much of that. Here we go, into the gun rounds for Legacy. Orb gonna come out for a try. He's on a heater here on Inferno. Gonna try and keep that heat going, that spark as he looks down middle. Some flames towards his face, and we'll have to peel away.
Yeah, no one's swinging wide on mid. Venom's there over in Boiler. Nissim right around the corner. Flashbang is out. Nobody spotted just yet. Very mid-centric defense. 2 at the corner, 1 boosted up, 1 underneath the balcony as well.
Nissim is in front of the flame, so he doesn't have to give up his position. He can maintain this right against the wall. Venom Zera is going to win that engagement, though. Dumao stepping out into the open. A crazy play, and it's not worked out for him at all. Luckily, Art was there, but you've got information. 3 players are stacked towards top mid.
This gets hard now, though, because the defense is the one who has to panic. It's the defense moving around the map and reacting to what mibr has shown. I think... Okay, Art slips into the bomb site. I thought they might just go save. Once again, though, LNZ with the perfect call. Bringing his team against the weakness on the defense. And yeah, Art is going to slip back. And he just says, this isn't worth me sticking around. This round isn't worth us fighting for. And yet again, Legacy have to back away and concede. 4 in a row for mibr now to start this second half. 4 very convincing rounds to start this second half.
Yeah, and if you're at Legacy, you're just like, how can we not just close these out? It's, again, you're letting your opponent back into the game again. You might be able to prevail still. You might be able to still pull this off towards the end, but when you do this, when you get into the playoffs, you have a situation you're playing against a better team, you let them in when you have a big lead, and they are going to punish you. And mibr could still punish them here on Inferno. It's yet to be seen. But 1 step at a time, mibr closed the gap to just 2. I think that's when you highlight the fact that you did throw a little bit more of your lead in there when you were going for the force buy.
Yeah, but it closes the gap really, really quickly, doesn't it? And I mean, also, you had him in that second round with, eliminating all of them in a victory. You took all the weapons away. You made the economy very, very weak, but you've kind of let him off the hook in that regard as well with the back-to-back clean wins for them, 4 players surviving in each of them. So now you don't even have that thread to kind of latch onto. We reinvest. The losing bonus was fully built up for the Legacy side. 3 weapons saved, 1 bought, 1 dropped over. And we get underway in round 17, but Legacy yet to get started on the CT side.
Giving them the space and Banana. Legacy not challenging it. Gonna have a try, play with the AWP around long. It's a bait and switch as well between him and R2. He's tucked in the cubby. Decent grenades here. Landing right on top of LNZ. He's down to 41 health off the back of that util being thrown out by Legacy.
Yeah, really good chip damage for sure. Softens him up for later. They have to cross this AWP still. 4 smokes available for mibr's attack. And Sani's going to be a little bit of a fake element over towards the B-bomb site. Throwing a CT smoke. Tries going to get aggressive with that Molotov and Boiler and gets destroyed. LNZ knows exactly what's coming.
Yeah, it's a really good opening kill, and that's the AWP gone.
And now 2 defenders here.
And no longer do you have this strong crossfire that Art had, the bait and switch rather. You have the AWP taking the first shot, then running past, focusing on that, and then you have Art then behind. He's now isolated, stuck in this corner, having to worry about crossing into the open, and he gets spotted as he does so. 30 seconds left. Nissim's on his own. He's isolated, trying to step up with just an A1S. His teammates smoked away. Nissim gets 1. Second headshot, but not enough damage to bring down the victim. And Art steps out instead, and a lot of damage done to the balcony player, and spraying through is Dumao. So good work from Art and Dumao, and that has put really difficult situation in front of mibr.
I can't believe they've even given himself a chance to win this. A great chance at that. You do have a Molotov on Lado. That looks like it's going to go into the bomb site. Oh no, towards the pit. Perfect. And then QZ burns down a 2, tucked against the back wall, dropped.
Now Brenno's all on his lonesome inside of the pit. He's low HP. You've got
no
3 players. You're just going to swarm him, surely. 1 player gets onto the site. Going to get on that defuse. Brenno hasn't been checked yet. He could spam the box, but he's not going for it. Breno not looking for it. Spraying away now. Where's the body block? Dumal steps in as that defuse comes through last second on the clock as well. Legacy pull it through, and it's Art who does so much there from a position you just don't expect him to get anything done from.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a fight you love taking whatsoever. If you're Art, you feel like you're dead any second when you're taking those engagements. He gets away with one. A quick kill down on the ground, down in towards pit, critical. The damage, the dink, and then the smoke pops, and it's hard to find him. But that damage softens everyone up to make that retake much, much easier. And finally a round on the board. It took them 5 rounds, but they've arrived here, 10-7. 3-round lead for Legacy's CT side.
Yeah, try getting aggressive. We've seen NQZ making the same play earlier in that first half. NQZ able to take a kill from it. Not this time for try. Mal receives a grenade, but we've seen how effective the utility was on LNZ in the last round. They're going to do it again. The one going over the wall.
A lot of sound cues outside the B bomb site, though, pulls Art over in rotation for support. And as he slides into the B bomb site, mibr dip away. Showing mid control. But defense not reacting. Art still convinced this is going to finish at this bomb site, playing far back in CT with the support of Flashbang. Try sees nobody as the smoke breaks open. So Legacy convinced now that the B bomb site is the final play.
Dumal up on top of the coffins. He's smoked away. There's a good shot from Breno, trying to charge in. Dumal steps up, sprays away. It's a very committed position and a very committed spray that only results in the 1 kill. And that does leave that B bomb site very weak indeed. There's no one home. Art's trying to slow them, trying to delay, but his teammates are planted safely inside of the A site. They will not move away from this. It's going to be a Legacy safe call, and mibr battling through the B bomb site, which we talked about being such a strength for Legacy. Didn't look that way there.
You know, both these teams have been playing pretty relatively passive CT sides from what I'm used to seeing at the B bomb side. Well, at least for in Legacy's case, right? Like I feel like Legacy's that team we know Dumal's going to be battling, and some of that probably comes down to the fact they've played each other. You know, this is their 5th series they've played this year, including there's a best of 1 mixed in there as well on top. So they've played each other so many times stylistically, trying to shake things up, trying to make the opposition a little bit confused, but. The decision to play Banana passively round after round has just given both teams such a strong staging area for a set piece. Money for both teams. So Legacy buy back into the round. 2-round lead, 10-8. And this is cool because, you know, we left Nuke saying, man, LNZ and mibr had some cool ideas on that T side. A few of them didn't pan out, but they looked they looked like they were the smart play, the right call. It just didn't actually fall in their favor. Here on Inferno, it's the same thing, except this time they're winning the rounds.
It all went wrong when mibr tied up the score on Nuke. So 2 rounds away from doing that. Let's see if they can do it now. Got Legacy still just hanging in there, getting enough money to buy and coming out looking like they've got a chance at it, but yeah, there's burst through middle for mibr. A couple of players already up through top mid.
It's just 2 though, so I mean it's a little bit more strength behind this fake, a little bit more concern in the Legacy defense as they feel the pressure. Flashbang's gonna come over, Dumal's gonna have to back away, drops the smoke, sticks around at the half wall. They're gonna have to barrel through it. If they want to get into the B bomb site, they have to come through.
Okay, there we go. That's more like it. Gets 2 headshots from the spray. Art trying to get back to safety while crossing that smoke. Bullets started to come through, panics a little bit, but he's able to find a comfortable spot to hide in. 45 seconds, the last-ditch effort. The attempt to get into the site is failed, and it's just Breno stepping out to his inevitable doom. 11 rounds to 8. That's more like it from Legacy.
Yeah, there we go for Dumal and Lotto, and that time you could see a little bit more willingness to fight for that half-wall control, to just have a presence, to just be a nuisance, slow it down, throw some obstacles in their path, and successful as they prevent mibr from getting a clean look at the B bomb site. 11-8. This time MIBR, this comeback, haven't, as you mentioned just now, haven't been able to actually tie it up the way they were on Nuke. They've gotten close, but Legacy not letting them get to that point just yet. Maybe lured in by the fact that they haven't encountered any defense in that part of the map. Nobody really looking right whatsoever as that smoke is broken open, but it was a desperate situation. Once Lado gets the kill on the other side of the map and that smoke drops down from Dumao, that's your timing. If you don't hit it, you lose. So forced into that play through the smoke to their death. And now a 3-round deficit. Money running low as well for MIBR. Running out of cash and runway in this series. Elimination just 2 rounds away.
Oh, try. 19 HP. There's Nissim. Good headshot onto Venom Zera. Opening kill here for Legacy. Searching for map point for playoff qualification point.
Uh-oh.
Breno's in the smoke. 2 players on the other side of that smoke. And his teammates making their way up Banana.
Oh, there's the break.
Yeah, it just comes in. Brennan's going to be spotted. Couldn't even get a chance against Art. And Dumao's keeping his head down. Away from those flashes that eventually are going to be coming over the top. Still very effective in blinding him. And he's going to go back into the open. Blind again, running through the smoke. Insani making the hero play. And a second kill on Dumao's really opened this up. Insani fighting down CT spawn. But eventually Lato able to wrap around the back and put an end to Insani's antics. And ask NQZ once again to step up with a clutch. Bomb is not planted. He's going to give it a go. And puts that down on the ground. Now steps into the next fight, but Lato has picked it up, and Legacy at series point.
Really good job from Lato. I love the work from Art as well, breaking the smoke over on Rap side, not letting his teammate rotate away, not letting them sit there without the information of what's going on inside that smoke. And good work on the rotation over. Legacy closing things out convincingly at the tail end, just like the first map in this series. 3 of the last 4 in their favor. And that round win takes so much money away from MIBR. They've got a Galil, an AK-47, 3 Tech 9s to fight with. And what is potentially their last round at the Esports World Cup here in Paris.
It's always a brutal way to have to qualify by knocking out a team from your own country, but it happens so often to the South American squads. Legacy, the team that definitely have more promise once they get into the deeper stages of the tournament. Showing their class right now against MIBR. Triwits inside of the library, about to silence Bruno.
They're coming through.
He just moves off and gets over towards the archway instead. Actually, he's gone all the way to B. He's gone all the way to B.
Yeah, they're very, very quiet. Is he going to... Oh, now the awareness is there. Now Try should look, but does he realize they're already in the passageway?
He has to worry about that, but they have to go back and get the bomb. Lato dealing with Insani. They step forward again. The bomb is loose once more on the ground. Breno has got down Speedway. That will allow a kill, but the element of surprise now gone. Lato backs into the corner, trying to get away with it on the rifle, and he will. Legacy shall move forward into the playoffs, into the top 16 of the event, and unfortunately have to knock out MIBR on the way there, but they're going to be very happy with the performance they showed today.
Well, here we go. We're going to be doing a little bit of a playoff bracket draw. I say we because the whole world is watching, and also these two gentlemen here to my right. We got Moses. I've got Dinko. This is our first time working together here at EWC. Pretty cool, guys. You having a good time?
It's been a minute since I've been on a desk with you, Trace.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Who is that more, you or me? Welcome back.
You. It's been a minute. It's been a while.
Yeah, welcome back, man. It's been a while. Thank you so much for having me over here on the A stream.
It really does feel like the whole world is here. Like we've got every player just suddenly appeared over there. I don't really know what's going to happen. So I'm kind of along for the ride here. It's going to be a real surprise and hopefully get some good surprises too.
Now, I would ask either of you guys if you want to take a stab at explaining what's going on here. We can do that if you'd like.
No, I'm good. You're welcome. I think you have it written down on that sheet of paper.
Well, I do right here, actually. I have it put it. And I have it in the most variety way I could possibly put it, right? In an explain like I'm 5 sort of variety. The ELI 5. All right, so 16 teams are left. We started with 32?
Yeah, 32.
Right? Cool. So we've got 16 teams left. That means we've got 8 matches we're going to be making out of that. That means the round of 16. Pot 1 will be qualified through the upper side. Pot 2 qualified and survived the lower side. One pot. One pot. One team draws one pot.
This is like a nursery rhyme that you're busting out.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Then it is single elimination. So that is a nightmare once we get there.
Perfect.
Essentially, one pot's going to have all the good teams, right?
Yeah.
It should do, but it doesn't because we had some weird upsets that kicked off the tournament. So Team Spirit and Vitality are strangely in pot 2, which is going to be super weird.
That's the most interesting part about this is how does that shake up the bracket, right? With those two teams taking those upset losses and kind of finishing differently than what we expected, where's that going to shake up the matches going into that round of 16, that round of 8? How does it mess with the brackets playing into the grand final?
And those are all just because of the good old BO1s in the very beginning for the most part, or do you think it would have been?
GG Howe.
Yeah, GG Howe really did make an effort to make it interesting around
and
here.
Bait, don't forget Bait.
They also
you
did
can
that.
never forget Bait. Yeah, I mean, best of one's also the break, I think, is a big factor as well. The fact that some teams obviously didn't have a break. We've seen FaZe, who just had to play every single tournament to make it here. So made it, and it paid off.
Yeah, looking really sharp, though. I mean, the consequences of that, like, yeah, it's a tough road, and it's frustrating, and you want to have that break. You want to get that time off, but you can see the level of their play looks so much sharper than what I expected to see them coming in straight away. So obviously the time that they've had grinding has done good work for the team and looking strong going into these playoffs.
Let's do it this way. We've got our qualified teams. I did tell you 16, so perhaps we can look at them visually to help you all understand at home or follow along, even if you're here with us tonight. The group winners and the group runner-ups. Now, we did talk about names that don't normally look like this in these positions.
Yeah, it's Team Spirit over there in the group runner-ups, as we alluded to. It's Vitality down there as well. To some extent, I think like some of the Legacy, even to me, a little bit surprising. But I like seeing Magic in there. They played some good Counter-Strike. Falcons off of their major championship, coming in and following that up and getting through to the playoffs at the top as well. So yeah, there's some cool results. And again, it's just what is this bracket going to play out, right? Like we felt like we knew who were the trophy contenders coming into this event, and it's all gotten shaken up.
You get a weird matchup. You get the likes of Game Legion versus Vitality, and that actually could work out coming in as a second seed. Interestingly, it could work out for these teams like Spirit and Vitality. They could get a matchup that makes sense for them. But I think for the group winners, the only real surprises there are the likes of Game Legion and Bait coming through, and they're going to end up being higher seeds. I think the best looking team so far is Falcons, and the highest level team, and coming off the back of the major, and then FaZe Clan from the games we got to see look really good.
Yeah, they've looked sharp. They looked really, really good at overtaking Legacy, and I mean, I'm just excited to see what they're going to look like come the playoffs. But same with like coming into this event, it was questions about like Foot with their roster change, what they looked like last year. Were they going to miss a step? That's nice seeing them. Mouse as well. I think they're worth stopping and talking about, making it through to the playoffs. Also, more experience exertion at the helm of that team, and hasn't dropped off the way I kind of thought it might. They've actually looked much stronger than I expected. So I like seeing this run in the playoffs, and I like to see what they're going to be able to do against the best teams.
You know, because it is the Esports World Cup Club Championships, and the fact that we did have such a crazy draw right there, the Falcons could stack up between a Spirit, Mouse, Vitality right out of the gate, which is pretty scary stuff. So let's just see how this movie plays out. Chad, let's get it going.
Thank you, Trace. All right, I'm here to take you through the process of this bracket draw. I've got the Keymaster Jacob here to select the balls. And as Trace mentioned, we have 2 seed pools. Closest to me, we have the group winners. And on the other side, we have the group runners-up. Both teams consist of 8 teams. 2 from each group as to how they progress to this point. We got the group winners punch their ticket exclusively through the upper bracket, while the group runners-up had to progress through the lower bracket. Now, at random, we will draw 8 group winners and place them into the bracket from 1 to 8, top to bottom. We will then draw from the group runners-up pool to establish the round of 16 matches. An important note before we draw, A lower bracket team cannot be matched against an upper bracket team from the same group. So we've established that. Let's get this one underway. You've already looked at the teams. Mr. Keymaster Jacob, could you please draw the first ball? So the first team to populate match number 1 will be G2 Esports. Okay, first group winners team to populate the bracket. Now for match number 2, the next team to populate will be Furia. Okay, so G2 and Furia both in the top half of the bracket. We'll have to draw their opponents coming up after. Team number 3. See that one? Foot Esports. So G2, Furia, and Foot all in the upper half of the bracket. Next team selected is Gamer Legion. Okay. That's the top half of the bracket populated. Let's get into the other side. Next team selected will be Navi, Nadasvincia. Okay, and we'll populate match number 5. We've got G2, Furia, Foot, Gamer Legion, Navi. 3 teams remain. Next team will be Team Falcons. 2 more names to draw. The next team selected is FaZe Clan. And that leaves us with 1 final team to pull out of the hat. The final team of the group winners, the high seeds, will be Bait Esports. Okay, so we populated the group winners into matches 1 to 8. It's G2, Furia, Foot Esports, Gamer Legion, Navi, Team Falcons, FaZe Clan, and Bait. And as mentioned, we are going to select the next balls in a moment. We just need to populate the bracket before we draw. I'll get Keymaster Jacob here to shake this up. But just to remind people before we draw them, the group runners up for looking like, oh, excuse me. It's my page in the mix here. The internet's a tough thing, isn't it? Okay, the group runners up the lower seeds. For Group A, it's going to be Spirit and Aurora. For Group B, it's Legacy and Astralis. For Group C, it's Vitality and Mouse. And for Group D, it's Mongols and Magic. Again, I just want to draw to people's attention. A lower bracket team cannot be matched against an upper bracket team from the same group. In the case that gets drawn, it'll be placed into the next available matchup. And if it works out in a scenario where we have a certain set of teams stacked on either side of the group, it will determine the placements. Now, we're going to grab our first ball to determine our first matchup. First team selected will be Aurora Gaming. Now, Aurora also herald from Group A. They are not able to play against G2 Esports, which means they will take on Furia. So Furia versus Aurora, the opening match there. Furia obviously running through as the highest seed. Aurora battling through that lower bracket after the upset loss to Big. So we'll draw our next team in a moment to see who will be taking on G2. Let's grab our next ball, please, Jacob. Next team selected is Astralis. Astralis coming from Group B, which means they can match up against G2. So G2 versus Astralis will play into the winner of Furia versus Aurora. Astralis taking down NIP of the last game today to secure themselves a spot here in the playoffs at EWC 2026. And G2 making light work of that group stage to lock themselves in through the upper bracket. All right, we can draw our next ball to determine who's going to be taking on Foot. Remember, it cannot be a team from Group C. Next team selected will be Magic from Group D. So we'll have Magic taking on Foot. Magic today upsetting 9Z, probably the biggest omission from the group so far to the playoffs. That leaves in this upper half of the bracket, Gamer Legion will draw to see who they'll be playing. Gamer Legion will be taking on Mouse from Group C. So Gamer Legion versus Mouse. That leaves us with G2 versus Astralis, Furia versus Aurora, Foot versus Magic, and Gamer Legion versus Mouse for the top portion of the bracket. We can start populating the lower half. Let's select the next ball, please. Next up is the Mongols from Group D. They cannot play against Na'Vi, which means they will be taking on Team Falcons. It'll be Falcons versus the Mongols. Have 3 more matches to populate right now. 3 more teams to select. Na'Vi, FaZe, and Bait looking for their opponents. Na'Vi from Group D, FaZe from Group B, and Bait from Group C. We're going to throw this one over to the desk.
Yeah, okay, some cool matchups out of the gate. Falcons, Mongols, we just established that one. Gamer Legion, Mouse. I'm also looking for a G2 Astralis and Furia Aurora. Thinko.
I'm worrying about the other side of the bracket. They're the ones that haven't been drawn yet. That's the big ones, right? We're still waiting on Vitality and Spirit to come out, and the likes of Na'Vi and Bait are going to be looking at that as a game that is very worrying. FaZe still there waiting for their opponents, so that's the scariest part, right?
Dude, I actually think that Foot versus Magic game is actually just going to be fireworks. That is just going to be fragging. It is just going to be in your face, trying to take every fight. That's going to be a fun match to watch. I would definitely put a little leaf on that one to tune in for that whenever that one gets scheduled. I like G2 Astralis. I think Fury Aurora is going to be an interesting test for Aurora, and Fury the shakiness we've seen, but Aurora with the new roster coming in, a good test for them early on against a strong team that was just in a major finals.
And we're going to hear from the Falcons and Mongols here shortly. To my knowledge, absolutely that. I do feel like we're in a situation where the Falcons may or may not get tested by the Mongols.
Yeah, that's one of those games where, I mean, they could show in and just blow it out. But you know what? Mongols has shown us so much resilience through all these roster changes of still being able to somehow muster up good games and being able to stand up against some of the top teams that I'm going to at least give them the benefit of the doubt and see what they look like when they roll into the game that day. But yeah, you don't want to be drawing the reigning major champs when you get your first game of the playoffs in the round 16. That's not an easy match for the Mongols to take on.
Yeah, Bait at least won't have to play Vitality once we get to that stage already. Obviously, played them in the group stages, got the win, so you won't get that rematch yet. So that means, you know, you're looking at other squads. You're looking at FaZe potentially getting a Vitality, Na'Vi Vitality. That's an opportunity in this series. And then obviously Spirit still up for grabs there for Bait. So your reward for beating a good team, it could end up being having to play Spirit in the first round of playoffs.
I think what's kind of cool. I think that G2 game for me is a lot of fun because I like this G2 roster. I want to see where it goes. But I mean, when we casted them on the opening day, I believe it was the Wrinkle played excellent. So all the conversation about him stepping in for Sampayas, Wrinkle looked really good for the squad.
Let's hear from the players right now, and let's hear those reactions.
Yeah, lots of excitement when we're looking at this draw, not least because, of course, we've got Falcons taking on the Mongols. Techno, do you remember the last time you played up against Falcons?
I think it's on PJ Dastana maybe, and it was 23 map and we were winning, I think, and we lost unfortunately in that time, and I'm happy to face them again, and after that they became major winners. It's really nice to play with them.
What about you, Carrigan? What are you making if this is your first matchup in the playoffs?
Yeah, I think whatever happened in the draw, I think it's always going to be tough. And I think Mongols is a dangerous team because of the 2 new players. We know out of that region they have brought a lot of great players up the last 2 years. So it's going to be interesting because last time we played was in Astana. And like I said, they were pushing our limits in the beginning. And hopefully we can maybe control the game a little bit more this time.
Just one final note. Obviously, we're looking at the club championships as well. A lot's been changing as of late when we're looking over at Rocket League. How much pressure is there on your shoulders now to kind of keep the form up for Falcons?
I think the pressure is more on ourselves. We want to prove that what we did in major, we can replicate that. We didn't do it beginning of the season, so we're here to show what we're capable of, and so far so good. But Mong is going to be a tough task, and hopefully we're going to play great and take it from there.
Gentlemen, thank you so much. I'll let you have a little fist bump before we do indeed be heading things back to Chad Sponge Birchill.
Hello. All right, 3 more teams. This side of the bracket is looking awfully stacked. Let's draw our next ball, please, and determine the next matchup. Vitality, Spirit yet to come out. The next team selected will be Legacy. That means they can take on Na'Vi. So Legacy versus Na'Vi. Winner of that will play into Falcons versus the Mongols, who we just heard from there in a quick little interview. So this side of the bracket, leaving us with Spirit and Vitality, the last 2 teams to be drawn. And I think, well, that puts us in one position and one position only, but we'll draw it to make sure we've got the right names in the hat, as next team out will be Team Spirit. And I believe that means they will have to take on Bait. as Vitality are not able to take on Bait again in the round of 16. So that would mean the final match we have is FaZe Clan taking on Vitality. And that does mean that we have Falcons, Vitality, and Spirit all on the same side of the bracket. Now this is turned out. Let's just double check, make sure. Drawing the final ball. And of course, it will be Team Vitality taking on FaZe Clan to round this out. So from top to bottom, we've got G2 versus Astralis, Furia versus Aurora, Foot versus Magic, Gamer Legion versus Mouse. And then to populate the lower half of the bracket in those final matches, we were just going over Na'Vi, Legacy, Falcons, Mongols, FaZe, Vitality, Bait, Team Spirit, and we'll throw this one back to the desk.
Thank you very much to our Keymaster and the gatekeeper of Chad Burchill, the gatekeeper of the bracket.
Yes, that's his nickname. That's his middle name.
Yeah. Middle name. Okay, that's a, yeah. Okay, so
Chad,
regardless, cool matchups.
Yeah, really cool matchups. I think FaZe obviously feeling rough about the fact they've got Vitality straight away in the round of 16. They are playing really well. I was hoping they'd see some great potential, but if you're FaZe, you haven't really played against a great opponent yet. You played against good teams, you certainly have, but now you're going up against Team Vitality in a playoff environment. This is the true test of the new guys.
Yeah, it really is. You couldn't get a bigger one than this. I mean, what a hard thing to draw in your first one, but you know what? I think with the way they're playing right now, I think Twist is going to almost be relishing this opportunity. I think he's got to be looking at it, feeling confident with how his guys are, and looking over on the other side, you saw Vitality drop a match during the group stage, kind of licking your chops here and saying, you know what, if I'm going to get an opportunity, now is the best time for it.
Well done, Bait. You've beat Vitality in the group stages, a massive win for you. Get into the playoffs, now you got Team Spirit.
But you cannot possibly tell me that you feel like Bait doesn't have a chance in that matchup,
really
right?
do,
Like, again, Spirit with getting upset as well in the group stage, and we've seen some of those struggles, the tough match that they had to qualify through, and you have a young Team Bait that shoots really hard, get him into the server, and that can easily be an upset. I think that's a pretty scary prospect for Spirit coming into this, not playing their best Counter-Strike.
Yeah, it sets us up, I mean, just all across the board. I am low-key thankful.
We haven't even touched on, Na'Vi Legacy as well is like a sneaky banger. Like, that could be really cool. Legacy trying to mix more tactical gameplay in, Na'Vi as that tactical mastermind team, but then you have Legacy that has like this brute force, like just fragging in your face style to it. There's some contrast in that can make exciting Counter-Strike.
Yeah, you're absolally right.
Sorry, I just got jacked up for a second.
No, I saw that, man. That was crazy. Dinko, you got anything you want to get jacked up to?
Might as well end of the day.
Let's head down to the stage. I'm pretty sure Twist, Flames, Freya, what's up?
Some good energy going on down here. Of course, Flames, Twist from FaZe and Vitality, respectively. We're looking at this matchup head-to-head. We'll talk about the bracket in just a second, but what do you make of these FaZe guys? Do you remember the last time you played against them?
Atlanta, and then before that the Major, I believe. But yeah, of course I remember FaZe. Who doesn't remember playing against FaZe? And I'm excited.
Are you excited to face Vitality? I mean, they haven't looked so sharp. Maybe I shouldn't say this so loud, but what do you think of them?
I mean, we would have picked them anyway.
I'll let that one hang right there. Looking at your side of the bracket, though, I mean, we got the likes of Spirit, we got obviously yourselves, Vitality, we got Falcons on the bottom side, Flamesy. So this one's going to be tough to get through, no?
Yeah, for sure. I think we obviously need to step up the game because we've been playing like shit the last few games we did. But yeah, if you want to win one of the biggest events, you got to win everyone. So it doesn't matter who you get early or later. It's just Counter-Strike, and everybody's competitive nowadays.
Chris, you're taking on the ultimate captain role here. Flamesy pointed it out. You're the one that's come back to represent FaZe Clan. You leading by example here?
Yeah, of course. I'm looking forward to the game. Like he just said, you have to play everyone anyway if you want to win the event. And yeah, looking forward to a true test.
Gentlemen, I'll let you shake hands and we will throw this one back over to the desk.
Two lovely lads. Can I call them lads? Makes
You
sense.
can call them lads.
Yeah, I mean,
You know them personally?
yeah, I think so. I like to think so, at least. Not maybe too personally, but I would say that in the server, those are two fun guys to have in the server.
Yeah, I think this storyline is full of personal storylines as well, right? I mean, Vitality were untouchable for such a long time. Doesn't feel like that is the case right now. FaZe are getting confidence building, and obviously, I'm just excited to see, a chance for Vitality to actually lose to FaZe Clan for once. Like, if a couple of months ago, you would never say this is possible at this time, but now it is actually a real possibility that FaZe can give them a very tough time.
Yeah, I mean, and that's obviously going to be the marquee matchup of this round of 16. That is the one you look at and you're just like, oh my god, what a game that can be. I think as well for FaZe, you look at Twist and the way he's evolved as an IGL. We saw him calling a lot of plays for himself, calling a lot of plays for his young players as well. This will be a good test if you can maintain that faith in your kind of young rookies, if they're going to deliver for you against one of the best teams in the world and a team that has been the best for a long time. That's going to be a test for Twist if that trust can maintain throughout the entire series.
Are we kind of thankful that we sorry, we're getting heckled by players. This reverse role swap
all over the
thing
place,
we're doing,
man.
yeah. Are we kind of happy that we didn't get this vitality spirit sort of thing happening? I mean, it might very well still happen, but
It could, yeah. I mean, it could happen there. Obviously, being in the both losers on that side of the bracket at least could match up with each other in the round of 16, but can match up with each other in the next game. It's definitely possible. In fact, that's the most likely outcome.
Yep.
But it's obvious that one side of the bracket is a lot weaker than the other. But I think the other side of the bracket, although it may not have the biggest names, I think it has a lot of interesting matches that'll still keep us very entertained as we move through.
Yeah, it's kind of like the bracket is like halved to make it so all the teams of a certain experience level or a certain level inside the server are like in the same half of it. So it's going to be really, really grueling. I mean, even if you want to add Na'Vi in there, because it'd be Falcons, Vitality, Spirit, we'd say are the teams that would likely to win the trophy, but Na'Vi would be like that kind of like A-tier team that you'd also have. That's a ridiculous half of the bracket, Trace.
it is. I've got just 9 minutes after 10 o'clock on the 16th of August, gentlemen. I think we call it right here. It's been a long day of some Counter-Strike.
You have 9 minutes? That's 39.
Yeah, it's at 9 minutes after 30.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I gotcha.
Anyway, I'm from Alabama. What's your excuse? Let's call it there. I hope you all enjoyed the show today. Tons of Counter-Strike still to go, but that does mean the playoffs are set. The brackets are all there. So let's call it right then and there. Good night, everybody. We'll see you on the other side.